I mistakenly believed that the young lady from a prestigious family was a poor college student whom I had been supporting with $3,000 a month for 3 years, right up until her graduation. Afterward, I was forced to return home to marry my childhood sweetheart. Before I left, I handed her a check for $1,000 and said, "Let's end it here. I have to go home and get married." She immediately flew into a rage. "Yuzian, are you trying to abandon me? Do you have any idea who I am?" However, I paid her no mind, tossed the check aside, and hurried home. 3 days later, at a high society party, we met again. She stood next to the main seat, surrounded and admired by everyone, while my parents bowed and scraped before her. I stood frozen in place. How did the little pet I raised turn into a princess? By then, the party was halfway through, and guests were taking turns toasting the main table. My fiancé, Wen Yuding, stood up and took my arm. "Let's go. We should go offer a toast." The main table was crowded. The host had already left, leaving only Xia Qingxu to entertain the guests. Seeing the person in front of her finish their toast and leave, Wen Yuding politely raised her glass and approached Xia Qingxu. "Miss Xia, I am Wen Yuding from the Wen family of Vintham City. I have long admired your name. Please allow me to offer you a toast." Wen Yuding held the glass with both hands, waiting for Xia Qingxu to clink glasses. However, Xia Qingxu had no intention of picking up her glass. The surrounding people grew curious, wondering what the Wen family had done to offend the crown princess of the Xia family. Even Wen Yuding was surprised. Before today, the Wen and Xia families had never had any contact, and she had never met Xia Qingxu. A look of confusion crossed Wen Yuding's face. "Miss Xia, I apologize for my forwardness. I don't know if the Wen family has offended you in any way." However, Xia Qingxu suddenly stood up. Her gaze passed over Wen Yuding and landed on the man standing behind her. Her expression was cold, her fair skin giving her an air of ethereal elegance, but her voice trembled slightly. "You should ask Mr. Gu about that." In an instant, all eyes turned to the man behind Wen Yuding. Many had already noticed the man in the suit, who looked like a star stepping out of a movie with his incredibly handsome face. Countless probing and scrutinizing gazes fell upon me. I didn't expect this woman to openly make things difficult for me like this. Wen Yuding turned around, looking at me coldly, her voice full of reproach. "Gu Zan, explain yourself. What on earth happened?" Wen Yuding felt as if she had been struck on the head. How did he know Xia Qingxu, and worse, how had he offended her? Could there be something between them? He stepped forward and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Miss Xia to have such a long memory. It was just a minor car accident 3 years ago. I didn't know her identity at the time, so I just left $1,000 and went on my way. I never thought she would still remember it." Pushed into a corner, I had to invent a lie. I couldn't very well say that I had slept with her for 3 years, and then abandoned her a few days ago. The people around them seemed to understand, and Wen Yuding also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why she had been so tense, thinking there was some entanglement between us. Then, Wen Yuding said in a cold, chiding tone, "Miss Xia's car must be very expensive. Your $1,000 was an insult. Go and apologize to her now." Seeing Wen Yuding's attitude towards me, everyone sighed, thinking that men who marry into their wife's family have no dignity at all, being scolded so coldly in public. However, I didn't care. I picked up a glass of wine and walked towards Xia Qingxu. 3 years ago, it was my fault for being blind. I have offended you greatly. I apologize here and hope that Miss Xia will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Hearing this, Xia Qingxu smiled unkindly. "Mr. Go, you think a single glass of wine can erase 3 years of my resentment?" I continued with a remorseful tone. "Then what would it take for Miss Xia to no longer be angry?" Xia Qingxu picked up an unopened bottle of white liquor from the table. "1 glass is not enough. A whole bottle might be considered." Everyone whispered in amazement. This young lady was truly petty, holding a grudge over a car accident for 3 years. On one hand, they reminded themselves to be extremely careful not to offend her. On the other hand, they cast sympathetic glances at me. Someone had already started pouring the liquor. A full bottle was poured into 10 glasses, lined up neatly on the table. Xia Qingxu's eyes were fixed on me. "Mr. Gu, please." I smiled, suddenly feeling that using a bottle of liquor to end the 3-year entanglement between us wasn't a bad deal. I stepped forward and picked up a glass. "Miss Xia, you must keep your word. After I drink all of these, the grudge between us will be settled, and you must also let go of your prejudice against the Wen family." Xia Qingxu smiled and nodded. "Of course." Her voice even held a hint of amusement. I raised the glass, about to drink, when someone nearby murmured, "This Mr. Gu is so chivalrous, thinking only of the Wen family's interests. But his wife seems completely uninvolved, not even protecting her own husband." These words clearly reached Wen Yuding's ears. Her face turned pale and then red. Finally, she had to speak up. "Zian is my husband. I can help him drink." I thought Xia Qingxu would refuse, but unexpectedly, she said nonchalantly, "My sis Wen is indeed a good wife. Go ahead and drink. Having already spoken, Wen Yuting had to bite the bullet and down the glass in one go. After just one glass, she couldn't handle it and started swaying as if she was about to fall. I knew better than anyone that her tolerance for alcohol was not good. There are 8 glasses left. Let me drink them. With that, I picked up the glasses on the table and drank them one after another. Soon, only the last glass remained. Everyone watched in amazement. It wasn't rare for a man to be able to drink, but to do it with such style was truly one of a kind. As he drank, his relaxed demeanor even exuded a natural laziness. When I put the glass down, the surrounding people couldn't help but applaud. My face remained unchanged, except for a slight flush on my cheeks that made me look even more alive. The wine is finished. Is Miss Xia no longer angry? My words, of course, had a hidden meaning. Xia Qingqiu's expression was even colder than before. After a long moment, she curled her red lips. Mr. Gu and Mrs. Wen are truly deeply in love. With that, she turned and sat down, seemingly having lost all interest. The other guests hurried to offer their toasts, and this small drama came to an end. I helped Wen Yuting leave and return to our seats. She felt terribly unwell, her stomach churning as if she were about to be sick. She managed to stand up and said weakly, "I'm going to the restroom." I sat there in a daze, my eyes unconsciously drifting back to the main table. While I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a cold sensation on my chest. A glass of red wine had been splashed all over me, followed by Gehaming's fake apology. "Sorry, brother. I was going to offer a toast, and accidentally tripped on the carpet as I passed by your seat." I looked up, a flash of anger in my eyes. Gehaming had done it on purpose. He had seen me being the center of attention at the main table, with everyone discussing and praising my magnanimity, and wanted to embarrass me. After his apology, Gehaming turned to the side. "Mother, what should I do? I've stained my brother's clothes." Tin Hulin glanced at me with a cold expression. "Your brother has taken so much from you since childhood. It's just a shirt. I'm sure he won't mind." With that, she led Gehaming away. As he left, Gehaming even looked back and gave me a smug, mocking smile. Looking at Tin Hulin's departing figure, I still felt a pang in my heart. I suddenly remembered the night 3 years ago when the DNA test results came out. Tin Hulin had slapped me twice hard. "You are the son of that hateful woman. I've raised my enemy's child like a treasure for so many years. Why don't you just die? Why aren't you dead?" 3 years had passed, but every time I remembered, my chest still itched. The people around had started gossiping about me. That's too much. Gehaming clearly did it on purpose. And my Siska, how can she be so biased? Even if he's not her biological son, she raised him for 20 years. Is there no affection at all? A few young ladies who had witnessed the scene felt indignant on my behalf and came over to comfort me. I just waved my hand and said, "It's nothing." At that moment, the patriarch of the Xia family approached. "You can't possibly clean that yourself after all this time. Yingling, get Mr. Gu a clean set of clothes to change into. Mr. Gu, please follow me upstairs. I'll find you a new outfit." I looked up and saw that the speaker was Xia Yingling, the second young lady of the Xia family. I didn't refuse. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Xia." I followed Xia Yingling up to the second floor in an elevator, and walked down a long corridor. From one part of the corridor, I could clearly see the banquet hall on the first floor. When I looked towards the main table, I noticed that Xia Qingqiu was no longer there. Soon, Xia Yingling opened a door. "Mr. Gao, please wait here for a moment. I'll go get the clothes for you." I nodded and stepped inside. Before long, Xia Yingling returned with a brand new white shirt and trousers. "I'm not sure if the size is right." I nodded. "It's fine. Thank you, Miss Xia." Xia Yingling smiled. "Then I'll go out first. Come down when you're done changing." With that, she skipped out and closed the door behind her. I walked over to the sofa and started to take off my shirt. I was halfway through when I heard a noise at the door. The door was suddenly pushed open without any warning. I instinctively turned my head and met the woman's beautiful, cold, glass-like eyes. Seeing me changing, a flash of surprise also appeared in Xia Qingqiu's eyes. She strode into the room and quickly closed the door, facing me. When I realized who it was, I breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Xia." Xia Qingqiu stared at me and asked, "What are you doing here?" I explained, "My shirt got stained with wine, so I came up to change into a new one." Xia Qingqiu glanced at me. "Don't you know this is my room?" I was slightly surprised. I really didn't know. Miss Yangling didn't say. She just said this room hasn't been occupied for many years. Xia Qingqiu frowned. She's not wrong. I've been living at the Tenghe Villa for the past 3 years. At the mention of Tenghe Villa, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. My mind involuntarily recalled every moment the two of us had spent there. Seeing the blush on my cheeks, Xia Qingqiu's mood suddenly improved. "Get changed. We'll talk later." I realized I was still half nay. "Miss Xia, surely you've heard the saying, look not at what is contrary to propriety." Xia Qingqiu walked over and sat down on the sofa where I had placed my clothes, her gaze becoming even more unabashed. We slept together countless times. What should be seen and what shouldn't be seen, I've seen it all. I calmly dropped my hands and went to get the clothes from the sofa to change. At that moment, my perfect physique with six-pack abs was fully exposed to her. Xia Qingqiu's pupils suddenly constricted, and memories flooded her mind. Finally, her slender hands reached out and wrapped tightly around my waist. A hot and passionate kiss followed. I no longer resisted the woman's kiss. I had tasted how intoxicating her kisses were. Why not enjoy it for free one more time? As we were passionately kissing, my phone suddenly rang. I tried to push the woman off me. I have a call. Xia Qingqiu swatted my phone away, ignoring it. The woman was completely lost in the moment. How could she let me go so easily? Just as she was about to take another step, I said with a smile, "It's my wife's call. I have to take it." That one sentence instantly killed Xia Qingqiu's mood. She got off me. I took the opportunity to pick up my phone. "Where did you run off to?" Wen Yuding's voice was much soberer. I explained, "My shirt got stained. I'm changing into a new one. I'll be down in a minute." "You're just full of drama," Wen Yuding said before hanging up. I put the phone down and started getting dressed. Just then, Xia Qingqiu spoke. "Gu Ziyan, let's talk." After I finished changing, I looked at her. "About what?" Xia Qingqiu looked at me seriously. "Leave Wen Yuding and come to me." Hearing this, I burst out laughing. Xia Qingqiu frowned. "What are you laughing at?" I glanced at her. "Are you asking me to give up my position as the son-in-law of the Wen family to be your secret lover?" Xia Qingqiu frowned at me. "Is the position of son-in-law so appealing to you?" I nodded. "Of course. Although the Wen family is not as powerful as the Xia family, being the son-in-law of the Wen family is still much more prestigious than being your unmentionable lover." Xia Qingqiu continued, "I have no intention of making you my secret lover." I looked at her doubtfully. "Don't tell me you want to marry me." Hearing this, Xia Qingqiu fell silent. I laughed, unconcerned. "Miss Xia, we were just playing around. Why take it so seriously? For the past 3 years, you had fun, and I had fun. You didn't hold my negligence and disregard for you against me, and I won't hold your deception and pretense against me. Can't we just part amicably?" I couldn't understand this woman's mindset. A prestigious young lady willingly letting me keep her like a mistress. Thinking back on the past 3 years, I had indeed neglected her many times. Sometimes I didn't answer her calls, other times I abandoned her when I was in a bad mood and even took my anger out on her. I only saw her as a pet that could relieve my mood and provide emotional value, coming when called and leaving when dismissed. If I had known her true identity, I admit I would never have dared to act like that. But even so, she never revealed her identity in those 3 years. Could it be that young ladies from prestigious families are born with a masochistic streak? Xia Qingqiu's face was terrifyingly cold, her pale skin making her look like an angry vampire, ready to pounce and bite through my veins to drain my blood at any moment. "Gu Ziyan, do you love your wife?" I nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married her." Xia Qingqiu frowned at me. "She doesn't love you at all. She has a lover on the side." I looked at her calmly and said, "I know." Xia Qingqiu was even more confused. "You know, and you still love her." I explained, "We were childhood sweethearts and have been together for over 10 years. That's a bond others can't understand. Besides, our marriage was arranged since we were children. If it weren't for what happened, how would I have ended up as a live-in son-in-law? And everyone in the Wen family treats me very well. Being a son-in-law isn't so bad. Maybe Wen Yuding and I have some misunderstandings now, but I believe that one day she will come back to me." Actually, I no longer loved Wen Yuding, but saying this might be a clean break, making this prestigious young lady completely give up. Xia Qingqiu looked at me angrily. "So you had an affair and kept me as a mistress. I was just a tool for you to get revenge on your wife." I froze, then said honestly, "That's right." Then I added, "But I didn't know your true identity. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to mess with you." Xia Qingqiu laughed, her mouth full of sarcasm. "I can't believe that for 3 years, Xia Qingqiu, was just a tool for someone else's revenge. Gu Ziyan, you're really something." Seeing her expression, a bad feeling suddenly rose in my heart. As expected, the next second, the woman stood up and grabbed my chin. "Gu Ziyan, in this world, no one can treat me like a tool to be used and thrown away. If anyone is going to do the dumping, it will be me dumping you." With that, Xia Qingqiu strode out of the room. He stood there for a moment, then also left. When Yuding had finished being sick, and was much more sober. Seeing that I had changed my clothes, she didn't ask about what had just happened. After the party ended, Wen Yuding and I left the Xia family villa. I opened the car window, feeling inexplicably frustrated, as if I had just provoked a powerful figure. When the car reached the city center, it suddenly stopped at a subway entrance. Wen Yuding closed her eyes, not even looking at me. "Gu Ziyan, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going back to the villa. You can take a taxi back yourself." I knew very well where she was going. I got out of the car and hailed a taxi back to the Wen family villa. When my sis Wen saw me return alone, she guessed what had happened. She was about to go out to bring Wen Yuding back, but I stopped her. It's alright, Mom. Her heart isn't here. Even if she comes back, it will just be an empty shell. Let her be. With that, I went upstairs. It was rare for my sis Wen to see me so dejected. She didn't know what had happened today. Wen Yuding came back a week later. During that week, my life went on as usual. The only difference was that I no longer went to Tenha Villa. I used to go there 2 or 3 times a week, but after that party, I never saw Xia Qingsu again. Had she let me off the hook? Life was peaceful, but I still felt a lingering unease. The night when Yuding returned, my sis Wen was furious at the dinner table. Do you still consider this your home? From today on, if you don't come home for the night, I'll pretend I don't have a daughter like you. Wen Yuding was also a little intimidated. She said sullenly, Mom, I just came back and I'm not used to the work at the company yet. I have to work late every night. I've been sleeping at the company these past few days. I only came back today because of work. Mr. Wen also spoke up. That's right. I asked Secretary Zhang. Yuding has been sleeping at the company apartment these past few days. My sis Wen's expression softened slightly, and she changed the subject. Is work going smoothly? Wen Yuding put down her chopsticks and snorted coldly. Thanks to someone, it's not going smoothly at all. Mr. Wen frowned and asked, what's wrong? Wen Yuding said, today, the Xuan group of the Xia family publicly invited bids, and our family was the only one that didn't receive an invitation. It's all thanks to your precious son-in-law. Hearing these words, I was stunned. I remembered once seeing Xia Qingsu coming out of the Xuan building. I had joked, my love, did you change jobs? I remember she replied, I am the owner of this building. At the time, I laughed at her for having such a wild imagination. Then, Xia Qingsu gracefully got into my car, and we went to Tangha Villa together. We had only been together for 2 months then, deeply in love, spending our nights in passion. It turned out she was already hinting at it back then. I couldn't help but regret provoking such a woman. Hearing Wen Yuding's words, my sis Wen defended me. Your husband doesn't work at the Wen Corporation. How is this related to him? Wen Yuding raised her voice. Because 3 years ago, he offended the young lady of the Xia family and even threw $1,000 at her as an insult. Wen Yuding recounted what had happened at the Xia family patriarch's birthday party. The atmosphere at the dinner table became eerily silent. A hint of schadenfreude flashed in Wen Yuding's eyes. Gu Zayan, you caused this mess, so you clean it up. The Wen family patriarch spoke up. If we really can't get this project, then so be it. Wen Yuding seemed agitated. Grandpa, you used to tell me that this project is crucial to the survival of the Wen Corporation. Why now that it involves Gu Ziyan, you just say so be it? Is the survival of the Wen Corporation less important than Gu Ziyan's pride? The grievances in Wen Yuding's heart finally poured out. How can you be so biased? Gu Ziyan is just a fake young master of the Gu family. I'm your real granddaughter. The Gu family doesn't even want to acknowledge him anymore. Why do you care so much about him? The patriarch's voice was full of disappointment. I don't care what Zayan's identity is. I only know that when he was born, I was the first one to hold him. The Wen family also watched him grow up. The Gu family cut ties with him because of some past grudges, but we, the Wen family, don't care about that. You should understand that the grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with Zayan. He has always been the victim. If you don't feel sorry for him, that's one thing, but to want to hurt him along with others. Wen Yuding listened for a while, then stood up and left the table, feeling extremely wronged. The Wen family treated Gu Zayan too well. Ever since he had trouble with the Gu family, the Wen family had always protected him. Forcing him to marry into the Wen family was just to give him a place of refuge. After Wen Yuding left, she ran into me coming downstairs for dinner. I looked at the Wen family patriarch and said, Grandpa, tomorrow I will bring some gifts to the Xuan group to apologize to Miss Xia. I will definitely secure the bidding qualification for the Wen Corporation. Wen Yuding laughed coldly. Great. I'll be waiting to receive the bidding documents from Xuan tomorrow. Don't disappoint me. Wen Yuding didn't believe I could succeed. After all, she had experienced the pettiness and grudge holding of the Xia family's eldest young lady. If it were that easy, she wouldn't have said those things. In fact, Wen Yuding had personally gone to their door several times these past few days, but Xia Qingqiu refused to see her. The last time, she even had the security guards escort her out. It was incredibly humiliating. And it was all because of Gu Zayan. He should also experience the feeling of being thrown out by security guards in front of everyone. Early the next morning, I drove to the Xuan building. The car parked in the rooftop parking lot. I looked up at the towering skyscraper, the 2 golden words Xuan sparkling in the sun. The Xuan building was less than 3 years old but had already become a landmark of Vinthem City. I had always thought it was the headquarters of some emerging tech company. I never expected it to be a subsidiary of the Xia family's conglomerate. I entered the lobby on the first floor of Chuin and went to the reception desk. Hello, which floor is Xia Qingxu's office on? Hearing me call Xia Qingxu by her full name, the young ladies at the reception desk had strange expressions. The tallest one with a sharp chin said, President Xia's name is not for you to call so casually. What is your relationship with our president? I almost blurted out a kept man relationship, but I still smiled and explained, I represent the Wen Corporation and am here to see Miss Xia for business. The girl with the sharp chin showed disdain in her eyes. The Wen Corporation is really cunning, trying to use a pretty boy to apologize. Our president has already said that no one from the Wen Corporation is allowed to set foot in the Xuan building. With that, she raised her hand to call security. Before being escorted out, I said to the security guard, Excuse me, I need to make a phone call. The security guard stood silently by, waiting for me to make the call. The four receptionists whispered among themselves. The Wen Corporation is so shameless. The CEO of the Wen Corporation came to the door 4 times, and our president didn't even give him face. They're so persistent, even sending a handsome guy to see the president. After I hung up, the receptionist urged the security guard, What are you standing there for? Get him out of here. At the same time, the phone at the reception desk rang. The receptionist glanced at it and was surprised to see it was a call from the president's office. In her 3 years at Xuan, she had never received a call from the president's office. She carefully picked up the phone. A pleasant female voice came from the other end. Let him come up. The receptionist hung up, her expression still dazed, as if she hadn't come back to her senses. The person next to her asked, Who called? It was President Xia. Xia Qingxu was actually very low-key and never accepted interviews from the outside world. The public knew almost nothing about her. But as receptionists, who love to gossip, they naturally had a good grasp of information about the president. So, of course, they could recognize the voice on the other end of the line. The receptionist's gazes towards me changed. The president's office is on the 32nd floor. I said, Thank you, and walked straight to the elevator. The elevator quickly opened on the 32nd floor. I walked down a corridor, and stopped in front of the president's office. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking very elegant. She introduced herself, I am Gao King, President Xia's secretary. The president is in a meeting. Mr. Gu can wait here for a while. Given your relationship with President Xia, please make yourself at home. I was stunned, my ears suddenly turning red. I think I should wait in the reception room. It seemed this secretary Gao knew everything about me and Xia Qingxu. In that case, I didn't need to pretend anymore. Secretary Gao poured me a glass of water, and then left the office. I sat on the sofa, observing my surroundings. The office was very spacious, like an apartment. Besides the work area, there were other rooms. I turned around, my eyes falling on the large desk. A crystal photo frame was particularly striking. In the frame was a boy of about 4 or 5, holding an Ultraman robot and smiling happily. The photo was not high resolution, looking like an old picture from many years ago. The boy's face was also a bit blurry, but the bright smile on his face was like a ray of sunshine, seeming to dispel all gloom. Although I didn't know who the boy in the photo was, it gave me a strangely familiar feeling. I picked up the photo, intending to take a closer look, when the office door opened. A figure stood at the door. Seeing me holding the photo, Xia Qingxu frowned, but she didn't come in, as if waiting for me to ask something. I smiled, waving the photo in my hand, and asked very naturally, Your son? Xia Qingxu's frown deepened. She walked over with a puzzled expression, took the photo back, and placed it back in its original position. You blockhead. I chuckled. A prestigious young lady like you, why use such crude language? But this remark from Xia Qingxu made me feel much closer to her, because we used to talk to each other so freely and without restraint. Xia Qingxu's gaze towards me had returned to being cold. What did you come to see me for? Xia Qingxu's words exuded a clear coldness and distance. In fact, in the past 3 years, I had never felt that this woman was cold. I even felt that the impression she left on me was always warm, even insatiably greedy. But now, the person in front of me, from head to toe, exuded a bone-chilling coldness. How could someone's aura change so much in just a few days? So, which was her true self, the person she was now, or the person she had been for the past 3 years? I also adopted a business-like tone. Can we not involve the Wen Corporation in our personal matters? The Wen Corporation is one of the top 10 construction companies in the country. It's not like Chuan can't even give them a chance to bid, right? Xia Qingxu sat down at her desk and casually picked up a file. Her voice remained indifferent. So, Wen Yuding sent you? I shook my head. I came on my own. I know I've offended you, but I believe you are someone who can separate public and private matters. A smile appeared on Xia Qingxu's pale face. Mr. Ge, you don't need to flatter me. I'm best at taking personal revenge. A hint of helplessness flashed in my eyes. What will it take for you to give the Wen Corporation a chance? Jia Kingsu patted the space next to her. Come here. I walked over and sat down next to her very naturally. Jia Kingsu turned and sat squarely on my lap. Her eyes suddenly darkened. Countless nights before had started just like this. The woman chuckled softly, then took my chin and kissed me. I had never been so obedient. In the past, I was always the one receiving, but today, for a rare change, I was a little indulgent towards the woman in front of me. Jia Kingsu was clearly a little lost in the moment. Seeing her eyes gradually becoming hazy, I gently parted my lips and whispered in her ear, my voice full of seduction, send the Wen Corporation a bid invitation, okay. Jia Kingsu's eyes deepened, the mist in them slowly dissipating. I had been kissing her for so long, and she was still thinking about business. Jia Kingsu grabbed my chin, our eyes meeting directly. Her beautiful eyes were incredibly clear. The pretty boy trick doesn't work on me during the day. I glanced at her. It doesn't work. Why didn't you say so earlier? It made me pretend for so long. Jia Kingsu seemed to be suppressing her anger. This man was so heartless. When he realized he was getting nowhere, he didn't hesitate for a second. Just now, she had almost been lost in the moment, yet he had been faking it. He spoke again. Is there really no room for negotiation on this matter? Jia Kingsu stared at me, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She knew that if she said no now, this man would definitely turn and leave without a second thought. After all, he only had so much patience with her. Thinking of this, Jia Kingsu spoke. Agree to one condition, and I will give the Wen Corporation a chance. What condition? Move out of the Wen family's house and live at Tinghe Villa. Tinghe Villa was mine, but a few days ago when we broke up, I had given it to her. A agreed without thinking. Alright. Then send the bid invitation to the Wen Corporation now. Seeing me agree so quickly, a flash of suspicion appeared in Jia Kingsu's eyes, but she had no way to verify it at the moment. However, since she had promised, she followed through and sent the bid invitation to the Wen Corporation. On the other side, Wen Yuding was in a meeting at the company. Of the dozen or so current projects of the Wen Corporation, half were losing money, some with huge losses. If they couldn't win the resort project, the Wen Corporation might really be in danger. But there were thousands of companies across the country eyeing this lucrative project, with dozens or even hundreds in Vintham City alone. Yet, Xuan didn't invite the Wen Corporation to bid. It was almost impossible to get this project. These past few days, they had been meeting from morning to night, all to find a way to change Jia Kingsu's mind. They even started researching her preferences, but what could a prestigious young lady like her possibly lack? Just as Wen Yuding was feeling frustrated, her secretary suddenly ran in with a laptop. President, Wen Yuding frowned. What's the rush? Don't you see we're in a meeting? The secretary said excitedly, Xuan sent us a bid invitation. Wen Yuding was stunned, then stood up excitedly. Really? Let me see. Wen Yuding checked her email. It was indeed a bid invitation from Xuan. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then was immediately filled with doubt. Why did Xuan suddenly change their mind? The secretary was quick-witted. Perhaps Miss Xie was moved by the president's sincerity. Wen Yuding looked thoughtful. She had personally gone to their door 4 times without getting Xuan to give the Wen Corporation a chance. Today, Zhu Zian went to Xuan, and the Wen Corporation suddenly received a bid invitation. Could it just be a coincidence? On my end, seeing that the bid invitation had been sent, I turned to leave. My steps were quick. As I was about to walk out, Jia Kingsu had a strange feeling and said to my retreating back, I'll be waiting for you at Tinghe Villa tonight. I didn't bother to reply, and just left. Seeing my hurried departure, Jia Kingsu just felt that something was not right. At 9 I finished showering at the old villa. I had just stepped out of the bathroom when I received a call from Jia Kingsu. The woman's voice on the other end was clearly trying to suppress her anger, cold and terrifying. Yu Zan, how dare you stand me up? I chuckled. What are you talking about? Jia Kingsu's angry roar came through the phone. You clearly agreed to move from the Wen family's house to Tinghe Villa. Hearing my voice, Jia Kingsu could imagine my lazy and relaxed expression while holding the phone. Yes, I agreed to move from the Wen family's house to Tinghe Villa, but I never said when I would move. I planned to move in 5 years. 5 years later, the resort project would have been completed long ago. By then, Jia Kingsu would probably no longer be in Vintham City. The woman on the other end of the line was so angry she laughed. 5 years. Why not say 50 years? I was still smiling brightly. President Xia, is there anything else? If not, I am hanging up. Good night. With that, I hung up directly. At Tinghe Villa, Jia Kingsu stood on the 3rd floor balcony and angrily threw her phone to the ground. Yu Zian, you're really something. I never knew you could play such robberish tricks. As for me, I was lazily lying in bed, humming a tune. After all, my mission was complete. The resort was a special project approved by the state, so it had to go through a public bidding process. As long as the Wen Corporation received the bid invitation, everything would follow the official procedures. The entire process would be supervised by government agencies. Jiwon wouldn't be able to pull any tricks to eliminate the Wen Corporation. If the Wen Corporation didn't win the bid, it would be fate, and it would have nothing to do with me anymore. I slept soundly. The next morning, I went to the T station. Although I was an evening news anchor, our station was a comprehensive unit covering editing and interviews. I was not only an anchor but also a reporter. I had to gather a lot of news materials myself. As soon as I arrived at the company, I heard colleagues gossiping. I heard the newcomer graduated from the Royal Academy of Arts abroad, and even interned at Neze. With that resume, he's qualified to be an anchor at the central station. Why did he come to our T station? Hearing them, I felt that my position as the golden boy male anchor might be in jeopardy. A colleague continued, the department head must have other intentions for recruiting such a talented person. That's great. What talent does Gu Ziyan have? He's just a handsome face favored by many advertisers, with the most advertising contracts. He's only been at the T station for a year. In terms of professionalism, who here isn't better than him? I listened as I walked back to my desk. The gossiping people suddenly noticed me. Ziyan, when did you get here? He smiled. Since you guys were praising my good looks. Those people forced a smile, but they were furious inside. He always acted so magnanimous, making others look like pay clowns. At that moment, the head of the news department, Tang Lin, walked in and shouted, "You all have too much free time in the morning. Today, our station has a new colleague." Tang Lin beamed at the young man beside him. "Little Song, introduce yourself." "Hello everyone, my name is Song Sen-yu." Everyone in the room turned their attention to the man speaking. He was dressed in typical business attire. Although his features were not outstanding, he was quite handsome. The smile on his face was gentle and not at all aggressive. My gaze also fell on Song Sen-yu, my eyes filled with coldness. "I'm new here, so I hope my seniors will guide me in the future." With that, Song Sen-yu even bowed to everyone. With such an impressive resume, yet acting so humble, everyone present began to show goodwill towards him. Song Sen-yu greeted everyone one by one, finally stopping in front of me. "Ziyan, we're colleagues from now on. I'm new, so there's a lot I don't understand. You must guide me." A flash of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. At that moment, the evening news anchor, Li Wei, spoke up. "Do you two know each other?" Song Sen-yu smiled and nodded at everyone. "Ziyan and I were high school classmates, once best friends." I also smiled. We were high school classmates, but I wouldn't dare claim the title of best friend. Song Sen-yu's expression was a little awkward. He lowered his head. "That's right. I'm not worthy of being your friend. I come from a poor background." It was my own wishful thinking. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Song Sen-yu's humble demeanor would make even a stranger feel sympathy. Sure enough, Li Wei walked up to Song Sen-yu. "Gu Ziyan, what are you being so arrogant about? Song Sen-yu is a talented international student. Calling you his friend is already giving you face. You really don't know what's good for you." With that, Li Wei took Song Sen-yu's arm. "Don't mind him. He's known for being the most difficult person here. From now on, we are all your friends." Tang Lin's expression was also a little awkward. "Song Sen-yu, go with Li Wei and get acquainted." "Oh, and news meeting at 9. Watching Song Sen-yu being surrounded and led away by the crowd, I felt a little stirred, but quickly returned to normal. Song Sen-yu was extremely good at pretending. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been fooled by him for 3 years in high school. Being a news anchor was purely a childhood dream of mine. It wasn't that I wouldn't have the skills to survive if I left here. On the contrary, I have a wide range of hobbies and skills, each of which is enough to support me for the rest of my life. I don't know what Song Sen-yu's purpose is for coming here, but I'm tired of fighting with him. Maybe leaving this place wouldn't be so bad. At 9 o'clock, everyone went to the meeting room. I was not only an anchor but also a news reporter. Tang Lin began, "In 1 week, I will complete the handover and leave the station. Therefore, within a week, we must decide on the new primetime anchor." Li Wei spoke up. "Chief, I think Song Sen-yu is very suitable. I just watched a video of him working at Neze. His English Chinese switching is very smooth, and his hosting is very professional." Tang Lin smiled. "Little Song is indeed excellent. But this position was originally for Ziyan. After all, he has the most advertising contracts and the highest popularity." Li Wei glanced at me. "Our news department is not an advertising department. We need to consider real professional ability. If we only compare who has the most ads, then in the future, no one will have the mind to do news anymore. They'll only think about how to please the rich." Li Wei emphasized the last 3 words, clearly mocking someone. I acted unconcerned. The day before yesterday, I attended the corporate party of the Tianhang Group. I heard their employees gossiping that there's a girl with single eyelids at our station who goes to see the CEO every day. When the CEO's wife saw that girl sitting on the CEO's lap calling him daddy, she slapped her. I'm really curious if we really have someone like that at our station. Li Wei immediately jumped up, angry. Guzayan, don't you slander people, I smiled. I didn't say it was you. The T station is huge, it's not just you with the single eyelid. I just thought you made a good point, so I was focused. Trying to curry favor with the wealthy can easily lead to trouble. By chance, at the corporate party the other day, I added the premier's wife on Weka. Yesterday, she even asked me about that girl with the single eyelid. Li Wei's expression shifted from anger to terror. A single sentence had exposed Li Wei's petty thoughts. Everyone exchanged strange glances, but Li Wei was in no state to notice. She knew the premier's wife's methods. Luckily, she had managed to cover her face and run away in time. I looked at Li Wei with a bright smile. Just as fear was about to consume her, I slowly began to speak. This concerns the reputation of our station. Since it hasn't been clearly investigated, I didn't give a real answer. Actually, I had forgotten about it. I only just remembered because you brought up the topic. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. The way she looked at me was now filled with apprehension. She reluctantly sat back down, not daring to say another word. Song Sinyu spoke up with a smile. Our news department is full of graduates from prestigious universities. I'm sure there's just been a misunderstanding. As for the primetime anchor position, I won't compete with Zion for it. Let's just give the position to him. Song Sinyu's voice was gentle, and with just a few words, he shifted the topic. Li Wei looked at him gratefully. But I just laughed. The way you say it makes it sound like the anchor position was already in your pocket, and now you're generously giving it to me. Oh, you misunderstand. He absolutely didn't mean that. I sneered. Then what did you mean? All right, stop arguing, Director Tang finally interrupted, a headache forming. Regarding the anchor position, let's do this. Our station is planning to interview an important figure. Whoever can secure the interview with this person will become the primetime anchor. Of course, the interview must be completed within a week. You two need to be quick. Someone asked curiously, Director, who is this important figure you're talking about? Director Tang announced, the young lady of the Xia family, Xia Qingsu. Everyone was stunned. Isn't the young lady in the capital? Even the Central Network has never managed to interview her. How could she possibly accept an interview from our local station? Zhao Yuan from the filming department spoke up, you're all in the news business, and you don't even know this. Miss Xia has been living in seclusion in Vinthen for 3 years. The most mysterious company in the city, the Xuan Group, is actually a subsidiary of the Xia family. Vinthen is about to develop a resort project with special state approval, and she is officially in charge of it. Director Tang continued, that's right. Everyone has probably heard of Xia Qingsu. The Xia family is the wealthiest family in the country, and Xia Qingsu is their most pampered daughter. To date, she has never accepted an interview from any media outlet. The resort project is about to be announced, and this is an opportunity. I think we can give it a try. It's a huge challenge, and if we fail, so be it. But if we succeed, our Vinthen station will have achieved something even the Central Network couldn't do. Director Tang's eyes lit up. I have high hopes for you too. Whoever succeeds, the primetime anchor position will naturally belong to them. If neither of you succeeds, I will have another evaluation system. Leaving the meeting room, my expression was unusually serious. Song Sinyu walked up beside me. You were at the Xia family's old master's birthday party that day. How come no one at the station knows you're also related to the Go family? I glanced at him. Song Sinyu, why did you come to work at the tea station? Wasn't stealing Wen Yuding enough? Now you want to steal my job too. Song Sinyu's expression remained innocent. You've misunderstood me. I just feel that my skills are best suited for this place. I never intended to take anything from you. And I didn't steal Wen Yuding. I continued, I've always wanted to know what happened when you and Wen Yuding went to that summer camp. When Wen Yuding was with me, I could feel that she loved me. But after returning from that camp, she became a completely different person, without a trace of love left. It even turned into hatred. Song Sinyu's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something from years ago. Seeing this, I waved my hand. Never mind, I'm not that interested in your sordid affairs. Song Sinyu quickly tried to explain, it's not what you think. But I had lost my patience and stood up. Song Sinyu, don't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I might become the person I was 3 years ago. Move. I have to go read the 5 o'clock news. Song Sinyu watched me walk away, his expression suddenly turning cold. Gu Zian, I will take everything from you. Your wife, your job, even your family. I'll take it all. You will be betrayed by everyone and left with nothing. I'm waiting for that day. Then you will know why I did all of this. That evening, Song Sinyu returned to his suite at the Grand Capital Hotel. Wen Yuding was already back. He walked over happily. Didn't you say you were going back to the old Wen family villa today? Wen Yuding came over and put her arm around Song Sinyu's shoulder. I missed you too much. Song Sinyu pulled Wen Yuding into his arms. She looked up at him. It must be hard for you, having to follow me like this. Song Sinyu shook his head. As long as your heart is with me, it's not hard at all. Wen Yuding said, "Don't worry, the matter with Guzayan will be resolved quickly." At the mention of my name, Wen Yuding's expression suddenly turned cold. She seemed to remember something. "Today was your first day at the tea station. Did he bully you?" A glint appeared in Song Senyu's eyes. "No. You know he resents me for taking you from him. He's always been like that towards me." Wen Yuding immediately frowned. "So he did bully you. I'm going to go find him, and settle this right now." Song Senyu grabbed her hand. "Don't. If it can be with you, this is nothing. You going will only make things worse. Your parents will hate me even more. Some things they can just endure and they'll pass." Thinking of her parents' prejudice against Song Senyu, Wen Yuding stopped. "If you're being bullied, you must tell me. I won't let Guzayan keep bullying you. And remember, I never belonged to him. It wasn't you who stole me from him, it was Guzayan who was unworthy." A flicker of light crossed Song Senyu's eyes before he said gently, "Yuding, have you met Xia Qingshu? What do you know about this sheltered young lady?" Wen Yuding replied, "For the Paradise Resort project, the company researched her preferences, but she's very private and her movements are mysterious, so we don't know much." She looked up. "Why are you asking about her?" Song Senyu said helplessly, "The station said if it can get an exclusive interview with Xia Qingshu, the 7 o'clock primetime anchor position will be mine. But I called Shuan today, and they said if it's a schedule request from the T station, I'll have to wait half a year." Wen Yuding frowned and thought. "The only thing we found out this time is that this young lady from the Xia family has a habit of playing golf at the Royal Golf Course." Song Senyu still looked worried. "But the Royal Golf Course is the most high-end golf course in Vinthan, for members only. The membership fee is 10 million. How can I possibly get in?" Wen Yuding said, "My grandfather is a member of the Royal Golf Course. I used to go there with him often. I'll call them tomorrow. You can just go directly as the Wen family's son-in-law." A light flashed in Song Senyu's eyes. "Really? I can use Guzayan's identity to get in?" Wen Yuding looked at him and smiled. "Of course. In my heart, you are the real son-in-law of the Wen family." When Song Senyu went to take a shower, Wen Yuding called me. "Guzayan, if you dare to bully Song Senyu again, don't blame me for being ruthless." I found it a little amusing. "Did Song Senyu go tattling to you?" Wen Yuding shouted, "Senyu is not like you, two-faced. You already have so much, don't even think about competing with him." After hanging up, I felt a bit frustrated. It was clearly Song Senyu who kept taking things that were originally mine, yet I ended up being the bad guy. I looked at the document on my computer screen. I had just written my resignation letter. I suddenly closed the laptop. Why should I have to resign just because Song Senyu showed up? He already stole Wen Yuding from me, and I became the villain. Now I have to give up my job too. Of course, I had been planning this for a long time, but now I suddenly gave up the idea. Even if I resign, it will be after I become the primetime anchor. I closed the laptop, took out my phone, opened my contacts, and found a number named Golden Oriole. I called without hesitation. The call connected quickly. "Mr. Go, what can I do for you?" Her voice was cold. Perhaps she was angry that I had abandoned her last time. Or maybe she had come to her senses, and wanted to draw a clear line between us. This was, of course, what I wanted. I rarely used a serious tone with her. "Miss Xia, I'm a news reporter for the Vinthan television station. I'd like to schedule an interview with you. Do you have some time?" The other end of the line snapped coldly, "Guzayan, you know very well that if it wasn't for this, you wouldn't be looking for me." She was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Guzayan, you really have thick skin. You ditched me last time, and now you want to schedule an interview." I was silent for a moment, then said softly, "These are two different matters. Miss Xia may not know this, but I've always been one to keep business and personal matters separate." The person on the other end seemed to be amused. "Fine, you want an interview. Come to the Tengha Villa now and apologize to me. We can discuss other things later." I looked at the wall clock. Today. If I went there now, what would happen? I knew very well in my heart. Not once had I gone to that place without something happening. So I refused outright. "Since it's work, let's schedule it during the day. Miss Xia, name a time, and I will definitely be there to apologize." Xia Qingshu knew my personality and didn't make things difficult. She said coldly, "Then 9 in the morning tomorrow at the Royal Golf Course." I had never been there, but I knew that Old Master Wen was a member. This golf course had an advantage. Family members of members only needed to give the member's name to get in. One card was convenient for the whole family. The next morning at 9, I arrived at the Royal Golf Course on time. At the entrance, I went to the registration counter. A beautiful receptionist greeted me. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. Are you a member here?" I nodded. "Wen Yuandong is my wife's maternal grandfather. Can I go in?" The girl looked surprised. "You're also the Wen family's son-in-law." She pointed to a figure not far away. That person also said he's the Wen family's son-in-law. "Mr. Wen is a big figure in our city. He only has one son and one daughter, how can there be two sons-in-law? I followed the receptionist's finger and saw Song Sin-yu. Song Sin-yu saw me too and seemed a bit surprised. The receptionist was now in a difficult position. Please wait a moment, I'll call our manager. The manager came over and immediately scolded her. Miss Wen already called ahead. Just let the man in. What's with all the fuss? My apologies for the trouble, Mr. Ge. The manager scurried over, scolding the receptionist beside him. The receptionist said aggrievedly she said a Mr. Ge was coming, but she didn't say two Mr. Gus were coming. The manager was also very surprised. How can there be two Mr. Gus? At this moment, Song Sin-yu had also walked up to me. Ian, why are you here too? He smiled at him. If I didn't come, how would I know someone was impersonating me outside? The manager, who had just arrived, looked at me, then at Song Sin-yu. Which one of you is the real Mr. Ge? There were quite a few people playing golf today. These rich young masters and ladies were idle and gathered around when they saw some gossip. Someone joked, what's this play in the early morning? The real and fake Mr. Ge. Xia Qingxiu, surrounded by a group of people, was also walking this way. Because her skin was much fairer than the average person's, she always looked noble and stylish. He saw her too. To be honest, in the past 3 years, I had rarely seen her in clothes, which is why I was so calm when I met her at the Ge family's grandmother's party. It wasn't because of her high status, but because her aura had completely changed. I didn't recognize her at all. A young lady beside Xia Qingxiu, Murongxiu, spoke up. Than is indeed a blessed land. No wonder the great Miss Xia couldn't bear to return to the capital for 3 years. Others also chattered. The manager was getting a headache. Looking at the two men in front of him, neither spoke. Song Sin-yu didn't dare to speak because of the large crowd. He was about to become a primetime anchor and couldn't afford such a stain on his reputation. Moreover, he understood my personality. Back in school, I never argued with him and always gave in. This time, Song Sin-yu also hoped I would take the initiative to back down. But the truth was not as he expected. He smiled at Song Sin-yu, saying nothing and not backing down. At a stalemate, someone next to Xia Qingxiu suddenly spoke up. Miss, I remember at the old master's 70th birthday party, the guests were Miss Wen and Mr. Ge, right? You must know who the real Mr. Ge is. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xia Qingxiu, including mine and Song Sin-yu's. Song Sin-yu's heart pounded. So the person in front of him was the great young lady Xia Qingxiu, the person he wanted to interview. Hope suddenly sprouted in his heart. I also looked at Xia Qingxiu. After all, we had slept together for 3 years. A little help at this moment shouldn't be too much to ask, right? At this time, the manager had walked over to Xia Qingxiu's side, clearly waiting for her to point someone out. Xia Qingxiu glanced at me and said coldly, I don't know any Miss Wen or Mr. Ge. If you want to know who the real Mr. Ge is, just video call Miss Wen and ask her to point him out. She can't possibly not recognize her own husband, right? Right. I was so foolish. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Xia. My heart sank. Seeing Xia Qingxiu also frowning slightly, I knew she did it on purpose. Very quickly, the video call was connected. Wen Yuding's voice came from the phone. Manager Zhao, what's the matter? Manager Zhao greeted her. Sorry to bother you, Miss Wen. He said Mr. Ge would be coming today, but now two Mr. Gus have arrived. Could you see which one is your husband? After speaking, Manager Zhao turned the camera to me and then to Song Sin-yu. Wen Yuding frowned, and almost without hesitation, said, the one in the white suit is my husband. Today, Song Sin-yu was wearing a white suit, while I was in a black one. The manager smiled brightly. Good. We won't disturb you any longer, Miss Wen. I'll take care of the rest. We will definitely treat Mr. Ge well. The call ended. Whispers erupted from the crowd. The hall had gathered a lot of people, and many began to mock. If you can't afford it, don't come here to play. Getting caught impersonating someone's son-in-law is so embarrassing. Being discussed by everyone, I seemed unfazed. Manager Zhao also walked towards me, his attitude clearly no longer as polite as before. Sir, you are not a member here. Please leave immediately. My expression was calm as I lazily took a card out of my pocket. Then can I sign up for a membership now? Can I go in? Everyone immediately fell silent. The manager was also very surprised. Yes, of course you can. But our membership fee is 10 million. No. Swipe the card. Many people still hadn't recovered from their shock. Those who had just mocked me were red-faced with embarrassment. Most of them used their father's or grandfather's membership card to get in here. The manager's attitude changed 180 degrees again, his smile even brighter than before. He didn't even pay attention to Song Sin-yu anymore, directly calling the receptionist to show the other man in while he cordially invited me to the VIP room to handle the membership registration. The young ladies next to Xia Qingxiu also showed interest. That card seems to be a leered black diamond card, right? There are only 50 in the whole world. All major banks accept it for free VIP services at 7-star hotels worldwide. It's a symbol of status. I remember Miss Xia has one too. In China, there are no more than 15 people with this card. What is this Mr. Gu's background? Those who had just mocked me were also wide. 10 million might not be rare, but owning that black card was truly rare. This wasn't something an ordinary rich person could possess. The organization that issues this card has an extremely strict review process. Even among the royal families of various countries, no more than 3 people possess this card. Of course, I didn't know all this. This was the salary card my senior sister opened for me. My annual dividends were all in this card. I didn't know how many hundreds of millions were in the balance. 10 million was nothing to me. Xia Qingqiu also seemed contemplative when she saw me take out that card. Whether it was the former Gu family or the current Wen family, neither was qualified to have this card. The royal golf course was vast. The people beside Xia Qingqiu were already holding their clubs, eager to play. Only Xia Qingqiu sat down in the rest area. The waiter brought exquisite sandwiches and pastries. She was used to having breakfast here, so her manner of eating was also very elegant, a mix of grace and a touch of laziness. She had a similar temperament to me, that innate casualness and confidence of someone who has been pampered since childhood. Song Sanyu walked over. Miss Xia, may I sit here? Xia Qingqiu looked up, her voice cold. This is a public rest area. Song Sanyu defended himself, his voice polite but exuding a sense of distance and coldness. He then said, Miss Xia, actually, I came here today specifically to find you. Xia Qingqiu still looked nonchalant. Mr. Song, what do you want from me? Song Sanyu was a little anxious. Miss Xia, allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Sanyu, a news reporter for the Vintham television station. Regarding the Paradise Resort project, our station would like to schedule an interview with you. Xia Qingqiu didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, saying indifferently, I'm not interested. Miss Xia, the Paradise Resort project is about to launch. You also need the buzz to attract investment. Right now, you most need an opportunity to prove yourself to Chairman Xia. That's why you chose the Paradise Resort project. You have been hiding here for 3 years for this project. It's clear how important this project is to you. Xia Qingqiu turned her head and gave Song Sanyu a cold glance. You seem to know a lot about my family's affairs. Being looked at like that, Song Sanyu felt a shiver in his heart. This woman's aura was too strong. But he still managed to say, the Vintham television station is the most authoritative traditional media outlet locally. The station is willing to cooperate with you, Miss Xia. In the future, whenever you need media power, we can coordinate. This is definitely a win-win choice. Xia Qingqiu didn't speak, seeming to consider something. At this moment, a noise suddenly came from the front. It turned out someone had started playing golf. Song Sanyu also looked towards the commotion. From a distance, he saw me surrounded by a group of young ladies, playing golf. I was tall, and my golf swing was precise and extremely graceful. The eyes of the aristocratic young ladies around me seemed glued to me. A flash of jealousy appeared in Song Sanyu's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. Just as he was about to continue speaking with Xia Qingqiu, she stood up and strode towards me. As she got closer, she heard Merangshu's admiring voice. Amazing, Mr. Go, are you a professional athlete? How about I become your student? He smiled. You're too kind. It's just an amateur hobby. Seeing Merangshu practically clinging to my arm, Xia Qingqiu spoke up unhappily, interrupting them. What are you all doing? Merangshu leaned on her golf club and said, Qingqiu, we've met our match today. This gentleman's golf skills put all of us to shame. I'm afraid only your level can compete with him. Someone else chimed in, how about Miss Xia has a match with Mr. Ge? I was waiting for this line. He smiled at Xia Qingqiu. Miss Xia, do you dare to compete with me? Before Xia Qingqiu could speak, I deliberately added, or is Miss Xia scared? Merangshu interjected, Mr. Ge, you don't understand our Qingqiu. Her skills are second to none in the upper class. No one dares to claim first place. He smiled. The unwritten rules of the upper class don't work so well in Vintham. The implication was that Xia Qingqiu was ranked first because others didn't dare to compete with her, not because she was good. Everyone looked at each other, secretly marveling at this Mr. Gu's audacity. Xia Qingqiu said coldly, how do you want to compete? I pointed to the wide area in front. This par 4 hole. Someone next to me said, Mr. Gu just got it in the hole in 3 strokes. Xia Qingqiu's voice remained calm as she told her caddy to bring her clubs. I continued, since it's a competition, there must be a prize. Xia Qingqiu grunted. What do you want? I didn't hesitate. If I win, will you give me your first ever exclusive interview? The people around looked eager to watch the show. Even Song Sanyu walked over. Xia Qingqiu snorted coldly. Let's talk after you win. When everything was ready, I said leisurely, Miss Xia, you go first. Xia Qingqiu didn't refuse, swinging her club with an extremely beautiful posture. Excited cheers erupted from the side. With just one shot, Xia Qingqiu sent the ball onto the green. Everyone rushed onto the green with Xia Qingsu. Then, Xia Qingsu switched to a putter and directly pushed the white ball accurately into the hole. The surrounding people applauded excitedly. Amazing. An eagle. A par 4 hole in just 2 strokes. Then everyone turned to look at me with pity. Mr. Gu, maybe you should just give up. Miss Xia is a national golf champion. Losing to her is no disgrace. He smiled. I haven't even hit yet, how do you know I'll lose? I took my golf club and walked to the tee box. Everyone just thought I was making a desperate struggle to save face. Everyone saw this as the limit. For a par 4 hole, getting it in within 4 strokes was already the level of a professional athlete. Getting it in 1 stroke less, a birdie, was already rare. 2 strokes, an eagle, was the level of a top athlete. Getting a hole in, 1 was harder than winning the lottery. I stood firmly on the tee box, raised my golf club high. The white ball drew a high arc in the air, flying straight towards the green. Everyone ran up to the green. Murong was the first to run up. Seeing no ball on the green, she was a little disbelieving. After searching for a while, she finally thought to check the golf hole. Sure enough, in the golf hole, she found the ball I hit. Murong paused for half a second, then excitedly held up the golf ball. Hole in 1. Mr. Gu got a hole in 1. Murong seemed even happier than if she had hit it herself. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. He actually hit a hole in 1. This required not only absolute skill but also absolute luck. The expressions of the young masters looking at me gradually changed from watching a show to respect. The news of me hitting a hole in 1 quickly spread throughout the golf course. More and more people flocked over. After all, a hole in 1 wasn't seen every day. Many people even wanted to take a picture with me. According to the rules, hitting a hole in 1 requires giving out large red envelopes to the caddies and staff. They seemed to have prepared in advance. In my sports bag were many red envelopes. I called the caddy over to distribute them to everyone. People were also surprised. Mr. Gu really came prepared. It seems that Mr. Gu was pretending to be weak when he hit it in 3 strokes earlier. After all, if you don't have absolute confidence, why would you prepare red envelopes in advance? I laughed and responded to the comments, then turned to look at Xia Qingsu. Miss Xia, your promise should still be valid, right? But Xia Qingsu replied coldly, I only said we talk after you win. I never promised to accept your interview if you won. My face froze. I seemed to see again the little vixen who liked to play tricks in bed. For example, every time we finished, she would promise it was the last time, but when I carried her to the bath, she would act coy and say she never said that. Thinking of these things, my face couldn't help but turn red. The people around began to help. Miss Xia, this isn't right. Since you gambled, you have to accept the loss. It's just an interview, right? Our Miss Xia can't be so petty. Seeing everyone surrounding me, an unreasonable anger rose from the bottom of Xia Qingsu's heart. I hate calculating people the most. Whoever speaks to him again, don't blame me for not considering you a friend anymore. Everyone looked at Xia Qingsu, surprised and scared. Although Xia Qingsu was a sheltered young lady, she was still very good to these friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gathered everyone for this big project. In essence, she wanted to pull everyone along to benefit. But for one person, she would say such words. Everyone could see that Miss Xia was really angry. The girls surrounding me all moved a distance away. Song Senyu looked at this scene, the corner of his mouth slightly curving up. Song Senyu and I returned to the tea station one after another. Neither of us mentioned what happened at the golf course. At the group meeting, Director Tang was very excited. Finally, it's our turn to get lucky. Lil Song, Xian, which one of you got the interview with Miss Xia? Song Senyu and I were both a little stunned. The others in the group were also very surprised. The director continued enthusiastically, Miss Xia has agreed to our interview. Just now, Xuan called to schedule it for 9 o'clock tomorrow for our people to go over. Miss Xia is giving our station 2 hours. Li Wei asked, so who's going for the interview? Director Tang said, they didn't say. They just told us to arrange for someone to be there at 9 o'clock. The director was also a bit surprised. Lil Song, Hian, why didn't you say anything when you got back? Who exactly secured the interview with Miss Xia? I frowned slightly. Xia Qingsu's attitude this morning was clearly a refusal. Why did she suddenly change her mind? While I was still silent, Song Sanyu had already spoken up humbly, Director, it was me. Director Tang was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. Little Song, I knew you were capable. Then you prepare for it. The interview with Miss Xia is at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do this well, and your future is limitless. Director Tang excitedly picked up the phone. I have to report this to the station director. This is a big deal. The central station director invited Miss Xia several times and failed. I can't believe our Vintham station succeeded. The director will definitely be very happy. Director Tang went out. Everyone surrounded Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu, you're amazing. How did you do it? As expected of a graduate from a prestigious university. Your abilities are completely different from some people. When you become the primetime anchor, you must treat us to a celebration. Song Sin-yu smiled, his expression humble. I was just lucky. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to Japanese food at Taiku Restaurant. Taiku was a high-end Japanese restaurant in Vinthon. They worked at the tea station, and their salaries weren't high, so no one had ever been to such a fancy place. Everyone was even happier, praising Song Sin-yu's generosity. Song Sin-yu stood up and walked towards me, who had been silent. Zian, come for Japanese food with us tonight. I packed my documents and smiled at Song Sin-yu. Sure. If someone's treating, of course I'll go. That night, the whole group went to Taiku Restaurant. Song Sin-yu had booked a private room in advance. More than a dozen people looked at the luxurious interior and flattered Song Sin-yu again. Song Sin-yu, do you come here often? Song Sin-yu replied humbly, no, just occasionally. This isn't a place ordinary people can afford. Song Sin-yu, you still lied to us saying your family was poor. How could your family be poor if you could study abroad? Song Sin-yu, be honest. Which wealthy family's young master are you? Song Sin-yu said, I'm not lying to you. My family background is really not good. I was able to study abroad all thanks to my girlfriend. Her family is well off, and she loves me very much. He studied abroad with her. After speaking, he glanced at me sitting opposite. Everyone let out envious sighs. We've had a bellyful of dog food before even eating. Li Wei led the way. When are you bringing your girlfriend for us to see? Song Sin-yu smiled shyly. All right, when there's a chance later. Although Song Sin-yu was answering other people's questions, his eyes were always on my face. It was just that I seemed not to notice, causing a flash of disappointment in the depths of Song Sin-yu's eyes. The waiter just happened to bring the tablet for ordering. Song Sin-yu directly handed the tablet to me. Hian, order whatever you like to eat. Don't be polite. I also took the tablet very naturally and started ordering. I ordered very quickly, and after a few minutes, I returned the tablet to Song Sin-yu. Do you want to check? Song Sin-yu directly gave the tablet to the waiter. No, your taste is definitely not wrong. Soon, the food started to be served. At first it was fine, and everyone ate very happily. But soon, Song Sin-yu discovered something was wrong. Why had it been 2 hours, and the dishes were still being continuously added to the table, along with all kinds of drinks? But everyone was immersed in the wonderful food and was praising his generosity. Song Sin-yu didn't say anything either. When it was over, the waiter brought the bill. Song Sin-yu was stunned when he saw the bill. 980,000. Why is it so expensive? The waiter patiently explained, because you ordered all the dishes on our menu, including some rare special dishes. The food cost is 180,000. In addition, you ordered 4 bottles of wine at 200,000 per bottle. Oh, and we also charge a 5 service fee. Song Sin-yu almost fainted. He simply didn't have that much money. When I was ordering, he thought that no matter how much I ordered, it wouldn't exceed 100,000. How could it be so much? The others were also stunned and started criticizing me. Gu Zan, are you deliberately seeking revenge? You were asked to order, and you ordered 980,000 worth. Do you have any shame? I smiled at the people opposite me. Why didn't you say anything while you were eating? The black truffle foie gras, the Kobe beef. Why didn't you say the ingredients were too expensive when you were eating? And the wine? I only ordered 1 bottle. You all ordered the rest yourselves. Everyone looked at me angrily. Gu Zan, you're still making excuses. I said calmly, since you think it's unfair to Song Sin-yu, why don't we split it evenly? Everyone here ate a lot. Splitting it evenly is the fairest. When it came to splitting the bill, everyone fell silent. Even if they split it, each person would have to pay nearly 100,000, which was several months of their salary. A girl standing next to Song Sin-yu spoke up. Sin-yu won't haggle with us over a meal. Song Sin-yu felt like he was being roasted over a fire. In fact, he and Wen Yuding didn't have much money. After Wen Yuding went abroad, the Wen family no longer provided financial support. Their 3 years abroad were not as glamorous as others imagined. Wen Yuding was too proud to ask her family for money. In Song Sin-yu's account, there was only a little over 100,000, which was his tutoring money from the past 3 years. He really couldn't afford to pay nearly 1 million for a meal. He had to call Wen Yuding. When she heard that a meal cost nearly 1 million, Wen Yuding's voice was a little angry. Song Sin-yu, did you eat a dragon? A 980,000 meal. Song Sin-yu's voice was hoarse. I got the exclusive interview with Xia Qingxu, so I treated my colleagues to celebrate. Gu Zan ordered the food. I didn't know he ordered so much and also ordered expensive wine. Hearing my name, Wen Yuding frowned, and her voice towards Song Sin-yu also softened a lot. Sorry, I misunderstood you. It turns out it was him causing trouble. Wen Yuding was silent for 2 seconds, then said, I'm nearby. I'll be right there. A minute later, Wen Yuding appeared at Taiku Restaurant. She first went to pay the bill, then entered the private room. Seeing Wen Yuding, Song Sin-yu hurried over to her. Yuding, you're finally here. In front of everyone, Wen Yuding gently put her arm around Song Sinyu's shoulder. Don't worry, I've already paid. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Li Wei led the praise. Song Sinyu, you're so lucky. Your girlfriend is both beautiful and rich. Song Sinyu smiled and introduced her to everyone. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wen Yuding. Li Wei looked surprised. I've heard that the heir of the Wen family is named Wen Yuding. Could it be? Wen Yuding said indifferently, it's just the same name. After speaking, she looked at me. Guzan, you come out here for me. Everyone was very surprised. He stood up and walked in front of Wen Yuding. Good girl, don't block the way. Wen Yuding was so angry she went crazy, directly grabbing my arm and pulling me out. Very quickly, we reached an empty private room next door. The door was closed from the inside. A series of actions left everyone dumbfounded. A trace of embarrassment also flashed on Song Sinyu's face. Song Sanyu, does your girlfriend know Guzan? Song Sanyu nodded. The three of us were high school classmates, so we know each other. Besides, he ended high school. He deliberately paused and didn't continue. Li Wei snorted coldly. I finally understand why Guzan hates you so much. He must have liked your girlfriend in high school but was rejected, so he's jealous of you. Song Sinyu deliberately defended me. It's not what you think. Besides, that's all in the past. On the other side, after pulling me into the room, Wen Yuding questioned me in a cold voice. Guzan, how many times have I told you not to bully Song Sinyu? Do you treat my words like air? I found a sofa and sat down. He voluntarily treated us. No one forced him. So you deliberately ordered those expensive dishes. You know Song Sinyu's family situation very well. You're just using the fact that you're richer than him to deliberately make things difficult for him. What's the difference between you and those petty people who use money to oppress others? I looked up, a clear flash of anger in my eyes. That's right, I know his family situation very well. I also know that you two don't have money now, so I deliberately bullied him. As for why, I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. I sneered and continued, 3 years ago, didn't you two know my situation? Yet you still betrayed me when I was at my most desperate. Compared to what you did, this little trick of mine is nothing. Wen Yuding's expression became serious. Guzan, you brought that situation upon yourself. You were the one who betrayed me first. Wen Yuding stared at my face with hatred. Guzan, what happened that summer of our freshman year of college? Do you dare to tell me? My face instantly turned pale. Wen Yuding, how did you know? Wen Yuding looked at my pale face, a clear trace of viciousness in the depths of her eyes. It was hateful that even when terrified to the extreme, this face was still so handsome it was outrageous. Who was that woman? He stood up, my eyes also turning cold. Shut up. Wen Yuding immediately became furious. Why did you marry me? Wasn't it because you couldn't go back to the Go family? If you were still the young master of the Go family, would you have married me? Would you have been willing to marry into the Wen family? Your so-called undying love for me now is just fear of losing your last lifeline, of losing the wealth and prosperity of the second half of your life. A hypocritical and filthy person like you isn't even worth a single hair on Song Sinyu's head. Enough. Wen Yuding. My fingers trembled slightly. I buried a secret in my heart, a secret that no one knew. I had never told anyone, always convincing myself that it was just a nightmare. I had originally succeeded in erasing that matter from my memory, thinking that no one in the world knew. But I never expected that Wen Yuding had known all along. I walked straight to the door and left. At this moment, Song Sanyu was standing at the door. I looked deep into Song Sanyu's eyes without saying anything, then walked away. Wen Yuding also came out from inside. Song Sanyu hurried over and asked, Yuding, what did you say to Zan? He looked very sad. Wen Yuding replied, nothing, I just mentioned that incident. Song Sanyu's face changed drastically. You promised me you wouldn't mention it in front of Zayan. I didn't want to either. It's his fault for being too much. It's good to teach him a lesson, to stop him from bullying you all the time. You're too kind. You're still thinking about him at a time like this. Song Sinyu frowned, a clear look of worry in his eyes. Dian will definitely suspect me. I drove away, the car speeding aimlessly down the highway. Not knowing why I had come to Starlight Villa, I found the bedroom light still on and drove directly in. The car stopped in the courtyard, and I got out and entered the house. Yakinkyu heard the car downstairs. Just as she reached the top of the stairs, she saw me starting to ascend. Having just showered, she was wearing a pink pajama set. Seeing me, she sneered, "Aren't you full of pride? I thought you would never actively seek me out again for the rest of your life." Expressionless, I walked up step by step. Seeing me get closer, Xia Qingqiu's heart began to beat faster. But as I drew near, she realized something was different about me today. My eyes burned with anger, and were filled with deep hatred. Xia Qingqiu frowned slightly. It was just a little public embarrassment during the day. Does he need to look like he wants to kill me? In the next second, I took another step, forcefully pulled Xia Qingsu into my arms with one hand, held the back of her neck with the other, and kissed her directly. My kiss was urgent and fierce, almost unreasonably brutal. Xia Qingsu froze. We had been together for 3 years, and this was the first time I had ever kissed her so aggressively. But the woman only paused for a second before responding with equal intensity. Her slippers were kicked off and tumbled down the stairs. Kissing passionately, the two of us stumbled into the bedroom. In the middle of the night, Xia Qingsu woke up and instinctively reached for the man beside her, only to find the space empty. She sat up with a start, and heard an engine roaring in the courtyard. Getting up, Xia Qingsu went to the balcony and saw me driving away from Starlight Villa. A trace of anger appeared in her eyes. It was always like this, he'd use her and leave, never considering her feelings. But thinking about my fierce demeanor tonight, as if venting some anger, she was sure something had happened, something more significant than a failed interview. Could it be because of Wen Yuding? At this thought, Xia Qingsu's expression immediately turned cold. The next morning when I arrived at the television station, everyone was gathered around Song Senyu. The news that Song Senyu would be interviewing the eldest daughter of the Xia family had spread throughout the station. Even the fact that he had hosted a 980,000 won banquet had become a hot topic of conversation. People from other departments came in droves to flatter him. Song Senyu was fully prepared for the interview. The team was massive. Usually, an interview only required a reporter and a cameraman, but this time there were over a dozen people, and they even assigned 2 assistants to Song Senyu. The station had created a special segment for this interview, with Xia Qingsu as the inaugural guest, showing just how much importance they placed on it. Although the appointment was for 900 m, Song Senyu led the team out at 800 m. Before they left, the station director personally came to see them off. Everyone was surprised. The director was always busy, and rarely appeared at the station. It was clear he had come for Song Senyu. He offered a few words of encouragement, and Song Senyu humbly replied, "Director, I promise to complete the interview perfectly." The director nodded and patted department head Tang on the shoulder. "You've truly found a great talent for our station." At 800 m sharp, Song Senyu led his team out. I sat at my desk, looking over a manuscript. Li Wei intentionally stood next to me, talking to a colleague. Song Senyu is amazing. He's only been here 2 days, and has already arranged an interview with the Xia family's eldest daughter. It seems the God of Interviews title will have to be passed on. Even the station director came to see him off. It looks like Song Senyu's position as the prime-time male anchor is secure. The Golden Microphone MC competition is next month, and the station only has 1 spot. It will surely go to Song Senyu. I sat there silently. At 820 m, Song Senyu's team arrived at the Chuan building. As soon as they got out of the car, someone was there to greet them. "Hello, are you from the television station?" "I am Gao King, Xiao Xia's secretary." Xiao Xia asked me to welcome you. They followed Gao King into the Chuan building. The 2 young assistants beside Song Senyu were excited. The CEO's secretary personally came to greet us. "Mr. Song, you have so much influence." "That's right. Is Mr. Song friends with the eldest Miss Xia? You wouldn't get this kind of treatment for a normal interview." Hearing their whispers, Song Senyu maintained a modest and gentle smile, but the corners of his mouth curved a little deeper. Upon reaching the meeting room, Gao King said, "Xiao Xia is in a meeting. She will come for the interview as soon as it's over. You can prepare in the meantime." Song Senyu nodded. "Rest assured, Secretary Gao. We are fully prepared." 10 minutes later, the meeting room door opened. Song Senyu quickly stood up and walked forward. He stood before Xia Qingsu and politely extended his hand. "Xiao Xia, I am Song Senyu, the host for today's interview. We met yesterday. I'm delighted you could accept our interview. It is also my honor to be the host for your first ever public interview." However, Xia Qingsu seemed to have no intention of shaking his hand. She frowned slightly, which gave Song Senyu a bad feeling. To avoid any awkwardness, he withdrew his hand and tried to get straight to the point. "Xiao Xia, we are ready. Shall we begin the interview?" But Xia Qingsu cut him off in a cold voice. "Wait. The host I agreed to be interviewed by doesn't seem to be Mr. Song." Song Senyu's heart sank, but he tried to maintain his composure and salvage the situation. "Yesterday, I told you that Vintham television station is willing to cooperate with the Xia group for mutual benefit. In the future, whatever the Xia group requires, our station will do its utmost to assist." Song Senyu still held a sliver of hope that his offer would move her. But Xia Qingsu was completely unmoved. "Yesterday, I lost a bet to Mr. Ge. Agreeing to this interview was his prize. Mr. Song was also there, so you should understand better than anyone." Xia Qingsu's tone was laced with meaning. "I, Xia Qingsu, accept my losses. I keep my word. Since I lost the bet to Mr. Ge yesterday, he must be the host. If Mr. Ge isn't here, today's interview is cancelled." With that, Xia Qingsu turned and left the meeting room. Song Senyu felt his hands and feet go cold. Behind him, whispers erupted. So it wasn't Mr. Song who arranged it with Miss Xia. The Mr. Gu she mentioned must be Gu Zian. It seems Miss Xia lost a go game to him and had to agree to the interview. Gu Zian truly is the god of interviews. There's no interview he can't conquer. But why did Song Sanyu say he arranged it? Exposed on the spot, Song Sanyu felt the world spin, but he gritted his teeth and pretended nothing was wrong. He turned around. I misunderstood yesterday. Please ask the department head to call Mr. Gu Zian to come. An assistant hurriedly called Department Head Tang, recounting everything they had just seen and heard. Department Head Tang was also surprised and quickly found me. Yian, you clearly won this interview. Why didn't you say anything? We almost misunderstood. He smiled brightly. Department Head, it's all the same whoever does the interview. Department Head Tang quickly waved his hand. How can it be the same? Your credit is your credit. Now even Xiao Xia insists it must be you. Go quickly. But I remained seated, still smiling. Song Sanyu has already gone. I won't go. I believe he is capable enough. We all work for the station. I'm not going to be petty about it. Department Head Tang gently persuaded, how about this? I'll have Song Sanyu come back and apologize to you. He looked at me tentatively. He said nothing. Knowing he had a chance, Department Head Tang immediately called Song Sanyu and told him to return to the station at once and invite me. Song Sanyu, of course, understood the meaning of invite, but he had no other choice. He quickly returned to the station. Department Head Tang reprimanded him. What's wrong with you? Miss Xia clearly agreed to an interview with Zion. Why did you say it was you? Department Head, I'm sorry. I spoke with Xiao Xia for a long time yesterday morning, and she didn't explicitly refuse. I thought she had tacitly agreed. I misunderstood. Song Sanyu put on an expression that made it hard to blame him. Department Head Tang said, go apologize to Zion. Song Sanyu nodded and walked to my desk. Dian, I'm sorry. This was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to steal your interview opportunity. Please go quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. I looked up and smiled at Song Sanyu. Song Sanyu, can everything be solved with a simple misunderstanding? Back in the day, when you and Wen Yuding were sneaking around at summer camp, you came back and explained it was a misunderstanding. Now, it's still a misunderstanding. Song Sanyu lowered his head, a wronged look on his face. What do you want me to do? I will listen to you. In the past, I was deceived by that same wronged expression. I had once been sincere with him. I treated him like a brother, fought for him, even took a knife for him. To this day, there's still a half-foot-long scar on my shoulder. The more you give, the more despicable it feels, doesn't it? Now, there was one more thing I needed to confirm. He stood up and looked at him. Song Sanyu, follow me. I walked into an empty classroom, and Song Sanyu followed. He slammed the door shut, blocking out the countless curious eyes outside. Inside, Song Sanyu immediately knelt down. He grabbed my hand. Zian, please forgive me this one time. If I lose this interview because of you, I definitely won't be able to stay here. I pulled my hand away. Song Sanyu, I'm going to ask you one question. Answer me truthfully. The incident during the summer of our freshman year of university, did you tell Wen Yuding? Song Sanyu's eyes seemed to avoid mine. Combined with past events, I was already certain that Song Sanyu had told Wen Yuding. But I wasn't sure if he had orchestrated it. Song Sanyu remained kneeling on the ground. Zian, I dare not hope for your forgiveness. Whether you believe it or not, I have lived in regret all these years. If you blame me, just hit me. If you hit me, I'll feel a bit better. Song Sanyu pulled my hand and slapped his own face with it. I pulled my hand back, and he started slapping himself. Soon, his face bore the red marks of a handprint. Frustrated, I grabbed his wrist. Song Sanyu, was it you who framed me? Did you set that whole thing up? A look of terror appeared in Song Sanyu's eyes. No, it wasn't. It's true I accidentally let it slip to Wen Yuding, but that incident had nothing to do with me. It really wasn't me. I curled my lips into a slight smile. Song Sanyu, I will investigate this. If I find out you were involved, I will absolutely not let you off. He stood up and left the classroom. Outside, a crowd of curious people had gathered. They could see Song Sanyu kneeling inside, the 5-finger mark clear on his face. Li Wei couldn't stand my arrogant attitude. Hu Zayan, you've gone too far. You dare to hit someone. Song Sanyu rushed out. No, Dian didn't hit me. I hit myself. Hit yourself. How could that leave a handprint? Song Sanyu just accidentally took your interview. Why did you have to beat him like this? Li Wei provoked Song Sanyu. Song Sanyu, you can sue him for assault. I raised an eyebrow and calmly said, I didn't hit him. He slapped himself. I couldn't even stop him. With that, I took out my phone, took a picture of Li Wei, quickly found a contact, and sent the photo. After doing all that, I gave Li Wei a radiant smile. Let me show Xiao Li's wife and see if the single-lidded girl she's been looking for is you. Li Wei froze on the spot. I turned and walked away. I let you off once, and you're still jumping around. You think I'm easy to bully. Soon, I arrived at the Shuin building. Gao King was still waiting for me at the door. Mr. Go, Seo Xia has asked you to go up to her office first. I followed Gao King up the private elevator to the office. When the elevator doors opened, I stepped into a room that looked like a bedroom. Jia Kingsu was sitting on the sofa, looking at me with a resentful smile. Run off right after sleeping with me. How irresponsible of you. He smiled and waved my hand. Come on, it's not like you lost out. I don't feel embarrassed. With that, I looked around the room and noticed the layout was identical to Starlight Villa. Jia Kingsu stood up, walked behind me, and wrapped her arms around my waist from behind. Her lips were close to my ear, and her voice was ambiguous. Why did you come looking for me last night? Actually, I regretted it. I clearly didn't want to get too involved with her anymore, yet I took the initiative to find her, and do that. I turned around, lifted Jia Kingsu's beautiful face, and gently kissed her lips. Of course, it was for the interview. See? Didn't you come to me today? Jia Kingsu raised an eyebrow and said coolly, if you don't want to say, then don't. But you've provoked me again. This time, I won't let you off so easily. As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of kisses rained down on me. Before long, I was pressed onto the sofa. Don't. I have an interview later. Jia Kingsu tried to restrain herself, her voice hoarse. Come to Starlight Villa tonight. I thought for a moment, then nodded. Jia Kingsu frowned. You agreed just as easily last time. He smiled. Don't worry, I won't abandon you this time. A short while later, the interview officially began. Because the information had been announced on the official channel since morning, the live broadcast room was flooded with thousands of people as soon as it opened. Jia Kingsu is the daughter of the richest family. I heard she's never shown her face publicly. I heard many media outlets, both domestic and international, wanted to interview her. I can't believe her first public appearance is at our small Vintham television station. Vintham station must have paid a fortune. The central station must be furious. Who is this host? He's so handsome. I don't recognize him. Is he a star? Jia Kingsu slowly walked into the interview room. The camera immediately focused on her face. The live chat went silent for a second, then exploded. Who is this beautiful girl? Give me all her information in 1 minute. Oh my god, can someone really be this beautiful? I recognize her, this is my long-lost wife. After Jia Kingsu sat down, I briefly introduced her as per tradition. The live chat had already erupted. So she's Jia Kingsu. Her beauty is exactly my type. She has money, power, and looks. Which door did God close for her? I began the official interview. Most of it was about the Paradise Resort project. For reasons related to the Wen Corporation, I had thoroughly researched this project and knew it like the back of my hand. Therefore, the questions I asked were very professional. In just a short 20-minute interview, the number of viewers in the live room soared to 1 million. Finally, we reached the end. I wore a professional smile. Thank you, Ms. Xia, for accepting the interview with Vintham television station. We currently have 1 million viewers in our live broadcast room. Everyone is very curious about you. We will now randomly select 3 questions from our enthusiastic audience. Please be so kind as to answer them. Jia Kingsu smiled and nodded. Okay. Under everyone's watch, the backstage team randomly selected questions from the live chat. The first question, Ms. Xia, do you have a boyfriend? As soon as the question was asked, I felt it was a bit intrusive. To lighten the mood, I smiled and said, it seems everyone is very interested in Ms. Xia's private life. If you feel this is inappropriate, we can change the question. But Jia Kingsu appeared very comfortable. I don't have a boyfriend, she answered decisively. I slightly pursed my lips, showing no emotion. Her answer was within my expectations. For the past 3 years, I could confirm that Jia Kingsu only had one man, but I certainly couldn't be called her boyfriend. So what was I? It seems lover wasn't right either. Lovers at least have feelings. We were just indulging in each other's physical warmth. The second question appeared on the screen. Ms. Xia, what type of man do you like? Jia Kingsu seemed to think for a moment before answering, good at cooking, with a mole at the corner of his eye. My heart stirred slightly. So, Jia Kingsu already had someone she liked. Of course I wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think she was talking about me. In the past 3 years, I had never cooked for her, so she had no idea about my cooking skills. As for the mole at the corner of my eye, I did have a very small one, barely visible unless you looked closely. Perhaps she had liked someone for a long time, and the reason she paid attention to me was because I resembled the person she liked, also having a mole at the corner of my eye. The live chat exploded again. I'm a terrible cook, but I have a mole at the corner of my eye. Miss Xia, would you like to check me out? The third question appeared on the screen. Actually, there was no need to choose. The entire screen was filled with the same question. I spoke, Ms. Xia, does the person you like you back? Hearing this question, Jia Kingsu suddenly turned to look at me. MC Go, what do you think? I feigned surprise. Ms. Xia, I don't know the person you have in your heart, so how would I know? But I believe the person Miss Xia likes must be very outstanding. Xia Qingqiu nodded in agreement. The line of people who like him could stretch from here to Paris. A sense of curiosity arose in me. What kind of person was this man in Xia Qingqiu's heart? When she spoke of him, I could see a light gleaming in her eyes. The live chat exploded once more. I can't believe the great Miss Xia has a secret crush on someone. It turns out that no matter how outstanding you are, you'll still be cautious and unsure in front of the one you like. So, does that lucky guy know that Miss Xia has a crush on him? I asked the question that everyone in the live room wanted to know most. So, Miss Xia, you don't know if the person you have in your heart likes you? Qingqiu smiled. I'm still waiting in line in Paris. I hope he doesn't keep me waiting too long. Her humorous reply instantly lightened the atmosphere. I also joked, the brave will enjoy life first. Ms. Xia, why not be bold and pursue him? You might succeed. With that, I turned to the camera to conclude the interview. Once again, thank you, Ms. Xia Qingqiu, for accepting our interview. We also wish you and your loved one an early union. The interview ended. The crew left the room one by one. I also tidied up, ready to leave. Just as I stood up, Xia Qingqiu grabbed my arm. Use me and run. That's just your style. I looked around. I have to get back to the station. It's still working hours. Xia Qingqiu looked at her watch. Your station is still working at 11:30. Have lunch with me, then go back. Reluctantly, I had to let the other members of the crew go back first. Lunch was brought to Xia Qingqiu's office by Gao King. The office was essentially an apartment. We ate at the dining table. I suddenly thought of something and laughed. Xia Qingqiu, who was peeling a shrimp, asked, "What are you laughing at?" I said slowly, "We've known each other for 3 years, and this seems to be the first time we've had lunch together." We had known each other for 3 years, almost always meeting at night. Occasionally we'd have dinner together, but never lunch. Xia Qingqiu placed the peeled shrimp in my bowl. That's because you only ever saw me as a tool to warm your bed. I was drinking soup and choked upon hearing that. Xia, can we not bring up the past? Xia Qingqiu stared at me and continued, the past can be left behind. What about last night? He suddenly ran over and attacked me. What was that about? She spoke slowly, but her tone was very serious, as if discussing a grave matter. This time, I really choked. I frantically looked for Anakin, and after calming down, I said, I'm sorry, I was a bit agitated yesterday. I promise it won't happen again. Xia Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Then wouldn't I be at a loss? I was stunned, rarely at a loss for words. Hu Zhan, do you want to be my boyfriend? I blurted out, I'm already married. Xia Qingqiu said, is that even called a marriage? Is it legally recognized? I was a little surprised. You know everything. Xia Qingqiu nodded. After a moment of silence, she spoke. When Yuding doesn't love you. You know that perfectly well. Why not switch to someone else? I think we're quite compatible. I looked at her and smiled. Xia, they say your skills in bed aren't bad. Hearing this, Xia Qingqiu frowned. She had so many good qualities, yet all I remembered was that her skills in bed weren't bad. I continued, we can continue to be together, but on one condition. Xia Qingqiu pouted at me. What condition? No talk of benefits, no talk of feelings. Just for fun. No strings attached. No interfering in each other's private lives. Hearing this, Xia Qingqiu seemed displeased. So you don't want to date me, you just want to sleep with me. I nodded. I knew we both had feelings for each other, otherwise, we wouldn't have been entangled for 3 years. But our statuses were too different. We definitely couldn't end up together. Thinking this, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Besides, I carried too many secrets. I had long since stopped believing in faithful love. Knowing Wen Yuding for over 20 years, from childhood sweethearts to mutual disgust, what in this world doesn't change? Xia Qingqiu was still not very pleased. He smiled faintly. If you don't agree, then forget it. Xia Qingqiu nodded. Fine. Then you move into Starlight Villa first. I didn't expect Xia Qingqiu to actually agree. I said, I need to take care of some things. After I'm done, I'll move over. This time, Xia Qingqiu didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, I returned to the television station. Tenlin put down his thermos and hurried to greet me. Yin, you are truly a hero of our station. The feedback on the interview has been excellent, and the viewership ratings have set a new record. Advertisers are fighting for spots on the show. Even the central station called to ask about our experience. The station director said he's going to reward you. He smiled. It's all for the station. It's what I should do. A crowd of people surrounded me. Mr. Ge, you're amazing. The news department's phone has been ringing off the hook. Everyone flocked around me, except for Song Xinyu, who sat in the distance, silently watching it all. That evening, I returned to the old Wen family villa. As usual, I first went to the study to chat with the old master for a while, then went back to my room and started packing. I planned to move out. In fact, I didn't stay at the old Wen villa every day before, I sometimes stayed outside, and the Wen family was used to it. But this time, I had planned to move out for good. Having lived here for 3 years, I still felt a lot of reluctance, especially since the Wen family treated me like their own son and gave me a place to stay when I was at my lowest. Sometimes I thought, if Wen Yuding hadn't come back, spending the rest of my life with the Wen family like this wouldn't be so bad. It was since Wen Yuding's return that everything seemed to gradually go off track. While lost in thought, the room door was pushed open forcefully. Wen Yuding's furious figure appeared at the door. She rushed over, grabbed my arm, and pushed me hard. I was squatting and packing, and the push sent me tumbling to the ground. Wen Yuding, what the hell is wrong with you? I shouted, not holding back at all. Yu Zhan, you still have the nerve to ask me. Stealing Song Senyu's interview wasn't enough, you had to publicly humiliate him too. I slowly stood up. Song Senyu told you stole his interview. Wen Yuding looked at me with hatred. He doesn't need to tell me. I know. You've loved to compete since you were a child. Whatever I learned, you had to learn too. You had to be better than me at everything. You love to snatch what belongs to others. Wen Yuding's mouth was full of ridicule. You're like that even with me, let alone with Song Senyu. It was true that I had that kind of personality as a child. When she learned Go, I also ran to join, but I always played better than her. Everyone praised me. After that, she stopped playing Go and switched to learning Wige. I also learned Wiki, and as a result, I won awards at home and abroad. She was so angry that she never touched Wiki again. It seemed the first half of her life was lived in my shadow. At this moment, I was a bit surprised that Wen Yuding brought up our childhood. It was true that as a child, whatever she learned, I would learn too. I simply wanted to spend more time playing with her, so I researched everything she was interested in. I never thought about being better than her or snatching anything. I never cared about fame or glory. I never expected Wen Yuding to think of me that way. But it was too late to explain these things now. He sighed. Wen Yuding, you won't believe anything I say now because, in your heart, and in your eyes, there is only Song Senyu. I paused for a moment. In that case, let's break up. Wen Yuding's smile became even more sarcastic. Threatening me again. Yu Zhan, can you come up with a new trick? I looked at her seriously. This time it's real. I'm moving out tonight. I'll explain to Grandpa and everyone later. Just then, the butler called us down to the dining room for dinner. I walked out. The atmosphere at dinner was a bit heavy. Both Wen Yuding and I had things on our minds. Halfway through the meal, I put down my chopsticks. Everyone looked at me. Mother Wen spoke up. Zhan, what's wrong? I slowly began, for the past 3 years, thank you all for taking care of me. I've decided to move out tonight. Upon hearing this, Mother Wen was horrified, then immediately turned and scolded Wen Yuding. Did you do something to upset Zhan again? He stopped Mother Wen. Yuding and I have decided to break up. Mother Wen couldn't believe it. You want a divorce? I said calmly, actually, we never registered our marriage from the beginning, so it doesn't count as a divorce. Everyone looked extremely surprised. Mother Wen was confused. But you clearly had a marriage certificate back then. It's still in the drawer at home. I replied, that's a fake. Bought it online for 9.99 yuan, shipping included. Mother Wen's expression changed. Nonsense, this is utter nonsense. At that time, the old master forced Wen Yuding to marry me. Right at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wen Yuding suddenly changed her mind. To deal with my family, I had to find someone online to make a fake certificate. In reality, Wen Yuding and I were never husband and wife. Mother Wen stood up and slapped Wen Yuding on the shoulder. It was you, wasn't it? It was you. From beginning to end, Wen Yuding remained grim-faced and silent. She never expected me to be serious this time. I was very calm. Mom, don't hit Yuding. It's not her fault. She just doesn't love me. Even if Yuding and I break up, in my heart, you all will always be my family. But you can't force feelings. Father Wen helped the sobbing Mother Wen. Breaking up now might not be a bad thing. Letting them both calm down might be good for their relationship. Mother Wen tearfully nodded. I moved all my luggage into the car. After saying goodbye to the Wens and the old master, I was ready to leave. Wen Yuding rarely followed to see me off. He opened the car door. Wen Yuding grabbed my arm again. Yu Zhan, are you done with your tricks? I smiled, a bit confused. You think I'm playing tricks? With that, I shook off Wen Yuding's hand and got in the car. After starting the engine, I rolled down the window, looked up, and smiled at Wen Yuding. Wen Yuding, this time, I'm really letting you go. I wish you and Song Senyu happiness. With that, the car immediately sped away from the old Wen family villa. Wen Yuding stood in the courtyard for a long time. In the past, when I clung to her, she was truly annoyed. But now that I had really left, she felt an emptiness in her heart. Especially my final smile as I left, that calm expression, neither sad nor happy, as if all grievances had been let go, made her heart feel uneasy. Hugh-san, can you really let go? Or is this just another act for everyone to see? Part 2 of Thor's latest update. I left the old Wind Villa and drove directly to Starlight Villa. Before long, a slender figure emerged from inside. I laughed. The great Miss Xie of the Xie family, what are you doing? Jia Qingsu knew what I was laughing about. She looked down at the apron she was wearing. And made dinner. Waiting for you to come home and eat. I was a little surprised. You know how to cook. Wait, how did you know I was coming today? The corners of Xia Qingsu's mouth lifted slightly. A woman's intuition. Without saying more, she opened the trunk, took out my luggage, and went inside. I wasn't in a hurry to unpack, following her to the dining room. The table was already set with a variety of delicious dishes. I was quite surprised. You made all this? Xia Qingsu nodded. It took 3 hours. There's also chicken soup. Let me serve you. I had barely eaten anything at the Wen family's house tonight. Seeing a table full of delicious food that was appealing in both color and aroma, I was truly hungry. We sat on opposite sides of the table and began to eat. I tasted the sweet and sour ribs and was amazed. This is delicious. How do you know how to cook? I was sent to the UK to study abroad at 13 and stayed there for 7 years. She said it briefly, but I understood. The UK is a global culinary desert. International students who want to eat authentic Chinese food have to cook for themselves. Therefore, most of them become skilled cooks. Do you usually cook for yourself? Xia Qingsu shook her head. Rarely. Today is for a celebration. I asked calmly, celebrating what? Xia Qingsu took the initiative to clear the table. Of course, to celebrate Mr. Gu abandoning the dark side for the light. After dinner, I stood at the door with a cup of coffee, watching her wash the dishes inside. This woman had a perfect model-like figure. Even her back was enough to make one's heart race. In front of others, she was always cold and aloof, seemingly unattainable. But in front of me, she seemed to transform into a different person. I recalled the past 3 years of supporting her. It was this woman who did housework, cleaned clothes, was versatile in bed, and then gently helped me bathe. I had always thought she was a well-trained seductress, but she had such an illustrious background. To this day, I still find it very contradictory. After finishing the cleanup, Xia Qingsu came out of the kitchen. Seeing me with a coffee cup, she frowned. Drinking coffee this late? Don't you want to sleep? He smiled. I have insomnia anyway. It doesn't matter. I had a habit of insomnia. Sleeping 3 hours a day was already good. Xia Qingsu, having slept with me for 3 years, knew this well. Xia Qingsu frowned slightly. Not being able to sleep is also good. We can do other things. With that, she came to me and naturally wrapped her arms around my waist. I tilted my face slightly. Why did you fake your identity? Xia Qingsu said calmly, you never seem to have asked about my identity. I pursed my lips. That was true. For the past 3 years, I never cared about her, nor was I curious about her. Although we often slept together, I knew nothing about her daily life. I asked again, did you know from the beginning that Wen Yuding and I were not really husband and wife? Xia Qingsu replied indifferently, I'm not interested in other people's husbands. I glanced at her. When did you find out? Xia Qingsu smiled. That night at the Black Horse Club. You were drunk and rambled all night. It was impossible not to hear. I was a bit surprised. Did anything happen between us that night? Xia Qingsu shook her head. Nothing happened. You just complained about being tired, and then fell asleep on me. Why didn't you tell me that nothing happened that day? I was inexplicably a little angry. Xia Qingsu said, if I did, would you still have supported me? Hearing this, I felt like I had been played. Tell me, as a prestigious young lady, why do you have such a strange hobby? You like being kept by someone. Xia Qingsu's hands on my waist tightened slightly. Everyone has their little quirks. Any more questions? I shook my head. No more. Xia Qingsu smiled. Then can we start now? With that, she leaned in to kiss me. I placed a hand on her lips. Today it is different from the past. Your identity is not the same as before. Since we've chosen to be together, we must establish 3 rules. Xia Qingsu took my hand, placed it on her lips, and kissed it lightly, appearing very patient. What 3 rules? First, we only talk about pleasure, not feelings. No falling in love. Second, we respect each other's private space and independence. The second floor is yours, the third is mine. Third, while we are together, neither of us can have other partners. I have no intention of sharing a woman with another man. If you have a better option, tell me in advance, and I will leave on my own initiative. Xia Qingsu nodded in agreement. I also don't have the habit of sharing a male partner with others. Agreed. I looked at her cold and beautiful face. You can also make your own requests. Xia Qingsu leaned closer, her voice already laced with desire. I only have one request. This time, when it ends is up to me to decide. I saw Xia Qingsu smile. As long as you abide by the rules of the game, you decide. Once any of them are violated, our relationship ends immediately. Xia Qingqiu's eyes darkened, her expression serious as if deep in thought. But in the next second, a dense flurry of kisses fell upon me. She had agreed. Tonight was the same as always, but the difference was that her identity had changed from a kept girl of 3 years to a high and mighty young lady. Mentally, there was still a slight difference. My sleep was still poor, but perhaps because I was too tired last night, I slept straight through to the morning. When I woke up, the space beside me was empty. I thought Xia Qingqiu had left, but unexpectedly, she had made a rich breakfast in the dining room. I didn't hold back my praise and sat down at the table to eat heartily. I didn't understand how, with such a naturally cold appearance, I had previously thought she was a promiscuous girl. Xia Qingqiu suddenly looked me straight in the eye. Were you satisfied last night? Before I could react, Xia Qingqiu smiled. I thought you weren't satisfied with my performance last night. How about we do it again? With that, a hint of desire appeared in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. I finally understood, a promiscuous person is still a promiscuous person. After eating, I went to the television station. As soon as I arrived, everyone surrounded me to congratulate me on becoming the prime-time host. A moment later, Li Wei came out of Tang Lin's office. As he passed by me, he said with hatred, "Gu Zin, I won't let you off." Then he left. People started gossiping. Li Wei's affair with the CEO's wife was discovered by his own wife. Yesterday, his wife had someone strip her naked in the street. It ended up on the hot search. How does she still have the face to blame Mr. Ge? She couldn't control herself and brought disgrace to the station, yet she still has the nerve to be here. The television station was also a place where people kick a man when he's down. In the past, this same crowd had talked about me like that. I just smiled, not paying it any mind. In the morning meeting, Department Head Tang began. Today, there are 2 things to announce. First, Li Wei has resigned for personal health reasons. Second, Department Head Tang looked at me, his eyes a bit complex. A colleague who was on good terms with me spoke up. The second announcement must be that our Mr. Ge has become the prime-time host, right? Everyone else chimed in, seemingly waiting to congratulate me. Only Song Sinyu sat quietly in a corner of the meeting table. A look of difficulty appeared on Tang Lin's face. Previously, I said that whoever secured the interview with Miss Xia would become the prime-time host. But this morning, Song Sinyu secured a 5-year advertising contract with the Wen Corporation. The contributions of both Zion and Song Sinyu to the station cannot be ignored. Therefore, I've decided to let you 2 compete fairly, using your professional abilities to win this position. As soon as he finished, everyone was astonished. A 5-year advertising contract with the Wen Corporation. The Wen Corporation's annual advertising budget is in the tens of millions, right? Song Sinyu, you're amazing. The whole meeting room started flattering Song Sinyu nonstop. The Wen Corporation was a leading enterprise in Vinthan. Their advertising budget was equivalent to dozens of small companies combined. Moreover, Song Sinyu had signed a 5-year contract. Perhaps even the station director would have to personally open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. In an instant, no one cared about me anymore. I understood this place well. It was always about connections and benefits above all else. After the meeting, Tang Lin came to console me perfunctorily. Actually, I still have high hopes for you. Your programs have always had the highest ratings at our station. I believe you won't lose to Song Sinyu in this aspect. This hosting competition is just a formality. In the coming week, Song Sinyu and I would take turns as the prime-time host. The T station was also holding a vote for the favorite prime-time host. Today is Sunday, the final day of the competition. Previously, the 2 of us had each hosted for 3 days, and based on the data, I had a commanding lead over Song Sinyu. Today, the station organized a side-by-side hosting session for the audience to vote and decide who would secure the prime-time host position. According to the current numbers, the role was undoubtedly mine. Whether in appearance or professional skill, I was flawless. I had previously hosted the 500 News, and had already built a considerable fanbase. Therefore, from the moment the broadcast began, my vote count had left Song Sinyu far behind. Just when everyone thought the prime-time host position was mine for the taking, a disaster struck. While we were on air, a hot search topic suddenly shot to the top of Weibo, quickly claiming the #1 spot. The topic read, "The mother of prime-time host Gu Zan is a murderer." The internet instantly exploded. Criticisms against me flooded in. The son of a murderer wants to be a prime-time host. What right does he have? His mother is the murderer, not him. Those are 2 different things. Like father, like son. A mother who kills her husband, the son is bound to be psychologically twisted. I can't stand the thought of watching a murderer's son read the news every day. It would give me psychological trauma. Within 10 minutes, the news had spread widely, and the voting results changed dramatically. My vote count nearly stopped increasing, while Song Sinyu soared at a dizzying pace. While reading the news, I could see the voting process and noticed the anomaly. I guessed something must have happened, but I remained professional and calmly finished the broadcast. After the broadcast ended, Song Sin-yu and I left the studio. Everyone looked like they wanted to say something but held back. The way they looked at me was complicated. "What's wrong?" I asked, confused. Zhao Yuan, the cameraman, spoke up. "Zian, check the Weibo hot search." I immediately took out my phone and opened Weibo. Seeing the news, my expression turned cold. A colleague next to me cautiously asked, "Zian, is what they're saying online true?" Others gathered around. "Zian, is your mother really a murderer? I heard you were at the scene when your mother killed your father. Zian, you've never mentioned your family or parents." At that moment, Song Sin-yu walked over. "Guys, stop asking. None of this is Zian's fault." He then looked at me with a concerned expression. "Are you okay? Don't pay attention to what's online. Your parents' lives don't represent your own." It sounded like comfort, but in reality, it was emphasizing the fact that I was the son of a murderer. I turned off my phone and looked up, a faint smile on my lips, but my eyes were chillingly cold. "Song Sin-yu, you did this, didn't you?" Song Sin-yu looked surprised and hurt. "Zian, what are you talking about? I just found out from the news myself." My smile deepened, and my eyes grew colder. "It's best if it wasn't you. Otherwise, you know my temper." Just as Song Sin-yu was about to explain, Station Chief Tang Lin approached with a serious expression. "Actually, your family matters have nothing to do with you, but this incident has blown up. The public backlash is too strong, and I have to consider the impact on the T station. The prime-time host position will temporarily be given to Song Sin-yu. We'll reconsider after things die down." I maintained a polite smile. "Yes, I'll follow the department's arrangements." Tang Lin let out a sigh of relief, and continued, "You haven't taken your annual leave in a while. Take a week off and get some rest." I left the station and drove straight to the Stellar Villa. The light in Xia Kingsu's study was still on. I went straight there. She was sitting at her desk, having clearly already showered, wearing a pink pajama set and staring thoughtfully at her computer. I walked up behind her, leaned close to her ear, and inhaled softly. "What shampoo did you use today? It smells so good." Xia Kingsu stood up naturally and hugged me. "Are you in a bad mood?" She had noticed my mood the moment I walked in. I nodded. "Yes, so I need some comforting." In the past, at this point, Xia Kingsu would have taken the lead. But today, she held my hand. "Is it because of the online post?" I was slightly surprised and smiled lightly. The busy Miss Xia has time to browse the web. Xia Kingsu pulled me with one hand and opened the laptop with the other. I found the person who posted it. "Take a look." I was a bit surprised, then looked at the screen. It was a video of a woman in a baseball cap posting from an internet cafe. The content was the top hot search topic. Xia Kingsu continued, "I've also investigated her identity. Li Wei, a colleague from your news department. She used to host the morning news. Do you have any conflicts with her?" My expression showed no surprise. "We have some history." I looked at the figure in the video and smiled. "But she's just a tool for someone else." Xia Kingsu stared at my face. "You mean she was directed by someone else?" My expression suddenly turned colder. "I know very well who it is." Xia Kingsu's voice was sharp. "How do you plan to handle it? Do you need my help?" I pondered for a few seconds, then closed the laptop and turned to cup Xia Kingsu's face. "No need. I can handle it myself. I won't trouble you, Miss Xia." Hearing the formal Miss Xia, she frowned slightly, but I took the initiative and kissed her. "Come to my room tonight." Naturally, Xia Kingsu couldn't refuse my invitation. The next day, I called Li Wei to arrange a meeting. Li Wei was still arrogant. "Sorry, the editor-in-chief of Levin has invited me for an interview. I'm afraid I'm not as free as you are today." Li Wei obviously knew I had lost the prime-time host position and was forced to take a vacation, which was practically a suspension. Her voice over the phone was gloating, but my tone remained calm. "If you're not free during the day, how about dinner at the new restaurant tonight?" My treat. The New was the most luxurious restaurant in Vintham City. Li Wei thought for a few seconds and agreed. She knew this was a dangerous meeting but wasn't afraid. That evening, Li Wei deliberately arrived an hour late, but I was still waiting patiently. She sat down opposite me. "I've just been hired as the editor-in-chief of Levin. I happen to need an assistant editor. Why don't you resign and come work for me? Though it's just an assistant, I'll protect you. It's better than sitting around at the T station." Li Wei's eyes were full of sarcasm and contempt. "I don't plan on changing jobs for now." Li Wei sneered, "I'm saying this for your own good. It's better to resign yourself and keep some dignity than to wait to be fired. Do you think the station chief will keep the son of a murderer who tarnishes the station's image? Even if he wanted to protect you, the station director wouldn't agree." I got straight to the point. "Isn't my current situation you're doing?" Li Wei feigned innocence. "Zan, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. If I had dirt on you, I wouldn't have waited until today." I opened my phone and showed Li Wei a video. After watching it, her face changed drastically. She never expected the video of her posting from the internet cafe to be found. A flash of panic crossed her face, but she quickly composed herself. Yes, I posted it. So what? I didn't slander you. Your mother being a murderer is a fact. I looked at her calmly. Li Wei, I didn't come here today to settle scores with you. You were right about one thing. If you had this information, you wouldn't have waited until now. I just want to know who gave you these materials. Although I already had an answer in my heart, I wanted to confirm it. Li Wei snorted coldly. No one gave them to me. Zan, I investigated it myself. He frowned. But the internet only revealed my mother was a murderer. It didn't mention the child, whopping with the Go family. A remained calm. I just want to know who gave you those materials. Li Wei still looked arrogant. You want to know? I'm deliberately not telling you. I glanced at her. If you tell me now, maybe I won't hold you responsible. Li Wei laughed loudly. Zan, still pretending at a time like this. What power do you have now? I'd like to see what you can do to me. I smiled, picked up my phone, stood up, and made a call. It was to Xia Kingsu. The call connected quickly. Can you do me a favor? I asked. A few minutes later, I returned to my seat. Li Wei mocked. Zan, stop the act. Do you think one phone call will scare me? Who do you think you are? Li Wei was completely unafraid. She had already deleted the original post. At most, I could report her to the police for defamation, which would just mean a small fine. But soon, Li Wei received a call from the editor-in-chief of Levin. Editor Li, I'm afraid we can't offer you this position. Li Wei panicked. Editor-in-chief Wine, didn't we already agree? It seems you've offended someone. I can't say much more. In short, this is an order from above. After hanging up, Li Wei looked at me in disbelief. She had been secretly planning to get the editor position at Levin for months, spending a lot of money and connections to secure it. She screamed hysterically, Zan, what trick did you pull? How dare you ruin my career? My expression turned cold. You were the one who was uncooperative. I forgot, you have a good relationship with the editor-in-chief of Levin, right? Did you sleep with him? Zan, don't think I'm afraid of you. If I can't be an editor at Levin, there are plenty of other media outlets begging me to join them. I glanced at her and continued, I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere. You've been blacklisted by all media agencies. Seeing the certainty in my voice, she suddenly panicked and hurriedly made a few calls. To her shock, what I said was true. The major newspapers and magazines she had good relations with had all received a ban concerning her. Li Wei collapsed into her chair, staring at me. Who are you? So foolish. You don't even know who you've offended. A tall figure suddenly appeared behind me. Li Wei looked up, her face filled with terror. Xia Kingsu stood behind me, one hand gently resting on my shoulder. I looked up, slightly surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you last night? Today is Kin Menjiao's birthday, and the party is at the new restaurant. I didn't expect you to have a meeting here too. Then, Xia Kingsu's gaze fell on Li Wei, instantly turning icy. Li Wei's face turned pale. From our attitude and conversation, she could tell our relationship was not ordinary. She could only beg for mercy. Miss Xia, please spare me. It wasn't me, it was Song Sanyu. He gave me all the materials. The day I resigned, he suddenly handed me a file and told me to post it online on the final day of the competition. I was just Song Sanyu's tool. Li Wei knew what would happen if she offended the great Miss Xia. However, Xia Kingsu had no intention of sparing her. Even a tool deserves to die. Don't let me see you again. Li Wei's face was ashen, so desperate she couldn't speak. I had gotten the answer I wanted and slowly stood up. Xia Kingsu took my hand, her eyes gentle, and walked out of the restaurant with me. I looked at her. Thank you for your help. I owe you one. Xia Kingsu said coolly, you just said you owe me one. Coincidentally, here's a chance for you to repay it immediately. I turned to look at her. What chance? I just said Kin Menjiao is celebrating her birthday here. Everyone else has a boyfriend with them, only I don't. It's quite embarrassing. Why don't you come have a few drinks with me? We can go home together later. I nodded. Alright, let's go. The door to the private room was pushed open, and a lively atmosphere hit us. The room was spacious, with a table full of fruits and a huge, already cut birthday cake. Thanks you, you're back. Where did you go? A young master immediately came forward, but when he saw me beside Xia Kingsu, his expression changed, and his voice became high-pitched and hostile. Kingsu, who is he? The others reacted one by one, looking towards the door. They were all stunned to see Xia Kingsu bringing a man. He is my boyfriend. Xia Kingsu's voice was soft but loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. However, everyone's jaws nearly dropped. It was well known in the upper-class circles that the line of men pursuing Xia Kingsu stretched all the way to Paris, but she never gave any of them the time of day. The reason was that she already had a man in her heart. For him, she had even remained chaste and avoided a political marriage arranged by her grandfather. She had even moved to Vinthem, a small city thousands of miles from the capital. Xia Qingxu had lived in Vinthem for 3 years, half for the Heavens Resort project and half because her grandfather had arranged a marriage for her with the sole heir of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, Qin Liji. Boyfriend. How can you have a boyfriend? Are you worthy of me? Xia Qingxu smiled coldly. What does my having a boyfriend have to do with you? Qin Liji frowned. Xia Qingxu, you're fine. You know very well that my grandfather values me the most, and has already tacitly agreed to an engagement with my family. It just hasn't been officially announced. Xia Qingxu's lips curled into a cold smile. I never acknowledged it. Since it was your grandfather's decision, you should go talk to him. Qin Liji looked at the woman before him in disbelief. Seeing a fight was about to break out, Qin Menjiao hurried over to mediate. Liji, the marriage isn't set in stone. Don't make a scene. Qin Liji was furious. Sister, whose side are you on? Are you just going to let my sister-in-law keep a boy toy on the side? Qin Menjiao walked over to Xia Qingxu. Qingxu, he's my brother after all. Give me some face, and don't argue with him. Then, Qin Menjiao turned to me, a look of surprise in her eyes. So it's you, Mr. Ge. We met at the Royal Golf Course. I acted naturally. I was having dinner here by chance and heard it was Miss Qin's birthday, so I came over to ask for a piece of cake. Qin Menjiao was quite pleased. I'm honored that Mr. Ge would grace us with his presence. The room was filled with Xia Qingxu's close friends, and they all looked at me with knowing glances, guessing her intentions for bringing me here. To be personally acknowledged as her boyfriend by Miss Xia herself, those 3 words alone were enough to guarantee a lifetime of wealth and glory. Qin Liji was furious. At his grandmother's party, Xia Qingxu had completely ignored him. For her, he had given up the opportunity to study abroad and traveled thousands of miles to this small city just to see her a few more times. He never expected her to bring another man and publicly declare him as her boyfriend, humiliating him like this. If word got out, he would become a laughingstock. Qin Liji sat on the sofa, staring at me. Xia Qingxu sat beside me, her eyes full of affection, even peeling fruit for me. The great Miss Xia of the Xia family, when had she ever done that for a man? The flames of jealousy and rage burned fiercely in his heart. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. When Xia Qingxu stepped out to take a call, he picked up a piece of cake and walked towards me. Everyone else in the room was busy with their own things, and no one noticed him. He approached me from behind, raising his hand to smash the cake on my head. But I, sitting at the Magong table, seemed to have eyes in the back of my head. Just as the cake was about to land, I abruptly stood up, my shoulder bumping into Qin Liji's elbow. His arm was jolted upwards, and the large piece of cake landed squarely on his own face. Qin Liji's face and hair were covered in cake, making him unrecognizable. He was furious. Useless pretty boy, you did that on purpose, didn't you? He swung a punch at my face. I had studied Sanda. I wasn't going to be hit that easily. A slight tilt of my body was enough to dodge it. In contrast, Qin Liji stumbled into a table and tripped over a wine bottle on the floor, looking utterly pathetic. The people around looked at each other awkwardly, not intervening. One was the birthday girl's brother, the other was Miss Xia's boyfriend. Helping either would offend the other. Besides, Qin Liji was known for his arrogance in their circle, so everyone just watched. But it was clear that Qin Liji was no match for this Mr. Ge. Although Mr. Ge seemed to only be dodging, he clearly had some martial arts skills. His evasive movements even had a touch of elegance. In contrast, Qin Liji, who was wildly attacking, looked more and more pathetic, with a large bump already forming on his forehead. Just then, Xia Qingxu walked in. I quickly hid behind her. Qingxu, I think Mr. Qin is drunk. Hearing this, Qin Liji became even angrier. You bastard, how dare you even say Qingxu's name? I'm going to rip that mouth of yours apart today. Qin Liji charged forward to hit me but was blocked by Xia Qingxu. Qin Liji, don't push it. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving your sister face. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Qin Liji pointed to the bump on his forehead and the cut on his knee from the wine bottle, but Xia Qingxu just turned to me. Are you hurt? I shook my head. The environment here isn't for me. I want to go home. Xia Qingxu took my hand. Alright, let's go now. She then led me away. Outside the room, I smiled and asked, was my performance to Miss Xia's satisfaction? Xia Qingxu replied, a perfectly good birthday party, and you made the host's brother look like that. And you ask if I'm satisfied. I shook my head. As a lady from a great family, you couldn't openly break ties with your best friend's brother. So you needed a useless pawn to shift the responsibility of breaking the engagement onto someone else, while also hurting Mr. Qin enough to make him give up and stop bothering you. The interests between great families are complex, and of course, both sides must maintain their dignity after an engagement. If Xia Qingxu wanted to break it off, she needed a scapegoat. I, of course, was the best choice. That way, even if the Qin family was dissatisfied, they would only direct their anger at me, This useless pretty boy. Jia Qingxiu smiled lightly without saying anything. You're overthinking it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Even after exhausting myself in bed, sleep wouldn't come. I got up and sat on the rattan chair on the balcony until morning. I kept weighing a decision. For so many years, despite all the wrong things Song Senyu had done to me, I had never pushed him to his death. Because I was the one who pulled him out of hell. But, Song Senyu. Now I'm going to push you back into hell. As dawn broke, I picked up my phone and dialed a number. Auntie. Do you know if Song Senyu has returned to the country? At 800 m, the gate of the T station was bustling with people. My car was parked nearby. A moment later, I saw a middle-aged woman at the gate. It was Song Senyu's mother, Li Qifan. She was dressed in rags, her hair a mess, but her eyes glittered with a certain greedy light as she stared at the people entering the station. Finally, she spotted Song Senyu. Li Qifan grabbed his arm. Song Senyu, it really is you. You unfilial brat, you came back to the country without saying a word. At first, Song Senyu didn't recognize the woman, but when he saw her face clearly, his eyes filled with horror. Mom. Why are you here? The middle-aged woman slapped him across the face and started causing a scene. Everyone come and look at this unfilial son of mine. I worked so hard to raise him, sent him to college, and now that he's grown up, he doesn't care if his own parents live or die. His father is crippled and bedridden, and he doesn't even bother to ask. He has no conscience. The surrounding crowd was drawn in. Someone recognized Song Senyu and tried to pull them apart. Li Qifan immediately threw herself on the ground, wailing, my life is so bitter. I raised an ungrateful son. What kind of damn host is he? He doesn't even take care of his own parents. Song Senyu trembled all over, his fear of Li Qifan ingrained in his very bones. He was speechless. Beneath the fear, a deep resentment showed in his eyes. The looks of sympathy and pity from the crowd pierced his heart. Song Senyu screamed hysterically, I don't know her. She's just a mad woman. I don't know her at all. I sat in my car, coldly watching it all unfold. Seeing Song Senyu tear off his hypocritical mask and scream like a maniac, I coldly put on my sunglasses and drove away. Just 2 hours later, I received a call from Wen Yuding. Hu Zayan, get your ass to the hospital now. I asked calmly, what's wrong? Song Senyu is in the emergency room. If he has any permanent injuries, I will not let you go. After hanging up, a wave of irritation washed over me. I only told Li Qifan about Song Senyu's return, just giving him a taste of his own medicine. I didn't expect his mother to be so ruthless. In the end, I still drove to the hospital. When I arrived, Song Senyu was out of the emergency room and in a high and VIP room. I walked to the door, which was slightly ajar. I could see everything inside. Song Senyu was leaning against Wen Yuding, weakly speaking. Only Zayan knows about my family. We don't even have a tea at home. My mother is illiterate and never watches the news. Tian must have told her. He knows she's a blood-sucking demon. I was controlled and abused by her since I was a child. I nearly died at her hands. Now that she's caused a scene at the station, everyone knows my mother is a madwoman. I have no face left to show my colleagues. I worked so hard to get this host position, and Zayan did this to me. Wen Yuding gently comforted him, it's okay, you still have me. At that moment, I raised my hand and knocked. They both looked towards the door. Seeing me, Wen Yuding's anger erupted. Hu Zayan, you actually dare to show up. My face was calm. I asked the doctor. It's all just superficial injuries. Wen Yuding sneered. You sound very disappointed. Song Senyu's eyes were full of grievance and innocence. Did you tell my mother? I didn't deny it and nodded. Yes. Song Senyu glared at me with hatred. It was you. Why would you do that? You know she's a demon. Why would you push me into hell? He said coldly, the same reason you did. Song Senyu was stunned, then said, I know. You must think I was behind the online posts. I didn't do it. I would never do something like that. I can swear. I cut him off. Don't swear. What's the point of pretending? Hearing this, Song Senyu's face turned pale. Wen Yuding couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, raising her hand to slap me, but I caught her wrist firmly. Wen Yuding glared at me. Du Zayan, you are a lunatic. The biggest regret of my life is ever loving you. My smile deepened. You once loved me. If you truly loved me, you wouldn't have been swayed by Song Senyu's words and stood against me. If you truly loved me, you wouldn't have stabbed me twice more when I was at my lowest. Our relationship has come to this point. Have you never once suspected Song Senyu? We were childhood sweethearts, grew up together. Even without love, we had a revolutionary friendship of over 20 years. We were once inseparable best friends, the innocent first love of our youth. And now, we've become enemies. Wen Yuding seemed stunned. Song Senyu is very kind, not like you, always pretending. A sneered, took out a recorder, and played it. Li Wei's voice came out, it was Song Senyu. All the materials came from Song Senyu. The day I resigned, he suddenly handed me a file. Wen Yuding's expression gradually turned serious. She had seen the post. Indeed, many parts were slanderous, using ambiguous language to pin labels on me like son of a murderer, like mother, like son, and psychologically twisted. After hearing the recording, Song Senyu's face turned white. It's not me. This is fake. Li Wei is framing me. This recording is fake. Guze, and how could you frame me like this? My lips curled slightly. This recording is indeed fake. I had someone record it. It's not Li Wei's voice at all. But how did you know Li Wei was the one who made the posts? Song Senyu's face turned pale, and he was speechless. I walked to his bed, grabbed his chin. Song Senyu, you better remember this. This is just the beginning. If I find out you were behind what happened before, you will die a miserable death. With that, I turned and left. Wen Yuding stared at the weak Song Senyu on the bed, and for the first time, she didn't step forward to comfort him. Song Senyu panicked. Yuding, believe me, Yan set me up. It was all his trap. You know how much he hates me. My head hurts so much. Song Senyu suddenly clutched his head. Wen Yuding rushed forward to call for a doctor. She held his hand. I believe you. Don't get agitated, Senyu. I'll always believe you. Song Senyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But once the seed of doubt is planted, it will grow wildly. That night, Wen Yuding returned to the apartment she shared with Song Senyu. She was packing some clean clothes for him, but my words echoed in her mind all day. Wen Yuding, our relationship has come to this point. Have you never once suspected Song Senyu? When she reached the study, she paused. Song Senyu's laptop was on the desk. For the first time, she opened his laptop. It was password protected. Wen Yuding tried her birthday, the day they went abroad together, none were. Just as she was about to give up, something flashed in her mind. She entered another set of numbers. The computer unlocked. The password was Guzan's birthday. How obsessed must Song Senyu be to use his birth date as a password? Wen Yuding frowned and opened the computer. It didn't take long for her to find a folder. Inside were all the original photos from the online post, exactly the same as what was posted. But the save date was over a year ago, when they were still abroad. This meant that Song Senyu had indeed collected this information for someone else while they were abroad. He had intended to gather dirt on me back then. Not only that, Wen Yuding found several other files on his computer, all related to Guzian, all information that could ruin his reputation. Most of it was taken out of context and fabricated, such as high school bullying, taking advantage of female classmates, and so on. They had gone through high school together. Wen Yuding knew very well I had never bullied anyone and was not a bad student. In fact, I was outgoing, sincere, and excelled academically, loved by both teachers and students. This was clearly slander. If any of it were exposed, it could push a public figure like me into an abyss. The room was dark, and the flickering light from the screen illuminated Wen Yuding's emotionless face, making her look somber and profound. These past few days have been a rare period of leisure for me. I slept in until the sun was high. My senior sister had been rushing me for design drafts, so I used the free time to design 2 sets and sent them to her. Jia Qingxiu had been on a business trip abroad for 3 days and just returned today. At noon, I received a message from her asking me to come to her office for lunch. Since I was bored anyway, I drove my car directly into the underground parking of the Xuan building and took Jia Qingxiu's private elevator straight up. As I opened the door, I met her personal secretary, Gao King. Gao King wasn't surprised. Mr. Go, Miss Xia is still on her way, she'll be here in about 10 minutes. I grunted in acknowledgement and sat down in Jia Qingxiu's office chair. There was a stack of documents on the desk. I glanced over and saw a familiar photo. It was a picture of Ge Haoming. I couldn't help but pick up the file. It was a resume. Ge Haoming was applying for the position of planning director. A layer of meaning appeared in my eyes. In my second year of university, Ge Haoming stormed into the Go family home with a DNA test report, and both our lives were turned upside down. Ge Haoming's adoptive mother, who was my biological mother, had planned the baby swap 20 years ago to take revenge on the Ge family. According to Ge Haoming, he had been abused since childhood. This pushed Can Heelan's guilt towards her biological son and her resentment towards my biological mother to the peak. So, Can Heelan vented all her anger and hatred on me. The mother who had loved me since childhood suddenly wanted to push me to my death overnight. I really couldn't accept it. At that time, I thought if I died, maybe I could awaken a little of the motherly love that once existed. So I chose to slit my wrists. But the truth proved otherwise. Recalling those painful memories, a part of my heart still boiled. I closed my eyes, then looked down at Ge Haoming's photo. The sole heir of the Ge group, doing well in his company. Why would he apply for a position at Xu Lan? Probably because of Jia Qingxiu. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and Jia Qingxiu's figure appeared. I didn't get up, just looked up at her. You're back. Jia Qingxiu walked over and hugged me directly. He smiled. Miss me that much? Jia Qingxiu's eyes were deep. 3 days apart felt like forever. I'm really poisoned by you. With that, she sat on my lap, her red lips pressing close. I stayed in Xia Kingxu's office for a long time. That afternoon, I received a call. It was from Gi Yuandong. Xian, come home for dinner tonight. You haven't been back in a long time. Dad misses you. One sentence, Dad misses you, made my nose sting. Actually, Gi Yuandong had treated me well. When Qin Hulin insisted on kicking me out, it was he who stopped her. Moreover, at the party where Gehaming was officially recognized, Gi Yuandong announced in front of everyone that I would forever be the eldest young master of the Ge family. He agreed. Okay, I'll be back tonight. In the evening, I arrived at the Ge family villa. The housekeeper, my Sezengok, was overjoyed to see me and welcomed me in. Eldest young master, you're finally back. The master said you were coming tonight, so I specially made your favorite dishes. You must eat a lot later. My Sezengok had watched me grow up, and our bond was deep. She was heartbroken but helpless after the incident. A little warmth rose in my heart. Thank you, my Sezengok. Gehaming came downstairs. My Sezengok, what are you doing? The kitchen stinks. My Sezengok quickly explained, second young master, I made some durian milk cakes that the eldest young master likes. I just cleaned the kitchen thoroughly, there's no smell. Gehaming glared at us. What eldest young master? A murderer's son counts as an eldest young master of the Ge family. My Sezengok, you better remember, there is only one young master in this family, and that is me, understand? My Sezengok's face was pale. She was 70 years old, and had raised 2 generations of the Ge family. Even the master respected her. But since the second young master returned, he had always been yelling at her. Seeing Ma Sezengok silent, Gehaming ordered again, Ma Sezengok, throw away all that stinky stuff. From now on, durian is banned in the Ge family. Ma Sezengok trembled. But these are all young master Xian's favorites. Gehaming glared at her. Ma Sezengok, do you still want to work here? Do you believe I can send you back to your village tomorrow? My Sezengok's wrinkled eyes filled with tears, her lips trembling as she looked at me helplessly and apologetically. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, put them in my car. My Sezengok nodded and left. Gehaming walked up to me, his expression arrogant. I heard you were suspended by the tea station. He smiled. Brother, you care about me so much. Gehaming also smiled. Your scandal was on the hot search for days. It was hard not to know. You Xian, don't think you're still the eldest young master of the Ge family. After losing your job, you want to come back here to win sympathy from our parents. They are my parents, not yours. You are just the son of a murderer. You don't deserve these glamorous things. You should stay in the dark corners where you belong. My smile deepened. Compared to me, you're the son who was raised by a murderer for 20 years. Your feelings for her must be much deeper, right? Hearing this, Gehaming's expression changed. She doesn't deserve to be my mother. I glanced at him. So you refuse to testify in court, turning her self-defense into intentional homicide, resulting in a life sentence. Gehaming's face turned pale. What are you talking about? Nothing. I walked past Gehaming, intending to go upstairs, but he chased after me and blocked my way. Xian, make it clear, what do you know? Gehaming's face was pale, clearly a little panicked. He was afraid I knew something. But on second thought, it was impossible. If I knew, how could I have stayed silent for 3 years? He smiled at Gehaming. What do you think I should know? Gehaming was uneasy, but his expression was fierce. He hated my innate calmness. Xian, you are just a dog kept by the Ge family now. You should know your place. If you dare to bite your master, you will surely die a horrible death. Gehaming's voice was full of warning and threat. He sneered. A horrible death. Just by you. Gehaming was furious. What are you so arrogant about? You have nothing now. Don't think I don't know. Wen Yuding is back, but she'd rather be with anyone else than look at you. Your parents don't want you, your wife despises you, and you've lost your job. You're no different from a stray dog now. Yet you dare to bark in front of me. My smile deepened, without a trace of anger. I looked at Gehaming with contempt, as if looking at a clown. I heard that the more insecure and fearful a person is, the louder they shout. It's the same with dogs. Gehaming was stunned, his eyes wide. Xian, you dare call me a dog? It seems if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. Gehaming raised his hand to hit me, but I caught his wrist. A murderous intent flashed in my eyes. But when I looked up and saw a figure appear at the top of the stairs, I suddenly grabbed Gehaming's wrist with force and then let go. Then, I fell backward onto the stairs. Brother, what did I do to offend you? You hit me as soon as I got back. I immediately retracted my previous aura, holding onto the banister. Gehaming's wrist was in excruciating pain from my grip. He had clearly felt the murderous intent in my eyes just now, and now he saw my seemingly weak appearance. But he didn't care and moved forward to kick me. At that moment, a voice rang out. Gehaming, what are you doing? Go Humming turned around and saw Gi Yuandong and Kin Heulin standing at the top of the stairs, looking down. Go Humming immediately reacted. Dad, Mom, it was clearly him who tried to hit me. Gi Yuandong came down. I've told you many times, Xian will always be a part of the Go family and your older brother. Go Humming was furious. He hadn't even hit him, but his own wrist was in agony. Kin Heulin stepped forward and took Go Humming's hand. Why are you scolding our son for an outsider? Humming has suffered enough because of him over the years. Isn't that enough? With that, she pulled Go Humming into the dining room. As they left, Go Humming turned to look at me, his eyes full of triumph and provocation. During dinner, Gi Yuandong asked, Hian, why didn't Yuding come with you? I mumbled, she's busy with work. We were as close as family. Gi Yuandong probably knew long ago that when Yuding and I had broken up, Go Humming added from the side. What were? I heard when Yuding is back in the country and has been out with another man the whole time, completely avoiding him. Gi Yuandong glared at Go Humming and then sighed. Yuding is the girl we watched grow up. She's been devoted to you since she was a child. I believe that if you just put in a little more effort, she'll come to her senses sooner or later. Both our families are well aware of the situation between me and Wen Yuding. I'm afraid the reason you suddenly called me home for dinner today was at the Wen family's request. I know my own business. Seeing my resolve, Gi Yuandong didn't press the matter further. After dinner, he said, stay the night. Your room hasn't been used in a long time. I glanced at Kin Heulin. She remained cold-faced, not even looking at me. My heart grew cold. Having already died once, what hope was there left? Just as I was about to refuse, my phone suddenly rang. It was Li Tingting, Wen Yuding's best friend. Xian, Yuding is drunk. Can you come and pick her up? I conveniently used it as an excuse. Yuding is drunk. I'm going to pick her up, so I won't be staying here tonight. Gi Yuandong's face lit up with joy. Alright then, you should go quickly. Soon, I arrived at the private room where Wen Yuding was. I pushed the door open to a noisy scene. Everyone was drunk, some singing, some drinking. I knew most of the people there, they were Wen Yuding's best friends, and also my best friends. Some were even closer to me than to her. The moment they saw me, the room fell silent. Li Tingting hurried over. Xian, you're here. I organized a party to welcome Yuding back, but I didn't expect her to be in a bad mood today, so she drank a lot. I glanced at Wen Yuding, who was lying on the sofa. Shouldn't you have called Song Sanyu? Why call me? Who is Song Sanyu? I don't know him. You two have been a pair since childhood, and you're the rightful son-in-law of the Wen family. Who else would I call? These people all knew the story between the three of us. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. I glanced at Wen Yuding. Can she still walk? Li Tingting had someone help Wen Yuding up, and she followed me out. Just as we reached the lobby of the Splendor Club, Wen Yuding suddenly sobered up. She pushed away the two people supporting her. Let go of me. I am not drunk. I can still drink. I walked up to her. Can you walk? If you can, then walk on your own. Wen Yuding stared at me with hazy eyes for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged me tightly. Her voice was soft. Xian, I miss you so much. I froze, my back stiff, not because of the sudden hug, but because of those words, I miss you. It had been a long time since I'd heard them. An indescribable bitterness welled up inside me. Wen Yuding hugged me tightly and began to sob like a child, her shoulders trembling slightly. Xian, why don't you want me anymore? Why? I was dazed for a moment before snapping back to reality. Yuding, you're really drunk. You're starting to talk nonsense. I patted her back gently. Yuding, look closely. I'm Gizayan, not Song Sanyu. But she continued, Gizayan, you can't abandon me. Others can look down on me, but you can't. You can't despise me. I became like this all because of you. All because of you. How can you be so cruel? Hearing this, I was confused, but my intuition told me something was off. Perhaps I could find out why Song Sanyu drove a wedge between us back then. I used a coaxing tone, there. I won't abandon you. Tell me what happened. Why would you say that? Across the way, Xia Qingxiu and her group had just exited the elevator and stopped. As Xia Qingxiu, the leader of the group, didn't move, the others naturally didn't dare to. Everyone followed her gaze to a man and woman embracing in the lobby. In Menjo teased, the atmosphere in Splendor has really gone downhill lately. Public displays of affection everywhere. Song Bingding added, they don't look like staff. They seem more like a young couple having a spat, using alcohol to confess their feelings. As everyone was laughing, Qin Menjo suddenly noticed something was wrong. That man. He looks like young Mistress Xia's boyfriend. Hearing this, everyone seemed to remember something and looked towards Xia Qingxiu. Sure enough, her expression had turned frighteningly cold. Qin Menjo seemed to discover something else. And the woman he's holding. She looks like Miss Wen. No wonder he wanted to compete with the Wen family's horse at the golf course that day. So he really is Miss Wen's lover. Everyone was shocked. So, does this Mr. Ga play both sides? Keeping Miss Wen on a string while seducing our young mistress Xia. They all looked at Xia Qingxiu again. By now, her face was devoid of expression, but the aura she emitted was terrifyingly cold. No one dared to speak further. On my side, I couldn't get the answer I wanted. Wen Yuding was so drunk she was nearly leaning her entire body on me. I had no choice but to support her out of the lobby. The group cautiously observed Xia Qingxiu's expression. Song Bingbing snorted coldly. Ying City is such a small place, yet this man has the audacity to play games with our young mistress Xia. Sister Qingxiu, how about you let me handle him? I have my ways, I guarantee I can help you get your revenge. Xia Qingxiu said nothing. The others thought she agreed with Song Bingbing, but in the next second, Xia Qingxiu suddenly turned and slapped her. Song Bingbing was stunned. Xia Qingxiu stepped forward and grabbed her by the collar. You dare touch him, and we'll see what happens. With that, Xia Qingxiu let go of Song Bingbing, turned, and strode quickly towards the exit. Everyone was speechless. Young Mistress Xia might seem cold, but she had always treated her close friends well. Yet just now, everyone saw the clear murderous intent in her eyes. Menjo lamented, it seems Qingxiu has truly fallen for that man. Xia Qingxiu went outside just in time to see me helping Wen Yuding into a car and driving away. She hadn't driven today and couldn't catch up, so she took out her phone to call me. I had just picked up my phone and saw the call from my golden canary when the battery died and the phone shut off automatically. Driving on the highway, I took Wen Yuding directly to the old Wen family villa. Her family had already gone to bed, so I had to carry her to her room by myself. After getting her settled, I intended to leave, but Wen Yuding suddenly woke up again and held onto my hand tightly. Seeing her in a half-conscious state, I had the idea to probe further. But it was as if Wen Yuding had lost her memories of the past 3 years, only talking about things from before, mostly from our childhood. As she was talking, Wen Yuding suddenly lifted her shirt, pointing to a scar on her waist. Yuzian, you despise me, don't you? But you once said you would be responsible for me for the rest of my life. Even if I were disabled, you'd be responsible for me forever. I looked at the scar on her waist, and my heart trembled. This was from an injury when we were 12. We were at an outdoor adventure summer camp. I got hungry in the middle of the night and crawled out of the tent, dragging Wen Yuding with me to steal a few packs of instant noodles to cook over the campfire. But when the noodles were done, as Wen Yuding was lifting the pot, the handle suddenly broke. The entire pot of boiling water and noodles spilled onto her waist. Wen Yuding was severely burned. I remember she was in the hospital for a very long time. He stayed by her bedside day and night. At the worst point, the doctor said that if the infection couldn't be controlled, they might have to amputate. I cried and told Wen Yuding that even if she became disabled, I would take care of her for the rest of her life. After she was discharged, she never brought it up again, nor did she tell me how severe the injury was. This was the first time I had seen the wound. It was uneven, with varying depths, truly horrifying. Memories flooded back. I looked at her wound, my eyes turning red. Yuding, why would you say that? I have never despised you. Wen Yuding's face was filled with extreme pain. You wrote it in your diary, and you still want to deny it. I was so badly injured, I became a cripple. I'm not good enough for you. I looked bewildered, and before I could ask more, Wen Yuding suddenly went berserk, pushing me out the door. Go away. I don't need your pity, and I don't need your sympathy. With a slam, she shut the door. I had intended to leave, but I ran into Mother Wen on my way out. She was overjoyed to see me, holding my hand and asking after me kindly. In the end, she insisted I stay the night. Seeing that it was late, and there were a few things I still wanted to clarify, I agreed to stay in the adjacent room. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. What did Wen Yuding's words mean? And what was this diary she mentioned? I woke up early the next morning, and went to the dining room for breakfast, where I ran into Wen Yuding. When she saw me, a flicker of a complex emotion seemed to cross her eyes. Did you bring me back last night? I sat down naturally and started eating breakfast. You were drawn. Li Tingting called me. Wen Yuding was silent for a moment. Next time, I'll tell them we've already broken up so they won't bother you anymore. My expression was calm. As you wish. Wen Yuding stared at me. About the online post, I've investigated it thoroughly. It was Song Senyu. I don't know why he's targeting you, but I apologize on his behalf. I glanced at her without a word. Wen Yuding continued. I can also compensate you. You can name any condition. I frowned slightly. Really? Any condition? A hint of vigilance flashed in Wen Yuding's eyes. As long as it's within my power. I found it laughable, she was acting so defensive. Relax, I'm not going to ask you to leave Song Senyu and come back to me. Wen Yuding's frown seemed to deepen. I lazily tore a piece of bread and put it in my mouth. Song Senyu set me up, and I've already retaliated. Please pass on a message to him. Let's call it even. But if he tries any tricks behind my back again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Senyu slandered me online, causing me to lose my prime-time anchor position. I had his mother cause a scene at the tea station, which I considered a fitting retaliation. Besides, Song Sin-yu was likely in for more headaches in the coming days. Wen Yuding was silent for a moment, then spoke. I was drunk last night. Did he say anything? I remembered the scar on her waist, and my gaze involuntarily fell to her waistline. Wen Yuding seemed to notice, and her face turned pale. A hint of guilt appeared on my face. I didn't know you were injured so badly back then. A flash of anger and disgust appeared in Wen Yuding's eyes. Huzayan, don't look at me with that expression. She saw through the guilt and pity in my eyes. If it were real, it would be one thing. But it's fake, an act. Clearly, you're disgusted yet you have to pretend to be guilty. How hateful. I'm sorry, my intelligence is just that low, I retorted. Hearing this, Wen Yuding glared at me. Huzayan, stop acting in front of me. It's obvious you're disgusted by me in your heart. You even cursed me to die, and now you're pretending to be a saint. I picked up on the key point in her words. What on earth did I do to make you think that? It was written clearly in your diary back then. Do you still want to deny it? I did have a habit of keeping a diary since childhood, but I don't remember ever writing disgusting words or curses about Wen Yuding in it. Moreover, one of my college diaries seems to have gone missing. After that, I stopped writing in a diary altogether. You've seen my diary. Tell me, what exactly did I write? Even after so many years, the thought of what I had written in the diary still pained Wen Yuding. You know what you wrote. If you won't say it, then bring out the diary. We can confront it directly. I guessed that my missing diary was in her possession. Wen Yuding snorted coldly. I'd burned it long ago. The atmosphere became incredibly tense, like gunpowder about to explode. I calmed myself down first. I told you before that Song Sin-yu drove a wedge between us, and maybe you didn't believe me. But by now, you should be able to see that Song Sin-yu isn't as pure and harmless as you imagine. However, you've already chosen him. The past doesn't matter anymore. A dark glint flashed in Wen Yuding's eyes. I continued, I'm tired. I don't want to fight with Song Sin-yu anymore. Help me pass on a message to him. I've already given you to him, so tell him not to cause me any more trouble. Otherwise, what once belonged to me, even if it no longer does, I will take it back. Wen Yuding lifted her head and stared at me, her expression cold, a chilling glint in her eyes. Her voice was just as cold. Huzayan, I am a person, not an object that can be given away at will. I found it amusing. Isn't this the outcome you two wanted? What more do you want from me? After leaving the Wen family villa, I went straight to the Galaxy Villa. I hadn't slept well last night and planned to catch up on sleep. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the house, I saw Xia Qingsu coming down the stairs. She stopped when she saw me. I greeted her casually, going to the office. Xia Qingsu didn't answer, just stood on the stairs looking down at me. It wasn't until I walked past her that she spoke. Why didn't you answer your phone? I took the phone out of my pocket. It died. I noticed Xia Qingsu's expression wasn't good, so I softened my tone. Did you wait for me last night? I told you I had something to do, and not to wait. Xia Qingsu looked straight into my eyes. You didn't say you wouldn't be coming home. I chuckled and moved closer, as if to comfort her, lightly touching my lips to hers. Sorry, my love. I'll let you know in advance next time. With that, I tried to go around her to go upstairs and sleep, but Xia Qingsu grabbed my arm. Huzayan, what do you take me for? A dog you keep. You pet me when you're happy, and kick me aside when you're not. Her voice held a trace of anger. I didn't understand why Xia Qingsu was so angry first thing in the morning. I had clearly told her not to wait. However, over the past 3 years, she had occasionally thrown these kinds of tantrums. I patiently coaxed her. I really had something to do yesterday. How about I make it up to you tonight? Usually, coaxing her to this extent would be enough for her to back down. But this time, her expression didn't soften at all. Instead, it grew colder. Was yours something to do hugging Wen Yuding in the lobby of Splendor? I quickly realized. You were at Splendor last night too. It seemed Xia Qingsu had seen me with Wen Yuding, which was why she was so furious. I thought for a moment, and decided to explain. She was drunk last night. I took her home. Xia Qingsu frowned. She was drunk, so you had to take her home. Huzayan, what is your relationship with her now? For the sake of the Wen family's kindness to me, it's not unreasonable for me to take her home. Xia Qingsu laughed. Is it really for the kindness of the Wen family, or do you still have feelings for Wen Yuding? I heard everything you said when you were hugging her yesterday. You called her Yuding so intimately, and you said you would never abandon her, coaxing her like a child. A sarcastic smile played on Xia Qingsu's lips. Am I not enough to satisfy you? Why are you in such a hurry to get back together with Wen Yuding? My gaze quickly turned cold, but I kept a smile on my face. Miss Xia, you've crossed a line. Our relationship isn't close enough for me to have to explain these things to you. So please, don't adopt the tone of a wife interrogating a criminal. We are just using each other for pleasure. We are not husband and wife, nor are we lovers. I can only say that I have not violated our agreement. As for my heart and my thoughts, you have no right to interfere. Of course, if Miss Xia is tired of this, you can end the relationship at any time. I will move out immediately. Jia Qingxu stared at the handsome man before her. My meaning was clear. I didn't sleep with Wen Yuding, but my heart still held a place for her, so she shouldn't interfere. Jia Qingxu even suspected that if she were to say let's end it, I would leave in a heartbeat, possibly even popping a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Jia Qingxu stormed off. I suddenly felt even more tired than I had at the Wen family home. I had just argued with Wen Yuding, and now this. I could understand that anyone would have a bit of a possessive streak, that's normal. But I hadn't violated our agreement. If everyone expected me to bow my head and coax them, it was just too exhausting. I slept for half the day, and my phone finally charged. When I turned it on, the screen was full of missed calls, all from Xia Qingxu last night. She had even called at 4 a.m. She had waited for me all night. A sight, an indescribable feeling welling up inside me. I wasn't as carefree as I appeared. When Wen Yuding first returned, why did I choose to break up with Xia Qingxu? It was because I realized I seemed to have developed some unusual feelings for this golden canary of mine. I couldn't allow myself to fall into a trap of love, which is why I wanted to sever the relationship completely. But I never expected that the person I was teasing was the great young mistress Xia. The tables turned instantly. It was no longer up to me to end things, the power was in Xia Qingxu's hands. But from the bottom of my heart, I didn't want to get too entangled with her. Xia Qingxu was an even bigger pit of fire than Wen Yuding. If our relationship soured from this, causing Xia Qingxu to let go on her own, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing after all. Just as I predicted, Xia Qingxu didn't return to the Galaxy Villa for the next few days. I didn't send her a single message. Every night, I wondered if our relationship would just end like this. As the days passed, the weight in my heart gradually lifted. It felt like I had finally escaped a powerful figure I shouldn't have provoked. A corner of my heart felt lighter. But for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to be happy. My leave of absence was almost over. Just as I was contemplating whether to quit my job, Tang Lin called, telling me to come back to work tomorrow and anchor the 7 prime time news. I was very suspicious. Tang Lin wouldn't have given me back the prime time anchor position for no reason. Sure enough, when I checked the internet, the previous posts about me had taken many new turns. First, someone dug up that my biological father, Zhao Daking, was a gambling addict who frequently committed domestic violence. Next, a person claiming to be a righteous teacher went online to speak up for my biological mother, Yang Ruyan, saying she was a very kind and gentle person. Furthermore, some of the families Yang Ruyan had previously worked for as a maid also came forward to vouch for her character, saying she was a good person and not the cruel murderer rumors made her out to be. A neighbor accepted a press interview, saying they had personally witnessed Zhao Daking abusing Yang Ruyan on the day he died, so it was very likely that Yang Ruyan had killed him accidentally in self-defense. Someone also revealed that I, the prime-time anchor, had been switched at birth in the hospital and was raised as the young master of the Ge family. For a short time, the internet was in an uproar. First, there were doubts about the verdict in Yang Ruyan's case, with some even calling for a retrial. Second, there was heated discussion about the real and fake young master story of the Ge family. Ge Haoming's identity was also dug up. My name and Ge Haoming's both appeared on the hot search list. Yang Ruyan is so pitiful, abused by her husband for 20 years. The one time she fought back, she accidentally killed her abuser but got a life sentence. The anchor shouldn't be affected by this. Besides, he grew up as the young master of the Ge family. When people were criticizing him, he could have completely denied the relationship, but he didn't disown his biological mother. Does being switched at birth really happen in real life? That real young master, Ge Haoming, is also very pitiful, growing up in that kind of environment. Online public opinion about me had done a 180-degree turn. People were even calling for me to return as the prime time news anchor. I originally had just over 100,000 followers on Weibo, but overnight, it skyrocketed to 3 million. Tang Lin must have been eyeing this traffic, which is why he let me return to the prime time slot. Of course, I didn't think the internet could change its tune so drastically on its own. There was definitely a guiding hand behind it. To be able to investigate Yang Ruyan's case in such detail and control public opinion was not something an ordinary person could do. Was it Xia Qingxu? For the first time, I hesitated. I took out my phone, intending to call her several times. That evening, while I was still hesitating, my phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Qingxu. I looked at the phone, thought for a few seconds, and then answered. After connecting, I didn't speak first. Xia Qingxu was silent for a few seconds before her voice came through the line. If I don't look for you, you'll never look for me, will you? I retorted. Were you behind the things on the internet? Anicap. That's right. It cost me quite a bit of money. How do you plan to thank me? I laughed too. Then how about I treat you to dinner tonight? We met at Yunding restaurant. Since all the private rooms were booked, we could only sit in the main dining area. I chose a spot near the window and started ordering. At that moment, a voice rang out. What a coincidence. Brother, you're here for dinner too. I looked up and saw Ge Haoming with Kim Hyulin and Gi Yuandong. I stood up, looked at Kim Hyulin, and called out, Mom, Dad. Kim Hyulin gave me a cold glance and didn't respond. Gi Yuandong explained, we came to check out the venue. Next Sunday is Haoming's birthday, and we plan to throw a big party for him in the banquet hall here. Before I could say anything, Ge Haoming quickly interjected, next Sunday is also brother's birthday. Since we were born on the same day, how about we celebrate together? I waved my hand. No need. I don't want to steal the spotlight from my younger brother. Ge Haoming sneered, you think you can steal my spotlight? Realizing Gi Yuandong and Kim Hyulin were present, he quickly changed his tone. Mom, brother is still the eldest young master of the Go family. Let's not let outsiders think our family mistreats him. I want to celebrate my birthday with my brother to show everyone that the children of the Go family get along, unlike the recent rumors. The online topic of the real and fake young masters was relentless. Everyone in Ying City now knew about the Go family's switch at birth saga. The angriest person was, of course, Ge Haoming. He had worked so hard to become the legitimate young master of a wealthy family, and now the whole city knew he grew up in such a scandalous family, his adoptive mother a murderer, his father a gambling addict. Although most people online pitied and sympathized with him, he didn't want their sympathy. He was a chosen one. What right did those commoners have to pity him? The internet was even saying that the Ge parents favored the fake son they had raised for 20 years over him, their biological son, and that he had no status and a miserable life in the Ge family. Therefore, for this birthday, he had invited almost the entire upper class of the city, along with numerous media outlets. He wanted to show everyone his status in the Ge family, and what Gu Zayan's status was. So, Gu Zayan had to be at this birthday party. With this in mind, Ge Haoming said to his parents, Mom, Dad, I really want to celebrate my birthday with my brother. Kim Hyulin glanced at me. The news online has had a huge impact on the Ge family and Haoming. For the sake of your own face, you disregard Haoming's reputation. Have you considered how much this will affect him? I understood. Kim Hyulin thought I was the one who released the news about me and Ge Haoming, about the real and fake young masters. I didn't bother to explain. No matter what I said, she wouldn't believe me, she'd just think I was making excuses. I smiled and asked, so what? Kim Hyulin replied, you have to come to Haoming's birthday this time. I don't care how you two fight on a daily basis, but on that day, you must put on a show of brotherly affection for me. Not just for Haoming's future, but for the honor of our Ge family. Whether you like it or not, this is a debt you owe Haoming, a debt you owe our family. One word, debt, left me speechless. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Gi Yuandong stepped in to mediate. Your mother actually wants you to come too. She's just harsh with her words. You haven't come home for your birthday in 3 years. Come back this time. He smiled. Alright, I'll be there. As long as my younger brother is happy, I'll do anything. Hearing this, Gi Yuandong patted my shoulder. That's my good son. Seeing the smile on my face, Ge Haoming had a bad feeling, but he didn't believe I could cause any trouble. I had a weak spot, and that was Kim Hyulin. As long as Kim Hyulin was on his side, he could always keep me down. Just as Ge Haoming and Kim Hyulin left, Xia Qingxiu arrived. What are you spacing out about all by yourself? I looked up and immediately smiled. I was thinking about you. Initially, Xia Qingxiu was still feeling wronged. For the past few days, she had resisted looking for me, and I hadn't looked for her either, not even sending a single message. It made her stare at her phone every day, and people at her company thought she was going crazy. But now, seeing my handsome smile, the resentment in her heart inexplicably vanished, leaving only a hint of bitterness and helpless self-reproach for being so weak. Xia Qingxiu's cold, beautiful face softened considerably, but she still huffed lightly. Nice words. If you missed me, why didn't I see you looking for me? I chuckled. Young Mistress Xia is a busy woman. How would I dare to disturb you? She knew I was making an excuse, but she couldn't bring herself to expose it. Xia Qingxiu knew that if she hadn't taken the initiative to find me this time, we would have been over. I handed her the menu. You order. It's my treat today, an apology to young Mistress Xia. Xia Qingxiu pouted. What good is an apology? What would we need the police for then? I looked up and glanced at her. You've made your point. Hearing that, Xia Qingxiu obediently sat down. The first confrontation ended in her complete defeat. The highly respected young Mistress Xia had learned a lesson. In front of this heartless man, she couldn't play games like pouting or disappearing, or she would just give someone else an opportunity. By then, it would be too late for tears. During the meal, Xia Qingxiu spoke up. I've been investigating your mother, Yam Ruyan, these past few days and unexpectedly found a few surprising things. I knew Xia Qingxiu investigating Yam Ruyan was also a way to help clear my name. Xia Qingxiu took out her phone and showed me a video. I was very surprised. How did you get this? I knew Yang Ruyan didn't intentionally kill him. For years, I had been looking for a breakthrough to appeal the case, but Ge Haming refused to testify. The neighbor's testimony couldn't prove Ge Haming was at the scene at the time. But the video Xia Qingxiu just showed me was of Ge Haming running out of the crime scene on the night of the incident. The video had a date and timestamp, which was indeed after Zhao Daking's death and before the police arrived. With this video, it could be proven that Ge Haming was present at the scene on the night Zhao Daking died. He must have seen Zhao Daking abusing Yang Ruyan. It was very likely that Yang Ruyan's actions would be considered excessive self-defense, not intentional homicide. I asked, how did you get this video? Xia Qingqiu explained, across from your mother's house is a school that was under construction 3 years ago. Opposite their house was a parking lot. I found a delivery truck parked there that day. It had a dashcam that happened to record that moment. Impressive. Although Xia Qingqiu only said a few sentences, I knew how difficult it must have been to accomplish this. I also knew Ge Haming was at the scene that day but couldn't find any evidence. I couldn't force him to testify either. Thank you. You've really helped me a lot. I saved the video to my phone, but I didn't want to discuss these matters further with Xia Qingqiu, so I changed the subject. I owe you a favor. How do you want me to repay you? Xia Qingqiu disliked my clear-cut attitude and frowned. But I like it when you owe me favors. He smiled and ignored her. We started eating dinner. Ge Haming went out and then came back to Qin Hulin and Ge Yuandong. He couldn't make things difficult for me in front of them, but I had exposed his relationship with Yang Ruyan. He was still holding that grudge against me. When Ge Haming returned, he saw me having dinner with a woman. A little bit of steak sauce was on the corner of my mouth. The woman stood up, and while wiping the sauce for me, she leaned in and kissed the corner of my lips. I didn't resist at all, and even smiled brightly. Ge Haming was sitting with his back to the woman's seat, so he could only see her back. Though it was just her back, Ge Haming could clearly tell from her figure that she was definitely not Wen Yuting. Ge Haming was extremely shocked. Yu Xian is cheating. After the initial shock, Ge Haming's heart filled with joy and satisfaction. He didn't expose me on the spot. Instead, he took out his phone, recorded a short video, and immediately sent it to Wen Yuting. Wen Yuting received the picture while handling discharge procedures for Song Senyu. It was from Ge Haming. She didn't have a good impression of him, a man who grew up in the slums, insecure, sensitive, and particularly concerned with his status. Although they had added each other on WeChat, they had never spoken. Ge Haming sent a short video. In it, I was having dinner with a woman. We were talking and laughing. Suddenly, the woman leaned in and pressed her lips against mine. I didn't push her away. Instead, I smiled brightly. Wen Yuting's heart felt like it was being squeezed. Her hand holding the phone couldn't help but tighten. She suddenly remembered the night she had just returned to the country. I said I had a girlfriend. She thought I was acting, but she didn't expect it to be true. I had really found a girlfriend. An inexplicable anger rose in Wen Yuting's heart. She immediately called me. Over here, Xia Qingqiu and I had just finished eating and were about to leave. My phone on the table lit up. Xia Qingqiu clearly saw the 3 words Wen Yuting. Her face instantly turned cold. I picked up the phone, glanced at Xia Qingqiu, but ultimately answered. What's up? Wen Yuting's restrained voice came through the phone. Yu Xian, where are you? Who are you with? I laughed. Having dinner with my girlfriend. Is there a problem? No. Wen Yuting immediately flew into a rage. She still thought I was deliberately provoking her, not expecting every word I said to be the truth. Yu Xian, how dare you cheat on me? I laughed. Wen Yuting, think carefully. What is our relationship? Wen Yuting continued, everyone knows we are husband and wife. You go out and find another woman. Have you thought about my dignity? We're only missing a marriage certificate. In fact, it was Wen Yuting who changed her mind at the time. If Song Senyu hadn't suddenly fainted that day, she might have actually registered her marriage with me. We had a wedding banquet. Although we didn't invite many people, those who were invited were all prominent figures in Ying City. In the eyes of outsiders, we are a legitimate couple. I sneered twice. If we were husband and wife, when you ran away with your lover, did you think about my dignity? Besides, we were never husband and wife. Wen Yuting, we have broken up. You have no right to interfere in my affairs. With that, I hung up. I looked up at Xia Qingqiu and saw her furrowed brows had relaxed. I looked at her and smiled. Satisfied. Xia Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Those 2 words, a girlfriend, sound quite pleasant. I couldn't be bothered with her. I didn't understand why Wen Yuting had suddenly called like that. Could she be here too? He stood up and looked around, seeing a figure hastily leaving. It was Ge Haming. So he was the one who sent the message to Wen Yuting. But I didn't care. I hadn't intended to hide it from her before, and I certainly didn't need to now. On the other side, after being hung up on, Wen Yuting coldly threw her phone. This scene happened to be witnessed by Song Senyu. Song Senyu walked over. Yuting, what's wrong? Wen Yuting glanced at Song Senyu, her eyes cold. Song Sanyu was startled. Wen Yuding had never looked at him like that before. Ever since I released that recording at the hospital, Wen Yuding seemed to have changed. Could she really be suspecting him? He had planned for so many years and worked so hard to get to this point, he absolutely couldn't let it all go to waste. Song Sanyu's voice softened a few degrees. Yuding, did I do something to make you unhappy? Wen Yuding looked at Song Sanyu's pitiful appearance, her heart filled with conflict. It was the first time she realized that Song Sanyu could also act. She didn't mention what she had found on his computer, nor did she confront him about it. Yuding, no matter what I do, it's because I love you too much. So don't be angry with me, okay? I won't do things that make you unhappy anymore. Wen Yuding's expression finally softened a little. She hugged Song Sanyu. Don't provoke Gu Zayan anymore. He is very vicious. You are no match for him. Song Sanyu still looked aggrieved. Then what about my mother? I heard she's been causing trouble at the tea station these past few days. Wen Yuding said gently, doesn't she just want money? I'll handle this matter. Song Sanyu hugged Wen Yuding tightly. Thank you, Yuding. You're the only one in this world who is good to me. The next day, Song Sanyu also went to the tea station. After his mother caused a scene at the station several times, the way everyone looked at him had changed. Moreover, everyone understood that whether it was the negative news about me online or the appearance of Song Sanyu's mother, it was all part of a struggle between the two of them for the prime time anchor position. But in the end, Gu Zayan had won this round. In the morning meeting, Tang Lin announced my position as the prime time anchor. Of course, Song Sanyu didn't lose out either. After all, he had signed a 5-year contract for the Wen Corporation with the tea station and was the boyfriend of the Wen Corporation's heir. Therefore, the 90 Express News program, second only to the prime time slot, was given to Song Sanyu. That evening, at 7:30, I had just walked out of the recording studio when I noticed a lot of commotion outside. My assistant, Liu Tian, waved at me. Zian, come quickly, there's late night snacks and milk tea. I walked over and saw a long table set up outside the studio, piled with all kinds of late night snacks, sashimi, barbecue, even lobster. The spread was so rich it was dazzling. Many people had already gathered around the table and started eating. This is takeout from a 5-star hotel. The manager of Hotel Sura personally delivered it. The taste is completely different from street food. Zian, you should eat quickly. This mouse cake is delicious. Looking at the lavish feast, I knew it must have cost a fortune, so I asked, whose treat is this? It's from Song Sanyu's girlfriend, the young mistress of the Wen family, Liu Tian said while eating her cake, pointing towards the door. Miss Wen is so good to Song Sanyu. She came so early to pick him up from work. Song Sanyu now hosted the evening program and didn't finish until 9:30, yet she was here at 7:30. When Song Sanyu saw me come out of the studio, he pulled Wen Yuding over. Zian, I specially asked Yuding to order the almond tofu that you like the most. The chef at Hotel Sura is amazing. You must eat more. He smiled and waved my hand. No meat. I didn't say you should eat more. With that, I turned to Li. Wen Yuding looked at my retreating back, holding back for a long time before she finally couldn't take it anymore. She quickly chased after me and grabbed my arm. Gu Zayan, make things clear to me. I turned around, a sarcastic smile on my face. Wen Yuding, what's wrong with you? Didn't you used to wish every day that I would set you free? Now that I've let go, you're clinging on and won't let go. Do you really enjoy the feeling of me and Song Sanyu fighting over you, driven to bloodshed? Wen Yuding's face was dark as she stared into my eyes. I calmly met her gaze. Unfortunately for you, I don't need you anymore. Wen Yuding was still full of anger. Who is that woman? At that moment, a voice sounded from behind me, a beautiful figure. A beautiful figure appeared. Jia Kingsu stepped out of a sports car, leisurely walked up the steps, came to my side, and took my arm. Her voice was cold but powerful. Miss Wen. Wen Yuding looked up at the newcomer. When she saw the face clearly, the anger in her eyes turned to astonishment. She seemed unable to believe it. Young mistress. Jia. Wen Yuding's first reaction was disbelief. Jia Kingsu turned her head to look at me and asked, are you hungry? What do you want to eat later? I thought for a moment. I want to eat the sweet and sour ribs you make. Jia Kingsu smiled and nodded. All right. Then let's go to the supermarket and buy some ribs first. Wen Yuding watched our natural conversation, still finding it hard to believe. But the other party was the esteemed young mistress Xia, and the Wen Corporation's Heaven's Resort project had not yet been secured. Wen Yuding forced herself to suppress her emotions. Miss Xia, may I ask what your relationship is with my husband? At old Master Xia's birthday banquet, he and I attended to offer congratulations as husband and wife. With Xia Kingsu's status, how could she knowingly get involved with a married man? Xia Kingsu, still holding my arm, had a faint smile on her cold face. Can't you tell? The anger in Wen Yuding's heart flared up. Young Mistress Xia, surely you know he is a married man. Jia Kingsu laughed coldly. A married man. Then why don't you, Miss Wen, show me your marriage certificate? Wen Yuding's face turned pale. It seemed Xia Qingxiu already knew they hadn't registered their marriage. Wen Yuding could only reply coldly, although we didn't register, besides that, we are a legitimate husband and wife. We held a wedding banquet, and after getting married, he has always lived at my house. Our marriage cannot be denied by a single piece of paper. In her heart, Wen Yuding had already guessed that the two of them probably interacted because of the interview. But she never expected that their lack of a marriage registration would become my excuse to seduce other women. Does not registering mean it's not a marriage? How can our 3-year marriage be denied? A clear look of mockery appeared on Xia Qingxiu's face. Miss Wen's shamelessness has truly broadened my horizons. If it's a legitimate marriage, then a husband and wife should be faithful to each other. So may I ask, what do you call your relationship with Mr. Song? The Wen family's reputation was lost the moment you ran off with your lover. What's the point of caring about it now? Xia Qingxiu took a step forward, directly blocking me from Wen Yuding. Miss Wen, Zian is now my boyfriend. In the future, please do not harass my boyfriend. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving the Wen Corporation a single chance in the Heavens Resort project. With that, Xia Qingxiu pulled me by the hand into her car. The anger in Wen Yuding's heart erupted, but she still found it hard to believe. How could I have gotten to know the great young mistress Xia? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Xia Qingxiu happened to be passing by, saw them arguing, and decided to help out. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But seeing my back as I got into Xia Qingxiu's car and left, Wen Yuding was still extremely frustrated. By the time Song Xinyu caught up, I was already gone. He walked to Wen Yuding's side and asked worriedly, Yuding, are you still in love with Zian? In the past, when Song Xinyu felt insecure, he would often ask this question. Previously, Wen Yuding would have seriously denied it. But today, she was incredibly annoyed, and didn't want to say a word. Song Xinyu stared at Wen Yuding, feeling even more uneasy. If Wen Yuding wavered, it was very likely they would get back together. Then all his plans would be for nothing. Song Xinyu's voice was very soft, almost pleading. Yuding, can you divorce Zian? Wen Yuding turned to look at Song Xinyu. This was the first time in all their years together that he had made such a request. Song Xinyu lowered his head like an abandoned, injured puppy. In the past, Wen Yuding would have certainly softened. But at this moment, she knew it was all an act. He wasn't as pure as he appeared, otherwise, his computer wouldn't be filled with so much fabricated negative information about Gu Zian. Song Xinyu had never known they weren't registered. But for some reason, Wen Yuding didn't want to explain this to him. Didn't you say you don't care about these superficial titles? That as long as I'm by your side, it's enough. Song Xinyu was a little surprised by her words. Moreover, her gaze now carried a hint of coldness, scrutiny, and strangeness, as if she were a different person. Ever since she returned and met me again, everything had changed. A plan began to form in Song Xinyu's mind. Meanwhile, after getting into Xia Qingxiu's car, I leaned lazily against the window, watching the scenery outside. Xia Qingxiu saw my languid posture and knew I was in a bad mood. She directly took my hand. Gu Zian, you are forbidden from thinking about other women. I turned my head to look at her stunningly beautiful face and chuckled. Honestly, I remember you used to be so obedient and cute. How did you become so domineering? A slight curve appeared on Xia Qingxiu's lips. That was me pretending. If I wasn't a little obedient, how could I have hooked you? Alright, I laughed. This girl seemed quite proud of herself. Xia Qingxiu did indeed drive to the supermarket. Initially, I was just joking about wanting to eat her cooking, but I didn't expect her to seriously start picking out ribs. When we got home, she actually went into the kitchen herself and made me sweet and sour ribs. By the time we finished dinner, it was very late. I sat on the wicker chair on the small balcony after eating. After Xia Qingxiu finished washing the dishes, she came and sat down next to me. Are you full? I patted my stomach and smiled. Stuff. Xia Qingxiu glanced at me. Since you're full, let's get some exercise to aid digestion. I didn't refuse. It's only natural that after being well fed and watered, one's mind turns to carnal matters. I have to admit, being with Xia Qingxiu is incredibly comfortable. Moreover, I suffer from insomnia, and only when I'm completely exhausted can I sleep a little more soundly. For the next few days, Wen Yuding came to the tea station every day to pick up Song Xinyu. She arrived very early each day, so we had many opportunities to see each other, but we were like strangers, not exchanging a single word. Xia Qingxiu was on a business trip abroad these days. At night, lying alone in bed, unable to sleep, I suddenly missed her. When she wasn't here, the house felt empty, and my insomnia worsened. At 6:30, I was so tired that I fell asleep on the sofa in the break room. When Wen Yuding entered, I was the only one there. For the past few days, she had been coming every day, supposedly to pick up Song Xinyu, but only she knew in her heart that she just wanted to catch a glimpse of me. Fortunately, after that incident with Xia Qingxiu, she hadn't come again. This made her even more certain that the previous encounter was an exception. Although Wen Yuting hated me, she didn't want to let me go free. Even if it meant tormenting each other for a lifetime, she didn't want to let go. Wen Yuting subconsciously walked to the sofa, knelt on one knee, and stared at my face. She suddenly remembered that she used to love watching me sleep because when I was awake, she rarely dared to look at me so intently. Wen Yuting admitted that since she was a child, she had felt inferior in front of me because I was too outstanding. Whether it was looks, studies, social skills, or various talents, she couldn't compare. This made her both love me and uncontrollably envy me. She didn't know when, but she had started to be cautious around me. In her memory, they had been in love for 2 years but seemed to have never kissed. And at this moment, this face was right in front of her. For some reason, a small thought began to sprout from the bottom of Wen Yuting's heart, growing like mushrooms after a rain, unstoppable. Wen Yuting's lips slowly moved closer, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. Just as her lips were about to touch my cheek, the door to the break room suddenly clicked open. Wen Yuting was startled, her body tensing up. Perhaps because she was too flustered, she even forgot to stand up. I was also woken up by the series of noises. When I opened my eyes, I saw Wen Yuting's face up close, and Song Sanyu standing at the door. The door had only been ajar. In fact, Song Sanyu had been standing there for a while. He had witnessed Wen Yuting quietly approaching me, and when he saw she was about to kiss me, he couldn't hold back any longer and pushed the door open. "What are you two doing?" Song Sanyu tried to suppress the raging anger in his heart. A flash of guilt appeared in Wen Yuting's eyes. At this moment, she and I looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. They frowned as well. I had barely slept last night and had just dozed off. Wen Yuting's face was flushed, looking like a thief caught in the act. Seeing her posture and flushed face, I suddenly laughed, but my eyes were filled with coldness and mockery. "Wen Yuting, were you trying to kiss me?" Wen Yuting immediately snapped back to her senses. She stood up, her eyes cold as she looked at me. Just now, it was as if she had been possessed, wanting to kiss this man. Now that she was exposed, only shame and embarrassment remained on her face. Wen Yuting neither denied nor explained, but turned and left the break room directly. As she passed by Song Sanyu, she didn't say a word, not even glancing at him. Song Sanyu's heart sank to the bottom. Wen Yuting left the T-station building, got into her car, her heart in turmoil. It was as if a Pandora's box in her heart had been opened, and an uncontrollable desire was about to burst forth. She had developed that kind of desire for Gu Ziyan, that worldly desire. Over the years, even with Song Sanyu, she had never felt that way. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the break room was as tense as a drawn bowstring. "Gu Ziyan, why are you seducing Wen Yuting?" It was rare for Song Sanyu to show such a forceful side in front of me. Looking at his expression, it was clearly jealousy and envy. Wen Yuting had indeed been acting strangely lately. I wasn't sure what was on her mind either. Wasn't she completely devoted to Song Sanyu? Even knowing the truth that he had used Li Wei to frame me, she was still willing to take the blame for him. Moreover, our relationship didn't seem to have changed at all. Such tolerance was truly impressive. I said nonchalantly, "I was sleeping here just now. How could I have seduced her?" "Song Sanyu, you should be the one to manage your woman properly. Don't let her come and bother me." Song Sanyu's face was ugly. "Wen Yuting stopped loving you a long time ago. She was just momentarily infatuated. Don't think she still has feelings for you. All these years, she has only hated you. Don't dream that you two can get back together." He smiled coldly. It was rare to see Song Sanyu so flustered. It seemed he was truly panicking. "I always thought you two were deeply in love. When Wen Yuting gave up everything for you back then, I was quite surprised. But now it seems Wen Yuting's feelings for you are just so, though." I glanced at Song Sanyu, my lips curling into a mocking smile. "Song Sanyu, you have no status, no backing, you can only rely on Wen Yuting's love. But love is the most fickle thing in the world. How many long nights must you spend tossing and turning with worry?" Song Sanyu's expression changed at my words. He seemed to have lost control of his emotions. "It's your fault I have no status, Gu Ziyan. Wen Yuting doesn't love you. Why do you keep clinging to her? What will it take for you to divorce her?" After Song Sanyu said this, my expression clearly changed. Could it be that Wen Yuting had never told him we weren't registered? In the past, since her parents and family didn't know, it was understandable that she wouldn't be forthcoming for fear of causing trouble. But now that we had completely broken up, why was Song Sanyu saying these things? A glint flashed in my eyes. What exactly was Wen Yuting thinking? It seemed she didn't love Song Sanyu that much either. A sense of satisfaction grew in my heart. It seemed there was something between them. I wouldn't mind making that resentment even deeper. A mischievous thought arose. I deliberately said, "A divorce is possible. If you have the ability to get her to sign the divorce papers first, I'll sign after." He stood up, walked in front of Song Sanyu, and sneered, "Song Sanyu, let's see what you're made of." I understood his personality. Now that I've said this, he would definitely take the divorce papers and force Wen Yuding to sign. When that time comes, Song Xinyu will find out that Wen Yuding has been hiding from him for years, that there was never a marriage between us. Then, the resentment between them would probably be as deep as the Mariana Trench. At the very least, they would have a huge fight. Just thinking about it was amusing. Although I didn't know what tricks Song Xinyu used to break us up back then, karma is a cycle, and retribution is certain. I was in a particularly good mood today, especially after finishing my program and receiving a call from Xia Qingsu. Her business trip, originally scheduled for a week, was cut short. Her car was already parked outside the T-station building. I replied with 2 words, "Wait for me," and hurried out of the building. We hadn't seen each other in 3 days, and a sense of longing unexpectedly arose in my heart. I quickly got into Xia Qingsu's sports car. But she wasn't alone in the car. Secretary Gao King, also acting as the driver, was in the driver's seat. Xia Qingsu was in the back. I hesitated for a moment, then directly opened the back door and sat down next to her. After all, Gao King had long known about our relationship. On the way, the usually quiet Gao King suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Ge, Seo Xie really wore us out this time. The original 7A schedule was insisted upon being shortened to 3 days. Our entire team worked non-stop like machines for nearly 72 hours. We almost died from exhaustion." Clearly, Gao King was tattling. I just didn't understand why she was telling me this. But I was still curious. Since the schedule was already set, why the rush? Gao King said slowly, "Because Seo Xie wanted to come back in time to celebrate Mr. Gu's birthday." Xia Qingsu suddenly said, "No see." Gao King rolled her eyes silently. These words were clearly taught to her by Xia Qingsu. On the way here, she even made her practice them twice. I was a little surprised. "My birthday is in 2 days. Xia Qingsu suddenly took out a gift box from the side. "Your birthday present. How do you want to celebrate the day after tomorrow?" I didn't expect Xia Qingsu to be so thoughtful. I had never actually told her my birthday. They said slowly, "For this birthday, I have to go back to the Ge family and celebrate with Ge." A clear look of disappointment appeared on Xia Qingsu's face. "Since when did you become so close with that brother of yours?" He smiled. "I have no choice this time. I already promised." I comforted her by taking her hand. "I'll try to come back early that day. You buy a cake, and we'll eat it together." Xia Qingsu didn't say anything more. I was in a difficult situation at the Ge family home right now. I had my own troubles. That night, I truly experienced the meaning of a brief separation feels like a new honeymoon. After we were exhausted, we held each other and slept. I suddenly discovered the cool fragrance on her body had a calming effect. I slept very well that night. But when I woke up the next morning, Xia Qingsu had already gone to work. The Heavens Resort project had started, and the bidding results were about to be announced. This time, it was an open tender. The hire selected 3 construction companies, and then Xia Qingsu would make the final decision from those 3. In the end, the final decision was still in her hands. I didn't know if the Wen family had been selected for the top 3. Over at the Xuan building, Gao King placed 3 files on Xia Qingsu's desk. "Seo Xia, these are the 3 construction companies selected by the government. Please take a look." Xia Qingsu flipped through the files, and her hand finally stopped on the file for Heifeng Construction Company. Xia Qingsu said, "Then let's go with Heifeng. Announce it in 3 days." Gao King spoke up, "Heifeng's bid isn't the lowest. In terms of strength and reputation, it's not as good as Manhwa from the capital. In terms of value, it's not as good as Jingshui. Are you sure you want to choose Heifeng? As far as I know, the quality of the projects Heifeng undertakes is very good, otherwise, they wouldn't have lost money on so many projects." "That's true," Gao King nodded. "Heifeng is indeed famous for its quality, but that was old Master Wen's style. Now that he has retreated to the second line, although he is still the chairman of the board on the surface, everything in the company is handled by his daughter, Wen Yuding. We are not yet clear about Miss Wen's work style." Xia Qingsu raised an eyebrow. "That makes it even more interesting." Gao King knew Xia Qingsu had made up her mind, so she said, "Then in 3 days, I will hold a press conference to announce it." As they were talking, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Xia Qingsu liked peace and quiet. It was rare for anyone to actively knock on her office door. Usually, only Gao King could come and go freely. "Seo Xia." Gao King went to open the door and saw the planning director standing outside. Gao King frowned slightly. "Director Go, what is it?" Ge Haming was a little disappointed to see that the person who opened the door was Gao King. "Secretary Gao, I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Seo Xia." Gao King frowned, complaining internally. Who hired this planning director? He's usually lazy, can't even do small tasks well, and has tried to find Xia Qingsu several times. She was considering firing him. Ge Haming didn't know what Gao King was thinking. He had spent a lot of money to bribe a human resources manager at Xuan to get this position. He didn't expect that after half a month, he hadn't even spoken a word to Xia Qingsu. And this stern secretary had repeatedly blocked him from seeing her. Once he conquered Xia Qingsu, he would definitely fire her first. Gao King said coldly, "This is the CO's office. Unauthorized entry is not allowed. If you don't have permission, please leave." But Gehaming acted as if he didn't hear her and pushed his way in. Seeing Xia Qingsu sitting in the office, Gehaming immediately smiled. "Young Mistress Xia, do you remember me? We met at Old Master Xia's birthday banquet." Xia Qingsu said indifferently, "Gehaming, what is it?" At this point, Gao King had already come over, preparing to drive Gehaming out. Hearing Xia Qingsu call his name, her actions paused, and she asked, "Co Xia's intention?" Xia Qingsu's stunningly beautiful, cold face was originally lower, signing documents. The hand holding the fountain pen, with its pale skin, was also beautiful enough to make one stare. Gehaming was almost mesmerized. Just one look, and his heart pounded. Especially when she said his name just now, that captivating voice was like an electric current running through his body. Most importantly, they had only met once, and they hadn't even spoken a word that day, yet Xia Qingsu could accurately call him by his name. What did this mean? The first time she met him, she had a deep impression. Perhaps she had even secretly inquired about him afterwards. With this realization, Gehaming could hardly contain his joy. Sure enough, what Xia Qingsu said next confirmed his thoughts. "Gao King, you can go out first." She didn't blame him for barging in. Instead, she told the secretary who was blocking him to leave. After Gao King left the office, Xia Qingsu looked up and sized up this real young master of the Ge family who had switched identities with me. "Mr. Ge, what did you come to see me for?" Being stared at by such eyes, Gehaming was momentarily dazed, but he quickly came to his senses. He hurriedly introduced himself, "Sao Xia, I'm actually working in the planning department now. My sudden visit today is actually for a personal matter." Xia Qingsu looked at him with a calm expression, as if waiting for him to continue. Gehaming swallowed, took an invitation card from his briefcase, and mustered up the courage to walk up to Xia Qingsu. "Tomorrow is my birthday. My parents are throwing a birthday party for me in the banquet hall of Yunning restaurant. I would like to invite Sao Xia to my birthday party tomorrow." After speaking, Gehaming was extremely nervous. He was really afraid Xia Qingsu would refuse outright. After all, he knew his visit today was a bit abrupt. Seeing that Xia Qingsu didn't say anything, his heart became even more uncertain. He quickly added, "Previously, at Old Master Gu's birthday banquet, our family was fortunate enough to be invited. This time, my birthday can be considered a return of courtesy." Xia Qingsu slowly put away the invitation card. "Alright, I'll be there." Gehaming was stunned. Even he didn't expect Xia Qingsu to agree so quickly. Could it be that she had really taken a liking to him long ago, perhaps even love at first sight? Thinking of this, Gehaming's face turned red. Gehaming's face was flushed with excitement, and he was about to say something, but Xia Qingsu said coldly, "Mr. Goat, if there's nothing else, please leave." Gehaming felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him and had to reluctantly leave the office. But after he went out, he was still overjoyed. He told everyone he met that Sao Xia would be attending his birthday party, and even invited most of the people in the company. That evening, as soon as I finished my program, I received a gift box. It was sent by Gehaming's men. Inside was a black suit. I immediately recognized it as an old model from many years ago. The current market price was about 20,000 yuan. However, the style was simple and elegant, just my style. Inside was also a card from Gehaming. "This is the outfit Mom prepared for you. You must wear it. Don't disappoint Mom's good intentions." The corner of my mouth curled up slightly. Gehaming's intention was too obvious. He was afraid I would steal his spotlight at the birthday party tomorrow night. I had no intention of stealing his spotlight in the first place. The next evening, I wore that suit to the banquet hall of Yunning restaurant. Today was the 23rd birthday of Gehaming and me. The Ge family had invited almost the entire upper class of the city. Of course, everyone knew the main reason was the recent online rumors about the real and fake young masters of the Ge family not getting along. Although the Ge family had handled the matter very discreetly when it happened, it was said that when my Sesku gave birth, she was switched with Yang Ruyan, who had just given birth. Yang Ruyan switched the two children not only to let her own son become a young master but, more importantly, to take revenge on Qin Helan. The older ladies in Ying City all knew that Yang Ruyan and Qin Helan had an unusual relationship. They were once best friends. The story is long and involves a two-generation feud. Simply put, Qin Helan's father had an affair with her tutor, and that tutor was Yang Ruyan's mother. The tutor even brought her daughter, Yang Ruyan, to live with Qin Helan, and they became best friends. Later, the affair was exposed. Qin Helan's mother was devastated and passed away from depression less than half a year later. Less than 3 months after his wife's death, Qin Helan's father was about to marry Yang Ruyan's mother, but right before the wedding, they were in a car accident and both died. If Qin Helan's father had won Yang Ruyan's mother back then, the one living miserably now would probably be Qin Helan. Everyone lamented that heaven has eyes. But no one expected this two-generation feud to continue to the next generation, like a cursed reincarnation. Hin Hulin later inherited all the Qin family's assets and found a good husband. In contrast, Yang Ruyan was left with nothing after her mother's death and was forced to drop out of school and enter society early. But who would have thought that the two would give birth on the same day? Fate once again intertwined and reversed for the next generation. 3 years ago, the real young master, Gehoming, returned to the family. But I was, after all, the child the Go family had cherished and raised for 20 years. To the outside world, I was now the eldest young master of the Go family, and Gehoming was the second young master. The relationship between the eldest and second young masters remained a mystery. I especially took leave from the tea station, having another anchor fill in for me. In the afternoon, I went to the banquet hall. Hin Hulin said she had something for me to help with. When I arrived, I found out that the so-called something was to help Gehoming choose a custom-made suit. He didn't know which one to choose and asked me to help. I didn't care about his petty tricks. I sat in the break room, watching him show off his suits worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan in front of me. Sometimes, I found him both ridiculous and pitiful. He was like a beggar who had suddenly become rich, desperately showing off. Gehoming knew he had grown up in a terrible environment, in poverty. Suddenly having everything, even though he knew showing off was shameful, he couldn't help it. I paid little attention to him, spending most of my time playing on my phone. Seeing my lonely appearance, Gehoming was very pleased. He wanted me to know that everything I once had originally belonged to him, and what I had now was all thanks to his charity. Finally, Gehoming chose a red suit. Actually, he wasn't bad looking, considered handsome, just lacking a bit in charisma. A little later, the public relations manager in charge of the event came. The guests are almost all here. Mrs. Gyu and the two young masters can go on stage. He Yuandum was greeting guests outside. We were here because Gehoming wanted to make a grand entrance. Hin Hulin had to indulge him. Hearing that the guests had arrived, a look of anticipation flashed in Gehoming's eyes. As young Mistress Xia arrived. Earlier, Gehoming had given special instructions to be notified as soon as young Mistress Xia arrived. Miss Xia hasn't arrived yet, she said regretfully. A look of disappointment flashed in Gehoming's eyes. He had wanted to wait for Xia Qingsu to arrive before making his appearance to create an impression. Hearing Xia Qingsu's name, my eyes flickered. Could it be that Gehoming had also invited her? She didn't mention it to me last night. She probably wouldn't come. Hin Hulin said, the guests have all arrived. Today, they are all prominent figures in Ying City. It's not good to keep them waiting. Let's go out. Gehoming nodded. Alright, let's go. As soon as he appeared, Gehoming vaguely heard praises from the crowd. He was feeling smug when he suddenly realized that everyone seemed to be praising me. Gehoming's face immediately darkened. Are these people blind? What's so praiseworthy about his ragged clothes? But in his heart, he knew that I was indeed more handsome than him. He suddenly regretted holding a joint birthday party with me, but he quickly adjusted his mood. Du Zian, I'll let you be smug for a while. Because tonight, you will be utterly ruined. The three of us had just descended when the lights in the hall suddenly brightened, and the guests all gathered around, congratulating the two young masters on their birthday. Gehoming had invited many friends today, and they all surrounded him, their flattery endless. Soon, I was pushed out of the central circle. On the other side, Hin Hulin and Gi Yuandong were also entertaining important guests. I preferred the peace and quiet. I actively moved away from these circles, went to the buffet area, took a glass of champagne from the tower, found a sofa to rest, and enjoyed the wine leisurely. Although Gehoming was surrounded by people, his eyes would occasionally glance in my direction. At first, seeing me lonely and isolated on the side, he was very happy. But soon, he saw that from time to time, a few girls would walk over to me, chat, or invite me to the dance floor. Although I politely refused them all, young ladies from prestigious families still came in droves. Gehoming was furious. He didn't understand. In terms of status, he was the real young master of the Go family. In terms of dress, he was wearing millions from head to toe. How could he not compare to my casual attire? Gehoming came up with a plan. He suddenly called out towards me, Big brother. I looked towards him. He gave me a bright smile, his expression innocent. Big brother, can you help me get a glass of champagne? I put down the glass in my hand, conveniently took a glass of champagne from the tower next to me, and walked over. Before the party started, Hin Hulin had given special instructions that the two of us had to act like loving brothers today. Since Gehoming wanted to act, I would play along. As I approached with the champagne, I heard him shamelessly mocking me to a group of people. A fat guy next to him sneered, humming, the suit he's wearing looks like a discounted item from a duty-free shop you bought last time. Gehoming glanced at me, his eyes arrogant. That's right. These kinds of clothes are like street vendor goods to me, so I just gave them to him. The fat guy continued to mock, and he's wearing something you didn't want to attend such an important party. Isn't he embarrassed? After all, he was once the eldest young master of the Go family. Can't he afford a decent suit? Gehaming laughed. What eldest young master? My parents stopped acknowledging him long ago. He's the one clinging to our family, refusing to leave. At my house now, he's not even as good as a servant. The way everyone looked at me was also filled with pity. He probably can't bear to part with the glory and wealth of the Ge family. How shameless. Gehaming's eyes were full of provocation as he looked at me. It's fine, it's like raising a pet dog. Look how obedient he is. He does whatever I tell him to. The people surrounding Gehaming burst into laughter. They weren't speaking quietly, as if they wanted me to hear. But my expression didn't change. They still walked up to him with the champagne. Gehaming knew that in this situation, I would absolutely not dare to embarrass him today. Otherwise, Qin Hulin would not let me off. So he became even more brazen in his insults. Brother, my shoes are dirty. Why don't you wipe them for me? With that, he stuck one foot out in front of me and at the same time, reached out to take the champagne glass from my hand. He wanted to enjoy the champagne while watching me wipe his shoes. He even signaled for someone next to him to take out their phone and record. He said nothing, seemingly obediently handing over the glass. But just as his hand was about to touch the glass, I suddenly held it with both hands and slowly poured the wine from the glass onto the ground in a straight line. The wine flowed onto the ground, and was quickly absorbed by the carpet. Just now, Gehaming had stuck out one foot. As I poured, nearly half the glass of wine spilled onto his shoe. Gehaming almost screamed. His shoes today were custom-made, taking 2 months to make, worth $1 million. Now they were ruined by me. Gu Zan, what are you doing? Gehaming jumped up, not expecting that I would actually dare to embarrass him in front of everyone. I placed the empty glass on a nearby tray, my movements natural and elegant. He smiled lightly, my voice exuding an air of pride and nonchalance. I'm toasting you. Drink up. Don't waste it. With that, I turned and walked away. For a moment, no one understood what was happening. The person next to Gehaming finally reminded him, Haming, Gu Zan's gesture just now. That was for toasting the dead. Only then did everyone understand. The way Gu Zan had just held the glass, drawn a line on the ground, and poured the wine, wasn't that the standard gesture for paying respects at a grave during the Qingming festival? Haming, he's cursing you to die. Everyone was shocked. Gehaming's face turned livid with anger. Gu Zan, you stop right there. He ran a few steps and blocked my way. Gu Zan, how dare you? Don't you know your own status and position? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be worthy of appearing here and celebrating a birthday with me. Not only are you not grateful, you dare to treat me like this. The people next to Gehaming also came to help. That's right, Haming. He spilled wine on your precious shoes. Make him lick them clean. It's your birthday, and he's cursing you. You have to make him kneel and kowtow to apologize. Haming, he dared to embarrass you. You must teach him a lesson. Many people around also cast their gazes this way. Under such pressure, the smile on my face did not diminish. I said slowly, Gehaming, I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. I can embarrass you even more. Do you want to try? Although I was still smiling, my aura was very cold. The way I looked at them was like looking at a group of chicks. This almost angered everyone. They all urged Gehaming to quickly teach me a lesson. But Gehaming hesitated to make a move because he knew my strength. I had learned Sanda as a child and was said to be a black belt in judo. He had never really witnessed my strength, but from previous clashes, he could guess that he couldn't beat me. This whole group together probably couldn't beat me. Gehaming was not a fool. He wouldn't really start a fight and ruin the birthday party he had carefully prepared. He looked at his watch. He should be here soon. Sure enough, Gehaming saw a slender figure in the distance. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly smiled at me. So what if the shoes are ruined? I have plenty of other expensive shoes. How could I really hold a grudge against my own brother? No one understood why he suddenly changed his attitude. They only saw him suddenly wave at the figure in the distance. Song Senyu, I'm over here. Hearing his name, I instinctively frowned. Gehaming was overjoyed. His goal was achieved. Only a fool would confront him head-on. To kill a man, you must kill his spirit. And Song Senyu was undoubtedly the sharpest knife to deal with me. On the other side, Song Senyu had already walked over. Gehaming bypassed me, went to his side, and led him in front of everyone. Let me introduce everyone. This is Song Senyu, my best friend. He's a student who just returned from abroad. The crowd, not knowing the situation, really thought Song Senyu was Gehaming's friend and greeted him with flattery one after another. In fact, Song Senyu and Gehaming had no connection. This time, he had also suddenly received a birthday invitation from him. After a brief exchange, they quickly reached a consensus. Their goals were the same, they both hoped for my downfall. So, they were friends. Moreover, Song Senyu now had another goal, which was to force me and Wen Yuding to divorce. So of course he was happy to cooperate with Gehaming. Song Senyu greeted everyone. When it came to me, he even deliberately added, Zian, happy birthday. Someone smelled something unusual and quickly asked, "Mr. Song, you know the eldest young master of the Go family too?" Gehaming laughed. "Not just know. They are very close." Seeing my gloomy face, Gehaming was overjoyed. Sure enough, only Song Senyu could really hurt me. The real show tonight had just begun. Gehaming deliberately asked Song Senyu, "Why did you come alone? Where's your girlfriend?" He introduced to everyone that Song Senyu's girlfriend was the heir of the Wen Corporation, Wen Yuding. Everyone's eyes on Song Senyu now held more admiration and envy. Here, the Wen Corporation was a leading enterprise in Yang City. People began to flatter Song Senyu one after another. On the surface, he was modest and polite in his responses, but his eyes would occasionally glance at me. I couldn't be bothered to watch this group of people act. I turned to leave but suddenly heard Song Senyu's clear voice ring out, "My girlfriend is here." When Wen Yuding arrived at the door, she felt something was wrong. She didn't know this was Gehaming's birthday party. Although the Gu and Wen families had a good relationship, her parents were extremely biased towards me. So in previous years, even if Gehaming invited them, they wouldn't attend his birthday party but would celebrate my birthday at home. This year, I left the Wen family home. Mother Wen had originally planned to celebrate my birthday for me, but I said I had other plans, so she didn't insist. Wen Yuding had only heard her mention it briefly after dinner, and hadn't paid much attention. But she didn't expect to run into Song Senyu, Gehaming, and me at this party. Just now, Song Senyu called and asked her to attend a friend's birthday party. She didn't think much of it and came. She didn't expect that friend to be Gehaming. Wen Yuding had already walked in front of everyone. Gehaming deliberately pushed Song Senyu to her side. "Sister Yuding, Brother Senyu was just talking about you. I didn't expect you to arrive just as we mentioned you." Wen Yuding's expression was not good. She frowned and glanced at Song Senyu. He felt a little guilty because this time, he had lied and not told her this was Gehaming's and my birthday party. He didn't know if she would be angry. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have been. But today, Wen Yuding seemed unhappy, exuding a gloomy aura, and her icy gaze swept around one last time before finally landing on me. Song Senyu took her hand and cautiously called out, "Yuting." Wen Yuting's gaze finally left me. She turned to look at Song Senyu, her voice clearly tinged with displeasure. "Since when did you and Gehaming become friends?" Song Senyu knew that Wen Yuting disliked, even detested, Gehaming. He quickly explained, "Yuting, I came here today for a very important matter." After speaking, Song Senyu looked towards Gehaming. Gehaming spoke up, "That's right, Sister Yuting. Today is a momentous day. Senyu and I hit it off right away, we feel a strong connection, so I'm planning to ask my mother to adopt Song Senyu as her godson." Upon hearing this, my expression finally turned completely grim. Gehaming truly had a talent for disgusting me, but the Gyun and Wen families were both well aware of what Song Senyu had done in the past. I knew that although Qin Helan held some prejudice against me, it was due to the grudges of the previous generation. Qin Helan was not an unreasonable person, on the contrary, she had doted on me since I was a child, painstakingly teaching me everything in life, big or small. She handled everything herself, never entrusting it to the maids. I had a very happy upbringing, and my bond with Qin Helan was very deep. This was also the reason why I couldn't accept the truth back then. The Qin Helan of today was completely different from before. She was still gentle, kind, and reasonable to others, but only towards me was she harsh, critical, and fault-finding. But deep down, I still held onto a sliver of illusion. The mother who had raised me for 20 years was still my mother. Her hatred and disgust for me were born from a love that was once too deep. There must still be some love for me in her heart. As long as she had even a little bit of affection for me, she would absolutely not adopt Song Senyu as her godson. Wen Yuting was also very surprised. The Wen family was completely unable to accept Song Senyu, so how could the Go family adopt him? After all, Zayan was the child they had raised for 20 years. It was impossible for them not to care about his feelings. If this were true, it would be too cruel to Zayan. Wen Yuting couldn't help but look at me. Suddenly she found herself worrying about Zayan again, even feeling a pang of heart-attack for him. At this moment, Gehaming suddenly stepped onto the banquet hall stage. He took the microphone from the host. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I'm Gehaming. Thank you all for attending my party today. On this occasion, I have a very important announcement to make." The hall, with over 100 people, suddenly fell silent. People flocked towards the stage. The person speaking on stage was the true young master of the Go family, Gehaming. Gehaming suddenly pulled a young man to the center of the stage and announced, "This is Song Senyu, my dear friend. We have a special connection. On this joyous day, the Go family will adopt him as a godson. From today onwards, Song Senyu is also a member of the Go family. In the future, I ask all the uncles and aunts to please look after him." A look of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces, and many began to whisper among themselves. Which family's young master is this Mr. Song? He looks so unfamiliar. At this time, Qin Helan and Gi Yuandong were on the stage. Hin Heelin had already known about this last night. Gyeoming had insisted that she adopt a godson but refused to say who it was, only that it was a friend. Hin Heelin never expected it to be Song Senyu. How could she not know the name Song Senyu? 3 years ago, I had slit my wrists because of him. Wen Yuting and I were childhood sweethearts. In college, the Song Senyu suddenly appeared. Wen Yuting seemed to be possessed, infatuated with him. Later, although she was forced to marry me, she still eloped with him abroad. In fact, Hin Heelin knew that Wen Yuting and I had never officially registered our marriage, so it wasn't a formal union. She disliked Song Senyu and despised his tactics even more. Gi Yuandong was even angrier. He walked directly to Gyeoming's side and shouted, "Homing, what kind of stunt are you pulling?" Gyeoming said resolutely, "Dad, Mom already agreed." Gyeoming knew that Gi Yuandong would not be easy to persuade, so he resorted to this act first, report later strategy. Fortunately, Hin Heelin would not blame him. Even if she was a little unhappy, he knew that in the end, Hin Heelin would definitely listen to him because she always felt guilty towards him. Although Gi Yuandong was the head of the family on the surface, in reality, he always listened to Hin Heelin. Gyeoming took Hin Heelin's arm and pleaded softly, "Mom, so many people are watching. Just agree. Besides, it's just a nominal adoption, what's the harm? This is my birthday wish. As long as you grant my wish, I will listen to you in everything from now on." Seeing Gyeoming's pleading look, Hin Heelin felt very conflicted. Hin Heelin was an intelligent woman, how could she not see that the reason Gyeoming wanted them to adopt Song Senyu was to hurt me? For the past 3 years, although she had tried her best to compensate Gyeoming, in his heart, he still regarded me as an enemy who had stolen everything from him. This was not the first time something like this had happened. In the past, at my and Wen Yuting's wedding banquet, it was also because of Gyeoming's troublemaking that it could not proceed. In front of Gyeoming, her attitude towards me had to be poor to compensate for the grievances he had suffered over the years. In reality, how could her heart not itch for me? The child she had raised for 20 years turned out to be a tool for Yang Ruyan to take revenge on her. She hated Yang Ruyan and had once vented her anger on me, but when she calmed down, she also understood that I was the most innocent one. When I slit my wrists back then, her mother's heart felt as if it had shattered. During my hospitalization, the doctor said I couldn't take any more stimulation, so she didn't dare to appear in front of me, afraid that I would do something foolish again. But when I was asleep at night, she would secretly come to the hospital. How could a 20-year bond be severed so easily? But in front of Gyeoming, she didn't dare to show even a hint of it. Her biological son had been abused by Yang Ruyan and her husband over the years. She was too guilty, too heartbroken. Even though she knew he was narrow-minded and lacked the demeanor of a well-bred young master, none of this was his fault. It was because she had failed to protect him back then, allowing him to be swapped. He should have grown up safely and happily, becoming a talented and handsome young master like me, but from a young age, he had endured so much hardship. Just thinking about these things made Hin Heelin's heart bleed. She didn't dare to hope that Gyeoming and I could get along, because she knew it was impossible. It was the same with her and young Ruyan back then, it seemed to be a curse, the tragedy repeating itself in the next generation. She only hoped that the two of them could live their lives without interfering with each other in the future. It would be fine even if they didn't interact for the rest of their lives. Therefore, she always tried to satisfy all of Gyeoming's requests. This would be the last time she indulged him, the very last time, Hin Heelin told herself. She walked to the center of the stage, stood in front of the microphone, but her eyes searched for my position. At this moment, I was standing below the stage, my eyes also fixed on Hin Heelin's face, but I showed no emotion, no anger, no resentment, just a calm indifference. Hin Heelin clenched her fingers, forced herself to look away, and then announced, "That's right. Song Senyu and our Go family have a special connection. The Go family has decided to adopt him as our godson." Hin Heelin didn't say much. Below the stage, congratulations began to sound. Gyeoming hurriedly pulled Song Senyu over and told him to quickly address them. Song Senyu was also very emotional and cautiously called out, "Godfather, godmother." Hin Heelin responded reluctantly. Gi Yuandong's face was dark, and he didn't respond at all. Next was the tea ceremony. Gyeoming had arranged all of this. When the ceremonies were over, Hin Heelin looked down from the stage and found that I had disappeared. I had left the moment Hin Heelin acknowledged Song Senyu. When Song Senyu called out "Godmother, Godfather," it felt as if a knife had been plunged into my heart, tearing a bloody hole. I walked to the door, intending to leave, but was stopped by the security guards. "Young master," second young master said that today is a happy day, and you can't go out. They said coldly, "Get lost." 4 bodyguards surrounded the door like a bronze wall. Second young master said you must attend the entire birthday party before you can leave. He also has a gift for you. I had intended to fight, but if it caused a scene, that was exactly what Gyeoming wanted to see. In the end, I had to turn back. But I didn't want to see the happy scene on the other side, so I planned to go up to the lounge. Halfway up the stairs, someone chased after me, "Zien, you're here." I turned around. The person coming up the stairs was the one I least wanted to see, Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu had just been adopted by the Go family. How could he not rush to share such good news with me? In a moment, Song Xinyu was standing in front of me. We were only separated by one step. Song Xinyu had that familiar innocent expression again. "Zien, I was adopted by the Go family. Aren't you happy?" Looking at his innocent yet shameless face, I almost laughed out loud. I looked down at Song Xinyu. "Song Xinyu, drop the innocent act. It makes me sick." A complex emotion flashed in the depths of Song Xinyu's eyes, like heartache, yet also like triumph. But all emotions were fleeting. "Zien, you know I come from a bad background. You know what my mother is like. I was abused and mistreated since I was a child, never had a single good day. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting you in high school." Song Xinyu's expression was very sincere, as if he was genuinely showing his deep gratitude. At that time, I was admitted to the Tongkyu International High School on a provisional basis. I was looked down upon, bullied, and oppressed by everyone in the school. It was you who pulled me out of the mud. It was you who, when I was attacked by others, stood in front of me like a shield. Yes, you are my lifelong benefactor. I frowned. I didn't understand why Song Xinyu was suddenly saying these things. At that time, I stood at the top of the pyramid, while Song Xinyu was at the very bottom. One day, Song Xinyu didn't come to school on time. As the class president, I went with the head teacher to visit his home. In a place that resembled a slum, we found Song Xinyu's house, a dilapidated house that couldn't be more dilapidated. There was not a single decent thing inside. Song Xinyu's parents were arguing. Li Shifan was cursing Song Xinyu's father terribly, with all kinds of vicious curses and insults that were chilling to hear. And Song Xinyu's father sat in a wheelchair without any reaction, like a walking corpse. Everything that could be thrown in the house was thrown. Song Xinyu squatted on the ground, his face numb, skillfully cleaning up the mess, as if this was a common occurrence. Later, I found out that the reason Song Xinyu didn't go to school that day was because his father had tried to commit suicide by stopping his wheelchair in the middle of the road. After Li Shifan finished cursing, she began to vent all her emotions on Song Xinyu. She kicked, punched, and pinched Song Xinyu, and even casually picked up a fire poker and hit him on the back. The head teacher saw this and rushed in to intervene, but Li Shifan was like a mad woman and refused to stop. While Li Shifan and the head teacher were struggling, I went up, grabbed Song Xinyu's arm, and pulled him out. Song Xinyu still clearly remembered that scene. He was pulled by me, running through several alleys. He held my hand tightly, constantly looking at my side profile. The sunlight shone on my face like an angel descending from heaven. He held my hand tightly, as if he could pull him out of that hell. After that, we went to a small square nearby. I treated him to cake. It was the first time in Song Xinyu's life that he had eaten cake. He ate a lot of egg tarts. He felt that he had never eaten anything so delicious in his life, so sweet, so rich, so delicious that it brought tears to his eyes. I saw him eating a whole box of egg tarts, eating and crying. Suddenly, I took his hand. "Song Xinyu, don't be afraid. From now on, I will protect you." Without asking anything, I said I would protect him. And I did. From then on, whenever someone bullied Song Xinyu at school, I would fight them desperately. I also helped Song Xinyu get free boarding, temporarily freeing him from his crazy mother. I shared half of everything good I had with Song Xinyu, even the expensive gifts I received for my birthday. I thought I had treated Song Xinyu with utmost sincerity back then, even better than my childhood best friend. That's why I was so heartbroken when I found out Song Xinyu had stabbed me in the back. Even thinking about the past now, my heart itched. "Song Xinyu, what's the point of saying these things now?" A cold, mocking smile appeared on my lips. "Actually, I still don't understand. Why did you have to steal Wen Yuting? Why did you have to use such despicable means?" Song Xinyu said honestly, "Because I was jealous. I was jealous when I saw you two holding hands and strolling on campus. I was jealous when I saw her lining up every morning to buy you breakfast. I was jealous when I saw you with your arms around each other, sharing everything. One of you was beautiful and lively, the other was radiant and handsome, a match made in heaven." Song Xinyu's eyes became a little vicious. "But I was just jealous. You were like leaves and flowers basking in the sun, while I was the root buried deep underground, never to see the light of day, only able to endure the darkness in silence. I was extremely, almost insanely, jealous. I never thought that Song Xinyu, who always followed behind us back then, had such a mindset." I was silent for a moment, then calmly said, "That's your inferiority complex and sensitivity at work. Everyone's heart is a seed. Choosing to become a leaf that blooms or a root that is forever buried deep in the ground is one's own choice. Song Xinyu, you are very pitiful, but there are people more pitiful than you in this world. Are all of them like you, jealous of all that is beautiful, and raising a knife to a sincere friend who treats them well? What's the difference between this, and the snake in the story of the farmer, and the snake?" I suddenly felt sad. Your grades were not bad back then, and you got into a key university. You were no longer the weak and helpless Song Senyu, controlled by your mother without being able to resist. You had already stepped onto the broad path of life and could also bask in the sun with dignity. But you still chose the most despicable and darkest path. You sacrificed sincerity, betrayed friendship, and your life is still dark, but this time, you chose the cold and dampness yourself. I looked at Song Senyu and sighed deeply. It's completely meaningless to say these things to you now. I don't regret being good to you. Losing me is your loss. The past is like smoke, I have let it go. I didn't want to get entangled with Song Senyu anymore, whether it was good or bad. I didn't want to waste any more time and energy on him. I wanted to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by the arm by Song Senyu. Xian, you can't escape me. You never will. I turned around to pull my hand away from Song Senyu, but before I could use any force, Song Senyu fell backward and tumbled down the stairs. Then, Song Senyu pointed at me. Yes, why did you push me? My head throbbed, and a bad feeling arose in my heart. Almost at the same time, countless people rushed over. Do Haoming was the first to rush up. Brother, why did you push Song Senyu? I know you have a prejudice against him, but you can't hurt him. I was surrounded by a crowd. Others in the banquet hall also heard the commotion and ran over. Wen Yuting ran through the crowd and saw Song Senyu lying on the ground, looking like he was in great pain. At this moment, I was standing coldly on the stairs. Everyone around me was pointing at me, accusing me of pushing him. Wen Yuting didn't have time to think and rushed forward a few steps to help Song Senyu up. Senyu, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. Song Senyu had a painful expression on his face. Yuting, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. I just don't understand why Xian pushed me. Wen Yuting looked at me with angry eyes. She raised her hand and pointed at me. Gu Xian, you're so cruel. I didn't know how to explain. With Song Senyu and Ge Haoming's coordinated efforts, everyone's pointing fingers had already labeled me as the one who pushed him. Ge Yuandum and Qin Hulin also heard the noise and rushed over. When Ge Yuandum saw the situation, he asked, what's going on? Ge Haoming had already prepared an explanation. Dad, for some reason, my brother pushed Song Senyu. Ge Yuandum's face was grim as he looked at Song Senyu, his expression very unpleasant. Wen Yuting was clearly Xian's wife, yet at this moment, she was openly embracing another man. Wen Yuting was the girl they had watched grow up, no different from their own daughter. More importantly, the Wen family had announced that 3 years ago, Wen Yuting and I had not registered our marriage at all. A few days ago, I had also announced a complete breakup with Wen Yuting and even moved out of the Wen family home. It was possible that Wen Yuting had secretly registered her marriage with Song Senyu long ago. And now, this man named Song Senyu had somehow become the godson of the Ge family. Ge Yuandum already had a judgment in his heart. Today, all the dignitaries of Rongqing were present. He couldn't let the Ge family lose face. So, Ge Yuandum walked up to Song Senyu, his voice cold and carrying a sense of pressure. Song Senyu, are you sure Xian intentionally pushed you? Song Senyu looked at Ge Yuandum with an extremely innocent expression. He knew that Ge Yuandum wanted to suppress this matter. In fact, Song Senyu didn't want to make a big deal out of it either. Wen Yuting's gaze towards me at this moment was extremely disgusted, just like 3 years ago. Song Senyu deliberately made his voice hoarse and replied, Godfather is right, Xian didn't do it on purpose. He just accidentally pushed me. I took in every small expression on Song Senyu's face. Only now did I know how superb Song Senyu's acting was. He perfectly portrayed on his face the look of being forced to compromise under great pressure. His mouth said I didn't do it on purpose, but his expression accused him of being forced. On the one hand, it let everyone around know that I had indeed pushed him. On the other hand, it showed his grievance and forbearance, making people pity him. Thirdly, it also gave Ge Yuandum face. Sure enough, Song Senyu had conquered everyone with his acting. Ge Yuandum's expression towards Song Senyu had softened a bit, and there was even a hint of apology. Wen Yuting held Song Senyu even tighter. Everyone around was whispering. It seems that the eldest young master of the Ge family really pushed him. Why is the eldest young master of the Ge family so vicious? Like father, like son. I heard his biological mother was a murderer, and his father was a drug addict. Back then, his biological mother swapped the true young master of the Ge family so that her own son could enjoy wealth and prosperity. Sure enough, the evil in the bones is passed down from generation to generation. Only the Ge family is generous enough not to bear to cut off the ties of raising him. In my opinion, the child of an enemy like that should have been kicked out of the house long ago. Don't let him bring disaster to the family in the future. On the other side, when Ge Yuandum heard what Song Senyu said, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ge Haoming clearly didn't want to let me off so easily. Dad, now the 3 of us are your sons. How can you be partial to my brother? Pushing someone is pushing someone. You can't cover for him. The anger in Ge Yuandum's heart that had just subsided rose again. When Ge Haoming saw Ge Yuandum's face quickly turn grim, his heart also skipped a beat. He knew that Gi Yuandong cared most about the Go family's reputation, so he couldn't make things unmanageable. Go Humming took a step back and said, "Then at least my brother should apologize to Song Xinyu." The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, and the surrounding discussions grew louder and louder. If this continued, the Go family would quickly become a laughingstock for everyone. This was what Gi Yuandong least wanted to see. He had to speak to me, saying, "Although you didn't do it on purpose, you are still responsible for Song Xinyu's fall. Come here and apologize, and let's consider this matter over." I laughed coldly. Why should I apologize for something I didn't do? Below the stairs, there was a clamor of noise. Everywhere were discussions about me. This eldest young master of the Go family is really stubborn. Such an obvious way out, and he won't take it. He's clearly been spoiled by the Go family. He really thinks he's the legitimate heir of the Go family. He's so arrogant. Mr. Gu is also a man who values his reputation. How did he raise such an ungrateful son? These words all flew into Gi Yuandong's ears. His face was completely grim. "Xian, I order you to apologize to Song Xinyu." "I will not apologize." My voice remained firm. Gi Yuandong was both angry and anxious. For the first time, someone dared to openly defy him. This was no different from slapping him in the face. "Gu Xian, if you don't apologize today, I will consider myself as not having this son." When the words reached this serious point, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was secretly watching the drama unfold, exclaiming that today's back-to-back plays were truly wonderful. Go Humming, on the other hand, was gloating in his heart. He knew that even if he didn't pursue the matter, with my personality, I would not yield. And I stood on high, my eyes calm as I looked at Gi Yuandong. Since I was a child, my relationship with this father was not too close, at least compared to Qin Hulin. In this family he was the head of the household, but also the one who was always hands-off, busy with work outside. Although he would buy me expensive gifts, he rarely spent time with me, but in my heart, I still respected and loved him. Especially when Go Humming returned, Qin Hulin wanted to sever ties with me, but Gi Yuandong stood up to stop her. He also said that I would forever be the eldest young master of the Go family. I was truly moved. But until that night, I stood outside the study and overheard the conversation between Gi Yuandong and Qin Hulin. Gi Yuandong said that if they really kicked me out of the house, it would make the Go family a laughingstock. It would be better to let me bear the title of the eldest young master of the Go family. And that very night, Gi Yuandong even made a will. All the assets and company shares of the Go family would be inherited by Go Humming in the future. It was only then that I knew that Gi Yuandong kept me not because of fatherly love, but for the sake of the Go family's reputation. I thought I had forgotten about it. I also convinced myself that it was already good enough that they could do this much. But the situation that night was exactly the same as now. Whether I was the son of the Go family or not didn't matter. What mattered was not to lose the Go family's face. But now, I was no longer the me of 3 years ago. I slowly walked down the stairs, step by step, until I was in front of Gi Yuandong. Gi Yuandong thought I was finally going to come promise and apologize to Song Xinyu. The look in his eyes towards me also softened a bit. Who would have thought that my expression was calm, yet it exuded an extreme pressure. Even Gi Yuandong seemed to feel a chill run down his spine. "Father, this is the last time I will call you that. In ancient times, there was the story of cutting a rope to sever ties. Today, I will also follow suit." I turned around and said to everyone, "From today onwards, I, Gu Xian, have no relationship with the Go family of Rongchen. From now on, I am no longer the eldest young master of the Go family. Whoever wants to keep that position can have it. It has nothing to do with me. I invite everyone here to be my witness." Gi Yuandong was so angry that his face turned pale. On the contrary, Qin Hulin, unlike her usual self, did not criticize or scold me, but her eyes turned red. The people around were even more astonished. The Go family is one of the wealthiest families in Rongchen. Is he really willing to give up the status of a rich young master? He must have watched too many T-dramas, and really thinks he's the male lead in a movie. He's just putting on a show. Maybe he'll come back crying tomorrow. Gi Yuandong's face was extremely ugly. To be cut off by his adopted son, if word got out, it would be a huge joke. He angrily pointed at me. "Gu Xian, don't you regret it? Don't you come back crying tomorrow?" I suddenly knelt down, but my expression was still cold, my eyes resolute. Seeing me suddenly kneel, Gi Yuandong thought I regretted it. But I suddenly kowtowed 3 times. "Mr. Ge, these 3 kowtows are to repay you and my seskin for raising me. From now on, we owe each other nothing." After kowtowing, I stood up and walked quickly towards the door. Gi Yuandong was so angry that his face turned white and red. After all, he was the son he had raised for 20 years. To really cut ties like this, he also felt uncomfortable in his heart. But now he was even angrier, angry that I had not given him any face in front of everyone. I had just run a few steps when I was blocked by someone. A cold and beautiful face appeared in front of me. Xia Qingxiu observed everything indifferently. Everyone also noticed her, especially Ge Humming. When he saw Xia Qingxu, his eyes were full of joy and excitement. He trotted up to Xia Qingxu. "Miss Xia, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Everyone present was a prominent figure in Romcheng. No one did not know the reputation of Xia Qingxu. She was the eldest daughter of a powerful family in the capital, not a place that a small city like Romcheng could compare to. Everyone also knew that the reason Miss Xia was in Romcheng was to personally manage the Paradise Resort project. Paradise Resort was not just a construction industry, but also a lucrative piece of cake for many other fields. This huge project worth trillions of dollars involved many industries. As long as Miss Xia let a little slip through her fingers, it would be enough for their families to soar to a higher level. The young masters and ladies of the wealthy families were all red-eyed with envy. What kind of relationship does young Master Haoming have with Miss Xia? Miss Xia actually came to his birthday party. After a while, all sorts of envious and jealous voices filled the crowd. The person next to Ge Yuandong even began to whisper flattery. "Mr. Go, the second young master has a relationship with Miss Xia. Young Master Haoming is really amazing. He's brought honor to you." Ge Yuandong was flattered by these words until his face turned red. He excitedly walked up to Xia Qingxu. "Miss Xia, my apologies. Please forgive me." Xia Qingxu nodded. "Uncle Ge, just call me Qingxu. There's no need to be so polite." Everyone was in an uproar. It was rumored that Miss Xia was arrogant and cold, but in front of Ge Yuandong, she was as polite as a junior. It seemed that the second young master of the Go family really had an unusual relationship with Miss Xia. Ge Haoming was also extremely excited in his heart. He greatly enjoyed the envious and admiring gazes from the surroundings, and even wanted to take Xia Qingxu's arm, but he was dodged by her. Xia Qingxu glanced at him with a cold look. Ge Haoming disappointedly took a step back. Perhaps Miss Xia was not used to being intimate in front of everyone. Ge Yuandong, who was standing by the side, saw this scene and a hint of doubt flashed in his heart. Xia Qingxu suddenly saw my sorry state, and her eyes immediately turned a few degrees colder. "It seems I missed a good show." Ge Yuandong noticed that Xia Qingxu was looking at me. He thought that my sorry state at this moment made a well-born young lady like Xia Qingxu feel worldly, so he coldly scolded, "You unfilial son, didn't you already sever ties with our Go family? Why haven't you left yet?" Hearing this, I was about to step away, but was blocked by Xia Qingxu's arm. "Uncle Go, please forgive me for meddling in what is not my business." What exactly happened? A dangerous aura emanated from Xia Qingxu, making the surrounding people feel a frighteningly low pressure, but every word she said was humble and polite. At this time, Ge Haoming took the initiative to speak up. "Miss Xia, you may not know. Today, my parents adopted Song Senyu as their godson. My brother was unhappy and in a fit of anger, pushed Song Senyu down the stairs. Fortunately, Song Senyu is fine, and he is kind enough not to pursue the matter. Dad just told my brother to apologize to Song Senyu, and that would be the end of it. As a result, not only did my brother not apologize, he also wanted to sever ties with us." Ge Haoming added fuel to the fire and recounted what had just happened. Ge Yuandong's face was also not good. This was originally a private matter of the Ge family. It was my failure to teach my son that has made Miss Xia laugh. Hearing this, Xia Qingxu laughed coldly. "So that's what happened. Mr. Song, was it really Gu Ziyan who pushed you?" Xia Qingxu suddenly turned her gaze to Song Senyu. Song Senyu was forced by such a majestic gaze and felt a little nervous for some reason. "I believe Zayan didn't do it on purpose." Xia Qingxu's voice was still very cold. "Whether it was intentional or not, you mean to say that it was definitely Gu Ziyan who pushed you?" Song Senyu felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Miss Xia, what do you mean by asking that?" Xia Qingxu said, "Are you sure you're not lying? If it were anyone else who said this, it would be fine, but it was Miss Xia, whom everyone wanted to curry favor with." Every word she said carried weight. In the crowd, many voices of suspicion towards Song Senyu also arose. Song Senyu hurriedly said, "I'm not lying. I just went up the stairs to talk to Zayan for a few words. Maybe he was in a bad mood, so he pushed me down the stairs directly." Many people saw it with their own eyes. This was the trap he had set with Ge Haoming. Moreover, Ge Haoming had said that the banquet hall of the Yunding restaurant was specially used to receive VIP guests, so no cameras were installed. What loopholes could there be? Ge Haoming also spoke up. "He saw it with my own eyes. I was standing not far away at the time and saw my brother deliberately push Song Senyu down the stairs. Not just me, these people also saw it." The people Ge Haoming mentioned were his cronies. They had received a lot of benefits from Ge Haoming, so at this time, they naturally echoed him. Yes, we all saw it." Xia Qingxu's gaze swept over each person one by one. Ge Haoming vaguely felt that Xia Qingxu seemed to be biased towards me. He suddenly remembered that I had once done an exclusive interview with Xia Qingxu. Perhaps the two had known each other since then. But Ge Haoming was not worried at all. He had deliberately inquired with the manager of the Yunding restaurant, and knew that there were no surveillance cameras installed here. When the incident happened, no one saw it. He would not leave any loopholes. In that case, He didn't mind making my reputation even worse. Gehaming continued, Miss Xia, perhaps you don't know. My brother and Song Senyu have a personal grudge. He deliberately pushed Song Senyu. Whispers arose again from the surroundings. At this point, any discerning person could see that Xia Qingxu seemed to be a little biased towards me. Gehaming also realized this. He glanced at me and said, Miss Xia, you may not know, but my brother has the most reason to do so. The person my brother likes is Sister Wen Yuting, but Sister Wen Yuting likes Song Senyu. My brother was too infatuated, and couldn't think straight for a moment, so he attacked Song Senyu. The surrounding crowd all showed a look of sudden realization. So the rumors in the folk are all true. Everyone's eyes turned to Wen Yuting. She was indeed beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. No wonder the eldest young master of the Gu family was so infatuated with her that he would do such a crazy thing. If he were the true young master of the Gu family, it would be a good match, but he was just a fake young master, and his original family was so lowly. How could he be worthy of her now? Xia Qingxu said slowly, you mean to say that the eldest young master made things difficult for Mr. Song because he loves Miss Wen? Gehaming naturally couldn't reveal that I was Wen Yuting's husband. Moreover, Gu Zayan would not take the initiative to talk about such a shameful matter. Gehaming was sure of this and began to fabricate things without any scruples. Of course. Sister Yuting is so outstanding. My brother has always admired her. Sister Yuting and Song Senyu are deeply in love. At this moment, Gehaming no longer cared about the Gu family's reputation. He had to make me lose all face in front of Miss Xia. Xia Qingxu suddenly laughed. That's even more absurd. How could my boyfriend be infatuated with another woman? One sentence made the whole hall instantly silent. Even Gehaming seemed to not understand. How could Gu Zayan be her boyfriend? That's impossible. Xia Qingxu very naturally put her arm in mine, raised her head to look at me, her eyes full of tenderness and deep affection. Aren't we a good match? No one had ever seen the cold and emotionless Miss Xia have such a gentle look in her eyes. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Gehaming glanced at me, his eyes almost unable to contain the flames of jealousy. He blurted out, Miss Xia, have you been deceived by my brother? He is a married man. In a few short seconds, Gehaming had made a judgment in his heart. Gu Zayan had a handsome face, so it was not strange that Xia Qingxu had taken a fancy to him. But Xia Qingxu definitely didn't know that he was already married. Therefore, he did not hesitate to expose my lie. However, there was no anger in Xia Qingxu's eyes, not even a trace of surprise. She just asked indifferently, you said my boyfriend is married. Then may I ask who his wife is? This question made Gehaming unable to answer. On the other side, Song Senyu also stared nervously at Gehaming, afraid that this fool would reveal everything. And when Yuting frowned, her cold gaze fixed on the hand Xia Qingxu had placed on my arm. Gehaming pondered for a moment and then continued, anyway, my brother is already married. He is not a good person. He must have deceived you. Xia Qingxu's voice also seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Young master, you keep calling him your brother, but every sentence is to smear and ruin his reputation. I think you are the one who is uneducated, and has a vicious heart. Being labeled like this by Xia Qingxu in front of everyone, Gehaming was so angry that he trembled. The people around also began to point at Gehaming. Gehaming felt his face being slapped so hard that his internal organs were about to explode. His voice trembled as he said, Miss Xia, even if my brother is your boyfriend, you can't ignore the facts and be biased towards him. The fact that he pushed Song Senyu is true. We all saw it. It's enough to prove that he is a cruel and vicious person. Xia Qingxu's voice exuded threat and pressure. Are you sure you saw it with your own eyes? If not, you are slandering and framing him. You should know what the consequences are. Do you dare to swear? Gehaming felt the pressure and threat, especially when he saw that cold gaze, like a sharp, cold knife. But at this moment, Gehaming no longer cared about anything else. I swear, I saw with my own eyes my brother push Song Senyu. If I am lying, let the Gu family go bankrupt, and let me, Gehaming, be poor for the rest of my life and die a terrible death. Gehaming swore the most vicious oath, but in his heart, he laughed coldly. He didn't believe in these things. Xia Qingxu smiled faintly again. Very good. I hope that when young master encounters something in the future, he will remember what he said today. Xia Qingxu took out her phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, the general manager of the Yunding restaurant, Liu Xinglong, rushed into the crowded place. No one was willing to blink, for fear of missing the good show. At this moment, Liu Xinglong was already in a panic and walked to Xia Qingxu's side. Miss Xia, you were looking for me. Gehaming looked at the general manager of Yunding appearing here and only found it funny. Xia Qingxu really knew how to bluff. What was the use of calling Liu Xinglong over? Even if the police came, it would be useless. There were no cameras here, and they couldn't find any evidence. Xia Qingxu spoke up, Manager Liu, open the Eagle Eye system. Liu Xinglong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Miss Xia to know about the Eagle Eye system, but he still hesitated. Miss Xia, This is not in compliance with the regulations. I dare not take responsibility. Jia Qingshu said indifferently. Yunding has 50 of its shares belonging to the She Group. Although I don't participate in the management of the Yunding Group, I am also a shareholder. As the largest shareholder, I think I have this right. Liu Xinglong immediately said respectfully, I'll do it right away. Most of the people around still had a confused look on their faces. What is the Eagle Eye system? Why have I never heard of it? Miss Xia is actually a major shareholder of Yunding. I have heard of the Eagle Eye system. It is the highest level surveillance system of the military. To put it simply, it is not limited by time and space and can extract high-quality surveillance video of anyone, at any place, and at any time. Oh my god, they actually installed the Eagle Eye system here. So all our movements just now were under surveillance. The Yunding Banquet Hall is often used to receive high-level national leaders or foreign VIPs. It's not strange that they have the Eagle Eye system installed. Do Humming heard the discussions around him, his face full of disbelief. What the hell was the Eagle Eye system? He had never heard of it. He had clearly confirmed with the security that there were no surveillance cameras in this banquet hall. How could a 360-degree surveillance system with no dead ends suddenly appear? He still refused to believe it. But when the clear image of Song Sanyu and me was projected onto the large screen in the banquet hall, Gehaming was completely stunned. Our conversation at that time was also displayed, word for word, in front of everyone. I, Song Sanyu, to this day, still don't understand why you would steal Wen Yuding, using such despicable means. Song Sanyu, because I was jealous. You all are like leaves basking in the sunlight, while I am a root buried deep in the earth. I am extremely, almost insanely, jealous. That is the path you chose for yourself. You raised a knife against the friend who was sincere and good to you. You sacrificed sincerity and betrayed friendship. Saying these things to you now is completely meaningless. I don't regret having been good to you, Song Sanyu. Hu Zian, you will never escape me, never. Ever. The complete truth of what happened then was displayed for all to see. In the video, after Song Sanyu said this, he suddenly grabbed my arm, then deliberately leaned back, pretending to miss a few steps on the stairs, and fell to the ground. What followed was the scene of Song Sanyu screaming to attract the attention of everyone around, and then the scene of him accusing me of pushing him. The video ended there. The entire hall fell eerily silent. Through our dialogue, people had pieced together some clues. So, Miss Wen was stolen from the eldest young master of the Gu family by Song Sanyu using despicable means. I wonder what tricks he used. I can't believe the eldest young master of the Gu family and Song Sanyu were friends in high school. The eldest young master even helped him so much. Yet he stole his friend's girlfriend. What a backstabber. The second young master was clearly an accomplice. He even swore he saw it with his own eyes. Isn't he afraid of karmic retribution? Not only that. No wonder the eldest young master wanted to sever ties. I never expected the real young master of the Gu family to have such a dark heart. I heard he was raised in the slums by a murderer. Ordinary people could never think of such vile schemes. If the Gu family falls into his hands, I'm afraid it's doomed. Murmurs and pointing began to spread throughout the crowd. Gu Yuandong and Qin Helan, witnessing this scene, also felt incredibly conflicted. They had truly thought I had pushed Song Sanyu, ever expecting to be deceived by Gu Haming and Song Sanyu working together. For the first time, the look Qin Helan gave Gu Haming turned cold. Everyone was watching the Gu family's drama unfold. Gu Haming stood frozen, his head spinning. The play of utter ruin and disgrace today was originally meant for me. He couldn't understand why it had ended up falling on his own head. Gu Haming's heart was filled with unwillingness. Rage and shame made him lose control of his body, his shoulders trembling violently. Like a cornered animal, he screamed at the screen, "It's fake. This is all fake. This was staged by Gu Zian to frame me." Gu Haming shouted madly at the crowd, but the looks people gave him grew even stranger, as if they were looking at a madman. Some were even disgusted and took a few steps back. Gu Yuandong finally couldn't take it anymore. He strode forward and slapped Gu Haming hard across the face. "Gu Haming, haven't you had enough? You've completely disgraced the Gu family." Gu Haming immediately fell silent, tears streaming down his face. He didn't understand how things had come to this. Gu Yuandong, red-faced, apologized to everyone. "My apologies, everyone. The two sons in my family are too unruly, making a fool of ourselves in front of you all. Today, we misunderstood our eldest son, Gu Zian. I believe my younger son was also deceived by an outsider. As for the matter of the Gu family adopting a son previously, just consider it as if it never happened. Our Gu family certainly will not adopt someone with malicious intentions." Gu Yuandong had walked up to Song Sanyu. "Mr. Song, please leave. The Gu family does not welcome you." Song Sanyu had also completely lost his composure, never imagining that his actions would be exposed so publicly. It was no different from being stripped naked and paraded in front of a crowd. Originally, he had planned to use the fall to completely shatter any remaining illusions Wen Yuding had. But now, that shame was on his own head. In truth, he had long stopped caring about the opinions of outsiders. Since childhood, he had been humiliated by his mother. In his teens, he was even stripped naked, tied to a tree, and beaten by her while the whole neighborhood watched as if it were a circus. From that moment on, he had long lost any sense of self-respect or shame. What he truly feared in his heart was that after seeing all this, Wen Yuding's love for Gu Zian would be rekindled. He was afraid we would get back together. He had tried for so many years just to tear us apart completely. Song Xinyu looked up at Wen Yuding, but her gaze had been fixed on me the whole time. On the surface, she looked calm, but Song Xinyu could see a violent storm brewing in the depths of her eyes. Yu Yuandong looked at Wen Yuding and Song Xinyu standing side by side, equally furious. If she hadn't abandoned Xian for Song Xinyu, today's shameful events would never have happened. Yu Yuandong then ordered her away as well. Miss Wen, I won't keep you either. Wen Yuding finally tore her eyes away from me and Xia Qingsu. She lowered her head and looked at Song Xinyu with a cold gaze, said nothing, and turned to walk quickly out of the banquet hall. Song Xinyu chased after her. Get those two out of here. Yu Yuandong's expression finally improved slightly. He walked over to me, his voice gentle. Zian, it was Dad who misunderstood you. After speaking, he turned a cold tone on Gehaming. Come here and apologize to your brother. Gehaming, holding his face, gritted his teeth and walked over. Sorry, big brother. I was actually just joking with you. Gehaming reluctantly apologized. Yu Yuandong also tried to mediate. Zian, your younger brother didn't grow up with us, so naturally, he lacks the bearing and upbringing of a wealthy young master. He only did such a foolish thing in a moment of anger. You're the older brother, forgive him this once. After all, we're a family. What deep-seated hatred could there be? Since Xia Qingsu appeared, I had been almost silent, like an outside observer. Now, my voice was both cold and distant. He was joking with me, but I wasn't joking. Mr. Ge, I have already severed ties with your Ge family. I do not accept your apology. For what Gehaming did to me today, I will surely repay him in the future. Therefore, he doesn't need to apologize to me. Yu Yuandong suppressed his emotions and continued, yes, although you are not our biological son, we have cherished you since you were little. Do you really not care about all those years of affection? The reason Haming acted this way is because his biological parents abused him since he was young. He grew up in that environment. Can't you, seeing how much he suffered in your place while you enjoyed years of fortune, not hold it against him? I laughed out loud. Mr. Ge, what you say is truly amusing. When I was born, I was just a newborn. What could I decide? When two babies were swapped, don't you, as their guardians, bear any responsibility? Furthermore, that was done by Yang Ruyan, not me. I didn't crawl into the Ge family myself. If you have a grudge, seek revenge. You should go find her, not blame me for everything Gehaming lost. Mr. Ge, I and the Ge family no longer have any relationship. As is said, from today onwards, we owe each other nothing. We will not interact. They said each word slowly, making Yu Yuandong tremble with anger. This one has truly rebelled. Xia Qingsu suddenly spoke up. Mr. Ge, my boyfriend can't carry the heavy pot you've thrown at him. We'll be taking our leave now. After speaking, Xia Qingsu took my arm and walked towards the exit of the banquet hall. After a few steps, she stopped again. Xia Qingsu suddenly turned and said to everyone around, everyone, today is my boyfriend's birthday. I have also prepared a party in the banquet hall on the 88th floor of Yunding. If you don't mind, you can join us there. Everyone present today was a distinguished guest. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. An invitation from the eldest miss of the Xia family, who wouldn't give face. Countless people wanted to curry favor with her but had no opportunity. Immediately, many people stood up. Eldest miss, we will go celebrate Mr. Gu's birthday. I am going, me too. The Ge family's guests immediately flooded out after Xia Qingsu. In less than 5 minutes, the once lively party was in disarray, with only a few relatives of the Ge family remaining. They walked over to Yu Yuandong and Sai. The eldest miss of the Xia family is Xian's girlfriend. This should have been a great blessing from heaven. Why did they suddenly sever ties? Xian was always excellent in his studies and talented in design. Weren't those award-winning works all made by him? The company's current designs are not up to par. Although he hasn't designed products for the company in recent years, he still designs a piece each year to represent the company at the Milan exhibition. The summer fashion week is coming up soon. With relations so tense, will he still help the company exhibit? Originally, if we could latch onto the great tree of the Xia family, our Ge family could have climbed several levels higher. The cooked duck flew away right from our mouths. What a pity. Gehaming, standing beside them, listened to these laments, beating his chest and stomping his feet. He said angrily, what's so great about Gu Zian? You think the eldest miss of the Xia family really has her eyes on him? He's a married man. The eldest miss must have been tricked by him. When she finds out she's been deceived, let's see if she'll even look at him again. As for this design competition, I can also represent the company. I don't believe I'll lose to him. Yuandam finally couldn't hold back. Shut up, Gehumming. Do you still have the face to speak so boldly here? The Go family lost all face today because of you. With your mediocre designs, making a fool of yourself in the country isn't enough. You want to go embarrass yourself abroad too. Look at yourself now. A body full of brand names can't hide your petty demeanor. Look at your brother, then look at yourself. How many etiquette teachers has your mother hired for you over the years? And this is what you've become. From now on, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Stay at home for me. Don't go out and cause more embarrassment. Gehumming was stunned. In the 3 years since his return, Yuandam, though not very close, had always been gentle and tolerant, never scolding him so harshly. Tears welled up in Gehumming's eyes. He looked towards Qin Hulin. If it were before, Qin Hulin would surely have rushed out to defend him. But at this moment, she just stood aside without a word, watching Yuandam fiercely scold and humiliate him. Qin Hulin's eyes were vacant, seemingly thinking of something else. This made Gehumming's heart itch even more. He was being humiliated by Yuandam, yet Qin Hulin didn't seem to care. She must be thinking about Guzayan, feeling that no matter what, he couldn't compare to Guzayan. It's all because Guzayan has now latched onto the eldest miss of the Xia family. The more he thought, the tighter Gehumming clenched his fists. Whatever it takes, Guzayan, I will absolutely not lose to you. Meanwhile, after leaving, Song Xinyu had been chasing after Wen Yuding. But Wen Yuding walked too fast, completely ignoring Song Xinyu who was left behind. Song Xinyu looked at her retreating figure, his heart filled with infinite anger and coldness. In Wen Yuding's heart, he had always been a perfect, generous, and kind image. Today, she happened to see him framing Guzayan. He wondered what she would think of him now. Chasing her to the parking lot, Wen Yuding opened her car door, got in, and drove away, ignoring Song Xinyu. Song Xinyu ran after the car, repeatedly calling Wen Yuding's name. Wen Yuding saw Song Xinyu's thin, lonely figure in the rear-view mirror, her heart extremely frustrated. Suddenly, Song Xinyu tripped over a stone and fell flat on his face. Wen Yuding abruptly slammed on the brakes. In the end, she still got out of the car and ran to Song Xinyu's side. Seeing Wen Yuding return, Song Xinyu looked up, his face distorted from crying. Yuding, I was wrong. Forgive me one time, forgive me this last time, please. Song Xinyu trembled all over, grabbing Wen Yuding's wrist. Yuding, it's all because I love you too much. I'm so afraid you'll go back to Zion. I know you were childhood sweethearts. I know you haven't completely let him go in your heart. I thought I wouldn't mind, but I found out I can't. I was too scared, that's why I did it. Looking at Song Xinyu's terrified expression, as if the sky was falling, Wen Yuding's gaze finally softened a little, but her voice remained cold. Song Xinyu, this isn't the first time. Last time, you used Li Wei to frame Zen, and I forgave you once. And the file's in your computer. Song Xinyu, you've disappointed me too much. A look of shock flashed in Song Xinyu's eyes. Wen Yuding had obviously looked at his computer. So she must have broken his login password. Could she have discovered something? But none of that mattered now. Tears streamed down Song Xinyu's face. Yuding, I admit it. It was all me. I deliberately framed Zan. But it's all because I love you. I'm too afraid of losing you. Zian has so much, but I only have you. Forgive me one more time, please. Wen Yuding's expression finally softened. She helped him up. Then, Song Xinyu sat in the passenger seat. Wen Yuding's face was still grim, as if she was still suppressing her emotions. Song Xinyu, for so many years, I thought I knew you well. But today, I realize you are a complete stranger to me. Song Xinyu lowered his head and said nothing. Wen Yuding casually pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. Song Xinyu took it, cautiously glancing at Wen Yuding. He clutched the tissue, his voice hoarse. Yuding, I grew up in a place like Yanmu Lane. If I were truly just simple and kind, I probably would have died 1,000 times. Wen Yuding's eyes flickered. Yanmu Lane. Though the name sounded pleasant, it was actually the slum on the outskirts of Rong City. Every day there was filled with violence, blood, and all sorts of shady and dirty dealings that couldn't see the light of day. She knew about Song Xinyu's past but had never asked for details. Song Xinyu continued in a hoarse voice. My mother is a madwoman. My father is disabled. Ever since I can remember, my mother has been torturing me and my father. I didn't have my own room. Since I was young, my clothes, shoes, even my school bag were all scavenged from the dump. I felt like nothing in this world belonged to me. I wasn't worthy of anything good. His voice was filled with a despair that seemed to pull people into his tragic circumstances, breaking their hearts. When I was 14, I collected scrap for half a year to save enough money. Then I secretly went to a clothing store and bought a white shirt. I loved it so much. I hid it under my bed. When my parents weren't home, I would secretly take it out and wear it. One time, my mother came home early and caught me wearing the new shirt. She insisted I stole the money to buy it. Song Xinyu's shoulders trembled more, and more violently. I remember that day so clearly. She stripped me naked, tied me to the big tree in the yard. In front of me, she used scissors to cut the white shirt into pieces and burned it all. Then, she took a belt and whipped me with it, lash after lash. It was afternoon, and many people heard the noise and came to watch. I was 14 years old. I was beaten until I was covered in blood, surrounded by a crowd watching me like a monkey. They didn't stop her, they just watched the show, pointing at me. There were even disgusting, lustful gazes. They laughed and clapped, saying my mother was hitting too lightly. I fainted several times. Hearing Song Sanyu recount these things, Wen Yuding's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. She knew Song Sanyu's family situation was terrible, that Li Chufan often beat and cursed him, but she never imagined his life had been so cruel. Wen Yuding's mind involuntarily thought of me. What was I doing at 14? Wen Yuding remembered that at 14, as the representative of Chinese students, I gave a speech at the United Nations. My pronunciation was perfect, and I received applause from all over the world. At 14, I wore a splendid suit and was the star on the stage of the Paris Opera House, handpicked by the Royal Bullet of Britain. But I turned down the royal invitation just because I found British food too awful. At 14, I was cherished by everyone, shining brightly. Song Sanyu and Gu Zan were like two extremes of life. One sparkling in the clouds, the other struggling in the mud. Sympathy and pity overwhelmed her reason. Wen Yuding's expression completely softened. She leaned over and hugged Song Sanyu, her voice laced with pity. Those things are in the past. Your future will be no less than Zan's. Song Sanyu sat in the passenger seat, still with his head down. Yuding, I know I'm not worthy of you, just like that white shirt. I want to get close, to possess, but I have to pay a great price. But you are the best thing in my life, the ray of light in my dark world. No matter the cost, I won't let anyone take you from me. I know you and Zion were childhood sweethearts, that you haven't completely let go. All those years of affection. I was too afraid you would rekindle old feelings, so I was blinded for a moment and did such a thing. Song Sanyu sat up straight, his red eyes looking into Wen Yuding's. Yuding, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do. Looking at Song Sanyu's almost crazed gaze, Wen Yuding hugged him tightly. She did have feelings for Song Sanyu because only he worshipped her like a goddess. That admiration, worship, and crazed love, his caution, made her feel like she was the most outstanding person in the world. But in front of Gu Zan, she could only feel inferior, even having to please him. Song Sanyu saw that Wen Yuding was no longer angry, and her eyes were filled only with pity. He felt this was a golden opportunity. Song Sanyu cautiously observed Wen Yuding's expression and then said, Yuding, divorce Zion. Let's live a good life together. I don't care if others call me the third party. I only care if you still love me. With your relationship with Zion, I always feel scared and insecure. At the mention of Gu Zion's name, Wen Yuding's expression clearly darkened. The three words Gu Zion were like a stone pressing on her heart, making every beat uncomfortable. Although her marriage to me was a sham, in Wen Yuding's heart, Gu Zan was her husband. This was also why she didn't want to tell Song Sanyu that she and I hadn't registered our marriage. That certificate didn't represent anything. Therefore, she couldn't give Song Sanyu a legally recognized status. Thinking of me and Xia Qingxiu being truly involved, the stone in her heart suddenly felt 1,000 pounds heavier, making it hard for her to breathe. Seeing Wen Yuding's silence, Song Sanyu continued, besides, Yan wanted to divorce you long ago. He's with Xia Qingxiu now. He said he doesn't want you anymore, said to hand you over to me. He even signed a divorce agreement and gave it to me. He's eager to run into the arms of the eldest miss of the Xia family now. Song Sanyu whispered, you know, he's always been like that. When he has a better option, he will definitely abandon you again. Hearing Song Sanyu's words, Wen Yuding quickly realized something was wrong. Her eyes became deep. She let go of Song Sanyu, her face sinking as she asked, you said Gu Zion gave you a divorce agreement. Song Sanyu hurriedly took a folder from his suit pocket. Here. He's been carrying it ever since that talk we had. After saying that, Song Sanyu was secretly pleased. Now was definitely the perfect chance. Gu Zion had made it clear that as long as Wen Yuding signed the divorce agreement first, he would sign. But Song Sanyu knew Wen Yuding wouldn't sign, because she was under pressure from her parents and grandfather. It was because he was certain of this that he felt secure. But if Wen Yuding thought Gu Zion had already signed, with her high self-esteem, she would very likely sign it too. Even if she regretted it later, it would be useless. Therefore, Song Sanyu had used a special erasable pen to imitate Gu Zion's signature and signed it first. After Wen Yuding signed, he would give the agreement with Wen Yuding's signature to Gu Zion. That way, there was a high chance he would sign too. Song Sanyu looked at the signature on the document, pleased. Luckily, what he was best at was imitating Gu Zion's signature. That diary had also deceived Wen Yuding by imitating his handwriting. This was also a major reason why Wen Yuding and I broke up. Wen Yuding took the divorce agreement and flipped straight to the last page. Sure enough, she saw Gu Xian's signature there. Wen Yuding's heart pounded as if something was about to leap out of her chest. Gu Xian could not possibly have signed such a divorce agreement. Because they weren't even registered, there was no need for any divorce proceedings at all. Moreover, he had unilaterally announced their breakup and had even moved out of the Wen family home. But Song Senyu didn't know any of this. So now, there was only one possibility. Song Senyu, unaware of these facts, had drafted a divorce agreement himself. This was clearly a well-planned deception. Wen Yuding's fingers clenched the agreement, nearly crumpling the paper. Song Senyu had deceived her again. But that wasn't the most important thing now. Wen Yuding's eyes were fixed on the signature Gu Xian. His handwriting was very distinctive because he learned from a famous calligrapher as a child. When practicing, he studied the semi-cursive script, which resulted in his handwriting combining the formality of regular script and the flow of semi-cursive script, forming a very recognizable personal style. Wen Yuding grew up with him and could recognize his handwriting at a glance. And this signature was indeed a perfect match for his personal style. Even the final dot when he lifted the pen, the slight hook at the end of the stroke, both the angle and the force were identical. But Gu Xian could not possibly have signed it. Song Senyu saw Wen Yuding's extremely ugly expression, and began to feel a little uncertain. Would Wen Yuding sign? But now he had no way back. Wen Yuding suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on Song Senyu. That strange and cold look startled Song Senyu. He could even feel the barely suppressed anger about to erupt from Wen Yuding. Wen Yuding's voice was frighteningly cold. Song Senyu, are you sure this was really signed by Gu Xian himself? Song Senyu was slightly taken aback. Yuding, why do you ask? Song Senyu's expression was serious, even innocent, making it hard to suspect he was lying. He signed it in front of me. He didn't hesitate at all when he wrote his name. Wen Yuding stared into Song Senyu's eyes, feeling as if something inside her was about to shatter. She seemed to have guessed something. She suddenly remembered the time she was drunk and talked to Gu Xian about the diary. Gu Xian told her to bring the diary out for confrontation. It turned out Song Senyu could imitate his handwriting, and imitate it almost perfectly. It was highly likely that the things in the diary were also written by Song Senyu in imitation. Wen Yuding came to a sudden realization, feeling the blood in her body flow backward, her heart pounding crazily, so painful it felt like it would explode. Wen Yuding suddenly felt she was a fool, like an old ox being led by the nose. At this moment, Song Senyu still had an innocent look on his face. Wen Yuding looked at those feigned innocent eyes and suddenly erupted in fury. She raised her hand and grabbed Song Senyu by the throat. Song Senyu, I treated you so well, yet you framed me like this. Song Senyu, suddenly choked, couldn't react in time. He didn't understand why things were fine just a moment ago, why Wen Yuding's attitude had changed so suddenly. But he had never seen a Wen Yuding like this. Wen Yuding was a lady from a wealthy family, with the pride and demeanor of the elite. Moreover, she treated others with humility and gentleness, always striding for self-improvement without the bad habits of a rich young lady. For the past 3 years, she had been very considerate and attentive to Song Senyu. Song Senyu had never seen her so frantic. At this moment, Wen Yuding was like a crazed beast. Song Senyu's mind went blank. He tried to pull Wen Yuding's hands away. Yuding, what's wrong? Wen Yuding finally regained a bit of rationality and gradually released her grip. Song Senyu finally turned around, his eyes still filled with untamed horror and unease. Although he didn't know what happened, Song Senyu intuitively felt something was wrong. He put on a pitiful look and grabbed Wen Yuding's sleeve. Yuding, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Whatever I did wrong, it's because I love you too much. You'll forgive me, right? Wen Yuding looked at him and finally saw through his pretense of innocence. Song Senyu, I will never believe you again. After saying that, Wen Yuding forcefully pulled her hand away from Song Senyu. The next second, she opened the car door and rushed out. Wen Yuding ran frantically, once again entering the Yun Ding restaurant. Her thoughts were in turmoil, past events hitting her like a tsunami, but her heart was very clear. She suddenly understood that all the previous misunderstandings were caused by Song Senyu. The things that made her loathe and hate Gu Xian were all schemes by Song Senyu. And she, like a fool, fell for it, standing on the opposite side of me. Right now, she just wanted to see me. She didn't know how to explain what to say after seeing me. To say that deep down, she had always loved me. To say that until now, she had never forgotten me for a single second. To say that our current situation was all a misunderstanding. To ask if I could come back to her. These thoughts flashed through Wen Yuding's mind. She had no idea what she should say. But no matter what, at this moment, Wen Yuding had only one belief in her heart. She wanted to see Gu Xian. Right now, this instant, without a second's delay. Wen Yuding rushed into the lobby of Yunding and got into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed and the floors went up, Wen Yuding's heart grew heavier. The elevator quickly stopped at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 87th floor. She knew Ge Humming's birthday party wasn't over yet. I must still be inside. But when Wen Yuding entered, she was stunned. The banquet hall, which was once packed with guests, now had only a few people. Gi Yuandong and a group of Ge family relatives were scolding Ge Haming. Ge Haming was crying and shouting, extremely unwilling. Wen Yuding paused for a moment, then walked in. She went up to Ge Yuandong and the others, suppressed her emotions, and asked, "Where's Zan?" Ge Yuandong and Ken Heelan didn't expect Wen Yuding to come back. After all, she was not blameless for everything that happened to the Ge family today. Ge Yuandong was angry when he saw her. "Wen Yuding, what are you doing back here? My wife and I watched you grow up, loving you like our own daughter. But how did you treat us? You betrayed Zan, found a man with a bad heart, and even led Haming astray. Our Ge family has lost all its face." At this moment, Wen Yuding had no mind to listen to these words. She just wanted to find me quickly. "Uncle Ge, it's all my fault. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Where is Zan? Please tell me where he is now." Ge Haming saw Wen Yuding, his eyes still filled with untamed anger. He thought Wen Yuding was here to settle scores with Gu Zian. Ge Haming's face twisted as he said loudly, "Gu Zhen is on the 88th floor of Yunding now. The eldest miss of the Xia family is throwing a birthday party for him. Sister Yuding, I know you don't care about my brother, but he is your husband after all. He's out there fooling around with women. Don't you feel like you've been cheated on?" As expected, Wen Yuding's expression grew even uglier. She gave Ge Haming a cold glance, then turned and left. Meanwhile, the banquet hall on the 88th floor was extremely lively. Although it was a party hastily organized by the eldest miss of the Xia family, the staff of Yunding restaurant were all working hard, as if it had been meticulously prepared in advance. In the middle of the banquet hall was a large dance floor. To the sound of music, many people were dancing gracefully. Jia Qingxiu and I were also among them. Jia Qingxiu and I weren't dancing a graceful waltz, but a passionate and powerful tango. But when the music started, it seemed as if muscle memory was awakened. I didn't know Jia Qingxiu could also dance, and moreover, there was a strange chemistry between us. Whether it was long steps, side steps, turns, jumps, or holds, we coordinated perfectly, as if we had danced together thousands of times. For some reason, when dancing with her, I had an indescribable sense of familiarity. A vague figure flashed in my mind, but before I could remember, it was swept away by the waves of memory deep into my brain. The others on the dance floor gradually stopped and began to watch me and Xia Qingqiu dance. We spun in the center of the dance floor, and everyone's eyes were unconsciously drawn to us. Even the jealous young masters had to admit that these two were indeed a perfect match. Wen Yuding did not blend into the crowd, watching me and Xia Qingqiu dancing closely. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. She wanted to rush up and separate us, but at this moment, she lost all her courage. The song ended. We stopped, and immediately, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Xia Qingqiu pulled my hand and walked to the center of the stage. She announced, "Today is my boyfriend's birthday. Anyone who offers a birthday wish can become a lifetime member of Yunding Restaurant and enjoy all the privileges of a VIP member." The crowd suddenly boiled over. Yunding was the most high-end restaurant in Rong City. Normally, you had to book half a month in advance. But if you were a VIP member, you could enter at any time and enjoy many other privileges. Although the annual membership fee was expensive, the wealthy in Rong City still scrambled to sign up. Most importantly, last year, Yunding had stopped accepting new members. Now, even with a lot of money, it was useless. Someone in the crowd was already eagerly offering their congratulations. Tonight, Gi Yuandong's actions and Ken Heelan's coldness had completely shattered my last illusions about family. From today, I truly had no relationship with the Ge family anymore. Amidst the excitement, a loud explosion echoed in the night sky. A giant firework suddenly burst in the darkness. Everyone was attracted by this visual feast, gathering around the glass windows to admire the magnificent scene outside. But Xia Qingqiu directly took my hand and left through a side door. We quickly entered an elevator. I suddenly asked, "Where are you taking me?" Xia Qingqiu held my hand and smiled. "You'll know when we get there." The elevator quickly arrived. When the doors opened, it was just an empty rooftop. The area wasn't large, and there was nothing there. It looked like a deserted place. But with the booming sounds in the night sky, fireworks bloomed right before our eyes. They finally understood. This was the perfect spot to watch the fireworks. "It's beautiful," I couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Qingqiu hugged my waist from behind. I watched for a while, then suddenly turned my head and asked, "How much did this cost?" Xia Qingqiu frowned slightly. "Are you that short on money? Why do you always talk about money?" He smiled and wrapped my arms around Xia Qingqiu's slender waist. "You spent so much money to buy me happiness. I have to return the favor in the future, right?" Xia Qingqiu's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. "I don't like you being so clear-cut about things." My smile remained. "Between you and me, it's better to be clear." Xia Qingqiu sighed. "The atmosphere is so good tonight. Must you ruin it?" I looked at the girl's pouting face and gently kissed her forehead. "Anyway, thank you. Thank you for appearing when I was at my lowest, for giving me such grand dignity. Jia Qingxu looked at me and smiled. If you really want to thank me, then give me something. He stared into her eyes and asked, what do you want? Jia Qingxu answered seriously, a status. A immediately laughed. Today, you've already publicly declared that I am the boyfriend of the eldest miss of the Xia family. I'm sure it will be on the front page of all the newspapers tomorrow. Jia Qingxu's gaze suddenly became serious. So, are you my boyfriend? I looked directly into Xia Qingxu's eyes. Of course not. A look of disappointment flashed in Xia Qingxu's eyes. I looked at Xia Qingxu's profile and said, I'm very touched, but those are two different things. You've seen that I just escaped one fire pit. Why would I jump into another one? Xia Qingxu huffed, seemingly displeased. Am I a fire pit too? I looked at her pouting face, feeling quite good. I pinched her cheek like I was playing with a child. You are an even bigger fire pit. Our statuses are too different. It wasn't that I felt inferior or unworthy of Xia Qingxu, but I knew that the relationships within the great clans of the capital were complex. Xia Qingxu was the youngest child of the old master and old madam of the Xia family. Above her were 3 older brothers who held important positions in the huge commercial empire of Xia Corporation. Both of them were married, both in alliances between powerful families. Their children were only a few years younger than Xia Qingxu, and had basically begun to penetrate the family business. I didn't want to get involved in such a complicated relationship. Xia Qingxu feigned anger. Everyone else sees me as a ladder to the sky, only you see me as a fire pit. After saying that, she sighed inaudibly. Actually, what he said wasn't wrong. Given her current situation, she was indeed a huge fire pit. The position of Xia Qingxu's husband was not easy to sit in. It could even be life-threatening. While Xia Qingxu was lost in thought, I wrapped my arms around her waist, lowered my head, and kissed her passionately. Xia Qingxu naturally wrapped her arms around my neck. It was a long and deep kiss. To say I wasn't moved would be a lie. But being moved is not love. Love requires a promise. Love is a responsibility. Love is too heavy. We both understood clearly in our hearts that the current state was the best. We could kiss, we could indulge ourselves without a care, unrelated to interests, each taking what we needed. But we were just 2 lines temporarily intersecting. When the inevitable future pulled the distance between us further and further apart, we would let go freely. What relationship we had in the eyes of others didn't matter, as long as we were both clear-headed. I felt that Xia Qingxu and I had this understanding. Our kiss was intensely passionate, with an added element of camaraderie and wildness compared to usual. The red fireworks bloomed around us, as if wrapping us in a sea of fire, as beautiful as a perfect painting. This scene also fell into Wen Yuding's eyes. A moment ago, she was in the crowd, about to leave, but then the fireworks suddenly exploded. Then she saw Xia Qingxu take my hand and leave the banquet hall. For some reason, she followed. Finally, she followed them here. She couldn't hear what we were saying, but she knew it must be sweet nothings. And now, the scene of us embracing and kissing was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Since she was young, she knew she was Guzayan's future wife. We were inseparable. From the time we learned to walk, we experienced countless firsts together. The first time holding hands, the first time skipping class, the first time waltzing, the first time secretly drinking. Thinking back, it seemed like the most beautiful memories of her life. When did her mood start to change? Perhaps it was after she got burnt. Looking at the indelible scar on her body, she began to feel a little insecure. She was afraid I would see it and be disgusted, so she tried to hide it. In the summer, in front of me, she would even wear 2 layers of clothing, just afraid of accidentally revealing the scar on her waist. But the more she did this, the more insecure and anxious she became. When Song Senyu brought that diary to her, she completely lost her mind, not even able to distinguish if it was true or not. In her heart, she felt that I would definitely despise and be disgusted by her. When that fact actually happened, she felt it was the truth, as if it confirmed the deepest fears in her heart. And the beast nurtured by her insecurity and fear also broke out of its cage, wildly devouring her reason and composure. She didn't even confront me. Now, Wen Yuding understood. It was she who had projected the demon in her own heart onto me. The first person to despise, discard, and give up on Gu Ziyan was herself. She was the one who personally pushed me away, and even stabbed me in the process. Actually, a large part of why she was with Song Senyu was to get revenge on Gu Ziyan. Wen Yuding was completely awakened at this moment, but she felt that everything seemed to be too late. As the last firework faded in the night sky, Wen Yuding quietly left, carrying with her endless regret and pain. She had realized her mistake, but it seemed too late. She was determined to end her relationship with Song Senyu because while mountains can be moved, a wicked heart never changes. Wen Yuding didn't want to continue living with such a vile person. And now, Gu Ziyan had become an indispensable person in Xia Qingxu's life. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxu and I still stood on the rooftop, silently looking towards the horizon. We both understood that this relationship was only temporary, but at this moment, it was incredibly precious. I turned to look at Xia Qingxiu, a deep sense of gratitude welling up in my heart. She had appeared at the time I needed her most, giving me the support and confidence to face the future. As the dawn gradually broke, I felt as if I was standing at a new beginning. The painful past had been left behind, and although the future was still full of uncertainties, I knew I was ready to embrace it with a completely new mindset. I took Xia Qingxiu's hand, smiled, and said, "Thank you for everything. No matter what the road ahead looks like, I will never forget tonight." Xia Qingxiu nodded, her eyes full of understanding. "I love you so much, my silly boy."